Hello, lab rats, and welcome back to the laboratory, broadcasting to you live from a corporate black site in the outer solar system. How's everybody doing today? I am currently eating a burger because I forgot to have lunch before the stream. Hi, Elysia. So I woke up at 4 a.m. again last night, but like I managed to just like fall back asleep right after. So yeah, I have a normal sleep schedule. I go to bed at like 10 to 11 usually. I'm kind of a square that way. PM. AM. Hello, Highland Cow Lover. I am still just finishing my lunch. Highland cows are indeed cute. Push myself to write a paper on boot processes. Oh no. So dry it might catch on fire, right? God, am I looking forward to playing more I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. If you've been tuning into T's streams recently, you've seen how I've been like harassing her to like play it herself. I gifted her a copy yesterday. Okay, I finished my burger. I need to go wash my hands. I'll be right back. Why is it not tracking? What the fuck? Studio, hello? Okay, reconnected, and now it's lagging horribly. Hi, Frisk Gloves! It's your first time chatting here. I'm having some technical difficulties with my model. What is happening? Ah. Oh, now it's back to normal. Did you see just like fast forward through every motion I made? That was weird. Hi Vivi, has Tammy deleted a memory attached to a piece of candy in your mind that you're quite certain was a person, but also now thinking about cotton candy makes you psychically communicate with Tammy? Keep reminding me to hydrate. I angered the machine spirit in my computer. Yeah, it's sometimes hard to explain computer issues in another way. Computer, like, when you work with computers for a living, you begin to recognize that they are like capricious beasts. And that ritual and rote are the best ways to interact with them to prevent anything going wrong. Because like, you do something like slightly different and it breaks everything. And it's like, what the fuck? Ow. Hi, Jason. I don't have too much to talk about. I want to wait like a little bit more to get people on the stream, but no audio. What do you mean no audio? I think that might be on your end because OBS is reporting audio just fine for me and everyone seems to, yeah. The tab was muted? Of course. How is? I'm doing pretty good. Like I mentioned right at the beginning of the stream, I woke up at 4 a.m. again. But this time I was able to just go back to sleep immediately. So like I slept fine anyways. Unlike the night before last where I woke up at 4 a.m. and then could not sleep at all. You know what sucks? Looking for a job. Looking for a job sucks. Especially when, like, the only responses you get are, like, people who, like... Either they are, like, recruiters who want me to hire for me for a job in Texas, and I'm like, no, I'm moving out of Texas. That doesn't work. Or they're, like, scams. Like, and then you feel like the sort of excitement when you get like an email about a job and then you realize it's just another scam and you're like, fuck you. I hope your testicles get put in like an industrial vice for wasting my time like this and getting my hopes up. Fact writing notes is supposed to be 3 to 5 page paper. It's going to be that in notes. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the thing. Once you're like in college, you often have your like papers. Like in high school, you complain about like how you're gonna like, how am I gonna like make this 5-page requirement? How am I gonna make it stretch out this paper into 5 pages? And then in college, you're like, how am I going to fit all this in 5 pages? Just subtly add or subtract from the line spacing? Yes. In high school, my teachers got mad at me for doing that and added line spacing requirements to their papers. Used to be very briefly. I was sort of too, but in college it was very much a like, I have too much to say about the subject sort of thing. I don't know why I'm dragging myself around. God, my nose is stuffed up too. My allergies have been killing me all week. Which is probably has to do with like why I've been having trouble sleeping too. It's not a question of being into your classes. It's just like just writing up stream of consciousness, covering everything you need to cover ends up being longer than the maximum number of pages. And if you think it's right, where I didn't have the space to write anything but base platitudes because substance can fit, yeah. Oh God, I'm so congested. Anyways. Anyways, let's go ahead and move to the game. So I had a couple of things I was thinking about doing before stream already. I think last stream we went around and talked to everyone who had new dialogue. But like, let's just go check first. Complain never getting students not prepared for college. Oof. It uses a number list as normal people numbering to discuss the levels for something using CS numbering. That sounds horrible. One of the things I wanted to do was I realized that like the only purpose of the white Astrantia flower is to give it to someone to give a bunch of relation, and I want to get this relationship up. So, is that one of your mother's flowers? Are you sure? Thank you, Solana. Other thing was I remembered all of a sudden that like before everything went to shit and like everyone died, I got some samples I never got a chance to like study. And I just forgot about them the entirety of last year. Which I should do right now. You report to work in the geoponics laboratory, bringing along the sample of weird, spongy, purple-pink stuff you found in the fog cloud in the Valley of Vertigo. Also, normally I'd like go out because I have this, but like my physical stats that are relevant are most maxed. So Solana is one of the core cryptocurrencies. Well, the character is named after the Solanaceae, which is the nightshade family of plants, but anyways, you report to work in the geoponics laboratory, bringing along the sample of weird, spongy, purple-pink stuff you found in the fog cloud in the Valley of Vertigo. You know that time you almost died? That time I, like, touched the Eldritch abomination? The really freaky time? That was so freaky. Hard to forget that. Your chest still hurts when you move too fast. Your dad is very interested in your sample. He has you analyze it right away. Scrutinizing your sample under the microscope and then with the spectrometer, you compare the spores to known substances. You determine it shares a chemical compound seen in fungi with psychotropic effects. It could make people hallucinate. Huh, your dad says. That explains some things. You think about those creatures, those topiary covered in this stuff. They were all grouped together in the same place by that weird hole. Did the fungus make them go there? But why? Take a look at these, your dad says, sending you an archive on your holopalm. He's kept detailed records of the air quality, humidity, and temperature spanning back almost to the day you landed here. There are even some actual air samples preserved in vacuum-sealed tubes. You take a look, and sure enough, the spores are always present in the air here and get much worse during pollen. Wait, could this be what makes your dad sick every year? Is it trying to colonize him like those creatures? Yes, this fungus must be the cause of shimmer sickness. Looking for a way to neutralize it, you hit the archives again. You work at it for a few days, but identifying a compound and noticing a pattern is one thing. For the heavy science, you need help from Dr. Instance. This is strong work, Instance says, scrolling through your findings on her holopalm. You say you gathered the sample yourself? That's impressive for someone your age. See, she summons Tange to join you. Please get Tangent up to date on your research, she says. She'll take it from here. She has more of a mind for these things. Sensing the shift in power balance, Tange blanches and looks at you apologetically. No one knows this better than me. I literally have max biology. I'm not passing judgment on your abilities, she says placatingly. You clearly know this research well, and I can find nothing wrong with your methods. Still, something this important and dangerous should be done in more controlled conditions. Tange has been scrolling through your research. This is good work, but this is a medical problem, not a gardening one. We're already studying the shimmer, so just think of it as combining your research with ours. The corners of her mouth twitch up. The most of a smile anyone can usually get from Tange. I'd like to work with you on this, actually. I can't believe you got all this just from just a sample. And since Na's dismissing you both, if you'd like, Solana, you can stop by the lab later to check on your progress. Also, you've been studying... I'm gonna go blow my nose. This congestion is killing me when I have to read long narrative. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for dipping away like twice, but like, God, I need to blow my nose. I have returned. The W3EC invents new war crimes daily, like the information age in the US series. You've been studying the sponge cake you found out in the Valley of Vertigo, and that oddly squishy trampolini ground. As you suspected, it is a type of fungus. The analysis bench tells you it contains edible starches. Once dried and processed with a maturing agent, acidic spark snow would work nicely. It will make a wonderful flower. The challenge now is to cultivate it. It multiplies quickly, and you've seen how it stops anything else from growing near it. Ask permission from my mom. No, absolutely not, she says before you even open your mouth. Get that out of here before it contaminates the crops. We all know how the pixie bean experiment turned out, she says. I know you studied the sponge cake, but I'm still not sure about it. I'm sure this is safe. I checked. You show her your research. Your mom rubs her face. I know. You're a real chip off the old block, aren't you? You probably have its whole genome mapped already. Fine, let's find a place for it. You plant the sponge cake in a special field, quarantined on the other side of the geoponics domes from the rest of the crops. By the end of the month, you can already tell that it's taken root and will start producing viable food soon. Hopefully, you can squeeze a harvest out of what you planted before dust comes. Many of the earth crops go through dust and need to be harvested before wet. This means the colony has more food available year-round. It's going to be an incredible boon. I don't have intermediates to get a straight going, unfortunately. I'm gonna use a crystal cluster to redraw my hand so I can hopefully get something better. Well, this is marginally better. Yeah, this is better. Autoplay fairy, just in case. I could have gotten 55? What the fuck? How is that possible? I don't get it, Cal says, leaning on the fence and looking out towards where you can see both soldiers milling around, or you can both see the soldiers milling around the garrison. How do I train combat and persuasion? I have no fucking clue. I mean, I could go to humanities class for persuasion, at least. Hi, Trident. Killing that alien when I was a kid was the most horrible thing I've ever done. And those assholes treat it like it's no big deal. They want to do it. They're murderers, but no one cares. Damn. I think we've already seen you say that. Dis jumps out of the bed of an expeditions transport, slapping it fondly on the roof before turning to you. He looks uncommonly comfortable in his skin. Hey, Solana, he says. It was a good day out there. He doesn't elaborate. Yeah, nothing new to explore. I heard this place used to be a sports ball pitch. Faye says, I've never played it. Was it fun? It sounds like it was good exercise, and if it made star players like Anemone, it was pretty good at training people to protect the colony, too. Don't blow up the planet without me. Oh my god. I thought snow was supposed to be cold. Is everything on the planet warm? Huh. I'm coming in for another hug. Right, it's once per season. Oh yeah, you can have a flower. Hi, Bogmanus. I don't think I have anything to give her. Even Anemone that she'd like. If there's one thing I dislike about this game is I'm realizing how much relationships are dependent upon like giving people gifts. And I feel like that's an oddly like grindy way to do it. I feel like I should finally get some combat skills. Security Chief Rat interrupts your afternoon training. It might be deliberate in order to let people control it fully. Yeah, I guess. Do I want to become friends with Vase? Not especially. I feel like I know chat hates him for reasons that I don't know yet. But like thus far I feel like my character would not be willing to deal with his like patronizing bullshit given how much I've accomplished this far. Since the original colony was destroyed, Rhett begins, we have needed every skilled security officer we can find to defend our home. And now with Governor Lum's blessing, age is no longer a requirement. We are looking for young recruits to join the ranks of defense squads. This is a serious job. He punches his hands for emphasis. You'll be soldiers, not little kids learning self-defense or peering down from the safety of the walls. You will be in danger. You need to be brave and know your way around a weapon. I have no interest in being a soldier, although I do want to help defend the colony. Quietly hang back. Good, he says to those who step forward, including Anemone. For the rest of you, if you change your mind and want to join the real soldiers, you know where my office is. The other option is something like this. To make that into a straight, yeah. Not that one, because that ruins my straight. If I did autoplay fairy, but whatever. +6 combat. I get so many skills at this point. I have so many things that increase the amount of skills I get from things. It's crazy. All right, I also need to get empathy up. Hi, Eric Vaughn. Moo juice straight from the tap? Oh my god. That's an incredibly strange thing to say, Cal. Nomi pushes their sketchbooks and things to the side and gestures for you to sit down. I'm so used to people not sitting with me because I talk so much, they say, without a hint of shame. I get it. I'm just a super high energy person. Always have been ever since I was a kid. If I bother you, just tell me to be quiet. I don't mind. They is mid-dust. I know they like crystals. They like flowers? No, they don't like flowers. What is this game? It is a visual novel / deck building RPG where you're a teenager growing up on an alien planet. And horrible stuff happens all the time. So many people have died. And I have apparently done super well, and yet so many horrible things have happened. It's a cute game. Don't look more into it. It's super cute. Yeah, it's cute in the way Made in the Abyss is cute. There's also times in shenanigans. You have like prophetic dreams, and I'm given to understand that those prophetic dreams become something more when you play it again, because you have like, because your character through the dreams canonically has memory of their like previous lifetimes. Anyways, let's talk to Dis. You head out of the colony hoping to find Dis, and you do, as well as Red and Utopia, who have teamed up to talk to Dis about something that has him scowling deeply. It was different before the attacks, you hear Utopia say, but you're older now, and when you're on expedition, you can get into a lot more danger than when you were just a little kid going on walkabout. When you're out there on my team, I'm counting on you to do as you're told and to be where you said you'd be. She gestures beseechingly. What am I going to do if something happens to you out there, kid? What if you disappear one day and you're hurt and no one knows where to find you? What if... I'll be fine, Dis cuts her off. I can take care of myself. And if I can't, that's on me. That's not how it works out here, Rhett says, his voice stern. You're just putting yourself in danger out there. You're putting the whole colony in danger. I know you're a bit of a loner, son, but you have family here. All of us. We're all your family. We're going to send people out to find you, and what if they get into the same trouble you did, he continues. We're counting on you to follow directions out there to keep everyone safe. Not just for yourself. It's on sale right now, actually, for like $12. What if I don't want to be found? Dis explodes, waving his arms. What if I want to be left the hell alone? Red and Utopia are stunned by Dis's outburst. Rhett opens his mouth to respond, but Dis talks over him. If I don't come back, just leave me out there, he spits. If this planet wants me dead, maybe I deserve it. Huh? Don't you ever think about that? Maybe I deserve to die out there. Maybe we all do. With that, Dis stomps away. Red and Utopia look stunned. You follow Dis around the outer walls of the colony to where he's angrily pulling things out of the drain pipe hiding hole he's long since outgrown. Stupid humans, he grumbles, stuffing what looks like a bedroll into a carrying bag. They never think of anything except, oh, he continues, trailing off when he sees you. What do you want? Are you okay? I'm great, Dis mutters. Just awesome, actually. Yeah, thanks for asking. You watch him pull things from his hideaway and throw them into two big piles. Screw this colony, he says. I didn't ask to be a part of it. I don't need it. I don't need anyone. I'd be better off living in the woods like an animal. At least that's real. He reaches in far and pulls out a busted-up-looking mechanical device. His old alien communicator he made using gear he stole from Command. Jeez, he laughs. Guess I don't need this anymore. I'm gonna save. I know I've been playing my character as having a huge crush on Dis, even though I recognize out of character that he's going down like a really dark path. Please don't go. Why? Dis says bluntly. There's nothing for me here, Solana. My mom is dead and I never had a father. My own twin sister hates me and thinks I'm an idiot. I don't have any friends except you. No one cares about me and what I want. Everyone here will be better off without me, and honestly, I'll be better off without them. Dis finishes packing up the stuff he's going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you, determined. Did I ever tell you my full name? He asks seemingly randomly. No, you didn't. Dis smiles a little at that, just with the corners of his mouth, and as he huffs a self-deprecating laugh. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have. It sucks, honestly. It's dysthemia. Doesn't that mean? Yeah, it means being sad. What a joke, right? Who names their kid that? He shakes his head. Aunt Anne always talks about how babies make everyone happier. Was my mom sad before she had me and Tange? Or did having us make her sad? His smile twists. Was it me? Was I the reason? Dis scuffs his boot in the dirt. Whatever, he mumbles. No one's cared about me basically ever since before I was born. My own mom didn't love me. The one person who you think could. He looks up at the sky and blinks rapidly. Whatever, he repeats. I'm out of here. Thanks for everything, Solana. You're the only good thing about this shithole. I'm gonna miss you. Pry your eyes out? You drop to your knees and begin to sob, begging him to stay. Dis hesitates for a moment, but when you look up again, he's already moving towards the wilderness. You watch him disappear between the fungal trees. Within minutes, he's out of sight. You're getting ready for bed later that day when you receive a colony-wide announcement through your holopalm. It reads as follows. Colony notice. Reminder that there are to be no unauthorized trips outside the walls without prior authorization from Expedition's command. Anyone caught in violation of this rule will be punished. This includes going for a walk. It is dangerous outside the walls and is only to be done by trained and armed personnel. Thank you, Command. How about that? You sent Dis a message. Dis messages you back immediately with just a picture of a knife. You're guessing he didn't get very far. Oh no! He got apprehended. I'm so sorry, Dis. I want to see what happened if I pick the take me with you option. Take me with you. Red flag? Yeah. Like I said, out of character, I'm like, this is going down a really dark path. But like, my character, I'm still playing as having a huge crush on him because of all the stuff they did when they were kids. Dis takes a second to consider this before your meaning sets in. What? Why? He replies, baffled. Come on, Solana, you have a whole, life here. A future. You have friends, people who love you. Don't throw it all away just to be with me. I'm not worth it. His face softens. Look, maybe once I'm set up, okay? I'll send you a message, if you really mean it. Oh, damn, Reloading here is giving me the, option that you normally get on, a second playthrough. Dis finishes packing up the stuff he's going to keep, which barely amounts to a full backpack. He straps it onto his back and nods at you, determined. Did I ever tell you my full name? I'm gonna say no, you didn't. Doesn't that mean, yeah. Honestly, Dis could do a good job living outside the colony on his own. You're getting ready for bed later that day when you receive a call. Yeah. You're guessing you didn't get very far, yeah? Archivist, hi! You should play this game. This game is cute in the way Made in the Abyss is cute, in the sense that the cute aesthetic hides very horrible stuff happening. That sounds like my shit. Yeah, I was gonna message you about this, telling you to go play this game on stream. And to avoid spoilers until you do. Which, like, I'm, like, more than halfway through the game. So... Apparently, I've avoided a lot of really horrible things happening already. And yet, so many horrible things have already have in fact happened. Yeah, love to see you. Love to see you coming by, Archivist. Actually, Archivist, I just want to show you. I just want to show you what this game's content warnings menu is like to give you an indication. So yeah. Life has just been rough? Yeah, understandable. Of course, drugs and alcohol at Shroom Planet. Does this happen anytime I have a higher relationship with Vase? Literally, the only reason I have a higher relationship with Vase is because was because I didn't quite figure out how a relationship with him worked at first, and I figured out what Vase wanted as a gift early on, so I just gave him a bunch of gifts because I had an excess of those. Hugs incoming. Rex throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm open, he laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. You think he's pretty, Archivist? Well, literally his introduction is flirting with your character, so. Like, really aggressively flirting. Coach, I'm open, he laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly feel a little more relaxed. We've already seen that dialogue. The brain may not be a muscle, but it does need rest like one. Has Tanj finally learned that taking breaks is healthy? God, every time I have an interaction with Tanj, I'm like intensely embarrassed because she's just my teenage self if I had transitioned earlier. Have a flower. I suppose this might be a scientific interest, Tanj says, analyzing the flower. She pulls a petal off and looks at it. Yes, we'll have to take a look at this under a microscope. Vase is talking to you, and the sound of Rex and Nomi cavorting nearby grows distracting. They're like children, he scowls. We're supposed to put aside childish things when we enter the education program, but those two, they never even tried to fit in. They lack discipline. It sounds like I'm just being a hard ass, but it's true. This colony needs discipline, or it won't survive. If we all fooled around like that, we'd be dead by this time next year. Vase, you haven't seen the things I've seen. I think there's a decent chance we're going to be dead next year no matter how seriously we take shit. I don't have a gift you'd like. I should actually go exploring outside the colony. Soonish. Hi, Thorier. Dis tried to run away from the colony and got caught. Insight. Fash is a kind of chuny. True! Let's tutor the kids again, because I want to get empathy up to the first perk. And I don't have anything else that raises empathy, so... Chunibyo, which is Japanese for 8th grader syndrome. Yeah, let's go explore nearby. Because I haven't done that in a long time. Utopia is working near the gates. This area has been deemed safe enough for kids to go for a hike, as long as you're back before dark and never go out during glow. There ain't a lot to see out there, she says. A logging camp, a few fields, some nice lookouts. You've been out here before, but that was when you weren't supposed to. So you let her give her advice anyway. Yeah. Keep your eyes peeled for useful things like that there mushroom log. She points to a light, sturdy piece of wood by the side of the road. Lumber carrier must have dropped it. It's fairly safe out there, but that doesn't mean totally safe, she cautions. Don't go too far, and if you see anything what scares you, run like heck and make a ton of noise. She helps tighten the straps of your backpack. What you hoping to see out there, sweets? Stuff to collect. Utopia laughs. Take nothing but photos, leave nothing but footprints, she teases. Suppose it's different on a brand new planet like this one. We actually do need samples of basically everything, especially stuff what might be edible. Things regrow pretty wild out there. If you picked a place clean, give it a year. Bet it'll look like you were never there at all. And I can walk past all the events that I'm not interested in. Hello, oh, big story event. You spent so many days and weeks exploring. Some days you feel like you've seen it all, although you haven't gone very far from the colony. You have your favorite places, and you're heading to one of them right now. You like it because it's thrilling to get there. God, Nomi's cards are so good. Hard becomes social. Okay. I don't want to play that here. That would be a waste. I might as well just place this. This is so crazy that I managed to do this with my combat skill sucking. That escaping the brain fryer is a 0 value card. Yeah, but it's a wild card, which is really crazy valuable. And we've already effectively won. Wait a second. Got some bravery. You have to cross a fallen log over a deep ravine to get there. Today you make it across, controlling your fear and walking steadily without shaking. There it is. You arrive at an orchard of bobber fruit. The sweet, citrusy smell wafts from the red fruit as it bounces enticingly up and down at the end of long branches. You carefully check for animals. You've seen a territorial bush bub here before, but it looks like the coast is clear. You can pick and eat at your leisure. Neat! I'm gonna run past looking for like those kinds of events, and then I'm gonna go back and do the path blocking events. Looking for items in those kinds of events. What's this? Ahead of you, the road curves right, and there's a steep hill leading off to the left. You bet there's a really great view from the top of it, but it's going to be a scramble to get up there. Hike up it. You leave your pack in some bushes at the base so you'll be lighter on your feet and start the trek. It's tiring, and even steeper than it looked from the bottom, but some broad mushroom-capped trees provide shade. The view from the top is spectacular. You can see all the way to the colony walls in one direction and down to a little sawmill in the other. Then you spot it, the rock. The most perfect boulder you've ever seen, teetering right on the edge of the slope you just climbed up. It's almost as tall as you are and must weigh at least 2,000 kilos. But it's practically teetering over. You think with just enough muscle you could push it over, push the rock down the hill, or resist its temptations. This seems like an astoundingly bad idea. Only all your stuff is down there, right? Yeah? Yeah, I am 16 years old is the thing. That's the only reason I'm clicking it, especially because in this playthrough I'm mostly picking based on what my character would do. Push the rock down the hill. There comes a time in every childhood that one must take life by the horns and just push the rock. You shove it with all your might, digging your toes into the hard ground and leaning in. The rock starts to slide. And suddenly it's off with a satisfying lurch, catapulting down the hill, rolling faster and faster, crashing through bushes, and oh damn, your pack! The rock just rolled right over it! You make your way back down the hill to retrieve your bag, now completely destroyed along with all its contents. Ah, shoot. You're gonna have a hard time explaining this one to your parents, and you're going to need a new pack. Ah, that was great. Are there alternate paths here? I don't think so. Right, the Unisaur one reduces by 30. So I guess I should just go do that. You walk into a clearing and immediately stop your tracks. There's a Unisaur here. You've seen them before, but they still fill you with a sense of awe. Be as quiet as possible. I have lots of cards that scale with gems and then not a lot of cards with gems. Yeah, but the challenge is good. Wait, I'm thinking. Play at least one with a gem on it, then that becomes 7. And then I can. And then autoplay fairy. You're right, I do have max perception. It's the same, even as I'm older. Oh, it gives animals? Yeah. I wish you could, like, see what the events are in some way beyond the ones that are creature related. Save scum, Elmao. Ignore it. I don't really care. Figure out what's wrong with her. You take a closer look at the float cow. You've heard they float using a certain ratio of liquid to gas in their membranous bladders. So after some consideration, you figure out that the bladder on her back must be too full of liquid. Milk the float cow. It's hard to milk a float cow that's upside down. Hi, Vivi the Goblin Druid. You have the same name as me. It's hard to milk a float cow that's upside down. She struggles and kicks her legs at you to try to flip her over long enough to get to the other udders. But thanks to a combination of might and empathy, you manage to calm her down. She's still sick. Milk's supposed to collect in her lower udder, not her gas bladder. But at least she's balanced now, and she has a chance to get well on her own. Listen to a terrifying sound. Bravely continue on. That one's locked in place. That's a really awkward thing to be locked in that place. Got some bravery. You don't back down, though it takes energy to keep walking toward the roar as you hear it again and again, getting louder and louder. It's not a manticore. It's a little fluff of a creature, all puffed up with the effort of roaring, its voice amplified by a hollow log. It sounds just like a manticore, though. What a weird survival feature. It probably intimidates a lot of predators. Like the blob grass. I'm gonna hold on to that. What's it like? You were here before, Cave. You literally watched a previous stream of this game. Listen, I have bad memory. Also gem scaling cards and then no gems. I do not want to play that. Oh my god, thank you for all the gift subs! Viciously regular amount of dirt. Maybe something is buried there. Dig it up immediately. Turns out it's just a pile of dirt. You're woken by the buzzing of your holopalm. It's a colony-wide alert. You rub your eyes and ponder the thickness of the air seeping into your bedroom through the open veranda door. It's an ominous but beautiful sight. The seasonal pale pink haze has turned to deep fuchsia, with scintillating silver sparkles floating through it. The shimmer. There's one from your mom in geoponics telling you to stay put. There's another colony-wide notice also telling you to stay put. Head to medbay. You rush to the engineering wing, trying to hold your breath as you pass through the thick clouds of pink, sparkling pollen. Security Chief Rhett blocks your way into the medbay. What are you doing here? You should be in your quarters. From medbay, you hear the sound of sneezing. Your dad sneezing. You shout for him and squirm and try to get past Rhett, but he practically lifts you off the ground. You fight until he lets you through. Oof. Oh no. Hey, little aubergine, your dad rasps. He looks terrible. He's covered in the shimmer and shaking as he takes pained breaths. Chief Engineer Instance glares at you, but she doesn't tell you to leave right away. You sit beside your father's bedside. Oh no. Your dad grabs your hand and pulls you close. Your awareness narrows to just the two of you, the rest of the room falling away under the gravity you feel when he locks pink-rimmed eyes with yours. Solana, my sweet little cherry tomato, he says, trying to smile for you. I don't think your old man's gonna last much longer.
Yes, science!
Oh no. Bad time for that audio clip, but thank you for the bits. You sob and try to pull away in denial, but he just shakes his head. You're gonna make it through this, he wheezes, his voice brittle as a dried flower. I love you so much. Instance tries to separate you so she can administer something, but your dad waves her away. He hasn't stopped staring right at you. You're the greatest thing I ever cultivated, he chokes out. You're going to be fine. I love... His eyes roll back in his head, and the medbed lets out a horrible droning whine. Instance yells at you to leave so she can save him, and you flee the room. When they finally let you see him again, your dad is lying in a medbed asleep. The shimmer is all over him now, and his skin is glittery and strangely lumpy, like something's growing out of it. Something is growing out of him, you realize, as you see Instance carefully scrape what looks like fungus from his shoulder. She places it in a petri dish and hands it to Tangent. There are tiny fungal growths all over him, even one poking out from the corner of his mouth. You watch her discuss as a thin trickle of glittering pink dust leaks off the top of it and disperses into the air. Tange places the sample from your dad under an analyzer and turns it on. She looks tired. I'm sorry, Solana, she mumbles. We were close. You sit with him for a while, until your mom sends you back to your quarters to rest. In the early hours of the morning, you hear that your dad has passed away. You spend most of the next month in your quarters. Aww. They hold a funeral for your father. You're becoming an old hand at these funerals. First Tammy, then her own father, Uncle Tonin, and Com, and everyone else who's died in an attack. It doesn't get any easier. During the month, sometimes your mom visits, but mostly you're alone. She's keeping herself busy. So I gather I should not have trusted it fucking Tangent and Instance, because they obviously did not come up with their cure in time. During the month, sometimes your mom visits, but mostly you're alone. She's keeping herself busy so she doesn't have to think about it. The two of you don't talk much. Mostly you just sleep. One morning, Chief Engineer Instance asks you to visit her in the med bay. You go, because you don't have the energy to say no. I have to tell you something delicate about your father's condition, Solana, she begins, folding her hands on her desk. I hope this information will give you some comfort. After your father's death, we continued to research the shimmer, she continues, her voice even and neutral. Being able to study the disease in its terminal phase and beyond was the missing piece. We now know how to prevent the shimmer from taking hold in human cells, she says, her faint smile not quite reaching her eyes. With cultures grown from your father's cell lineage, everyone in the colony can be inoculated against the shimmer. Thanks to your father, we have a cure. Be numb. It's okay to feel that way, Instance tells you, with uncharacteristic kindness that you find comforting. Grief is different for everyone. If you need more time off to rest, nobody will mind. Get on with my life. Damn. Yeah, for once. Dis shifts uncomfortably from foot to foot. Sorry about your dad, he mutters. He looks out towards the wilderness. The pollen's really thick in the Valley of Vertigo, too. Sometimes people on expeditions would get kinda weird about it. Guess that's not gonna happen anymore now that they have figured out the shimmer. Damn. Mars breezes over and gives you a kiss on each cheek. I'm so sorry about your dad, she says, holding you at arm's length. If I can do anything, please don't hesitate to ask. She continues, I'll move heaven and earth for you, darling. Well, figuratively, you know. That's actually really nice, Mars, given I haven't, gone through much effort to be friends with you. Rex's ears droop in sadness. Listen, I'm sorry about your dad, he says. He seemed like a really great guy. Nomi finishes something out of their pocket and hands it to you. A rumpled white origami crane. So sorry about your dad, they stumble. He seemed like a pretty cool guy. Hal gives you a watery smile. Hey, he says quietly. I could really use one of your dad's hugs right now, you know? Aw. Tangent looks about ready to collapse. I'm sorry about your dad, she mumbles. We tried so hard. So hard, she repeats to herself as if you're not even there. Aw. Tangent is taking it hard. Face nods at you in understanding. Sorry about your dad, he says. He seemed like a good guy. You really lucked out. What do you mean by that, Face? What? I assume he means that I didn't die to the shimmer too? That I didn't have the sensitivity to the shimmer as well? Or it might be about him. Oh, his dad might be shit. Oh, I think that's what he's saying. Oh, Anemone nods at you as you approach. Vase has said a lot of really fucked up things. I'm gonna be real, Cave. Anemone nods at you as you approach. Sorry about your dad, she says with sympathetic but slightly distant smile. He was cool. You've never seen your mom cry, like, ever. She gets up before first sunrise and is gone before you're fully awake. She works all day, barely even surfacing for meals, and comes home so late that she usually just crawls into her bed and passes out, sometimes still wearing her clothes. It feels like you should be able to talk to her about your dad's death. For once in your life, the shared grief should bring you closer together, but whenever you bring it up, she brushes you off with talk about seedlings or crop rotation. You can't stand it. You have to talk to her. When you track her down, she's raking a new flower bed outside the geoponics domes. She doesn't seem inclined to talk. Stop ignoring me! You can't hold it in any longer. Your mom sputters that she's not ignoring you. She's just... Yeah, she's just what? Sneaking off to the garden for fun? Pretending like everything is okay? Making you feel like an idiot for having normal damned human feelings about your dad dying? You wish it had been her instead of him. He was the nice one. Oh, that's awful. I didn't have high enough empathy to have, like, the, like, good approach. You realize what you said seconds after you said it and slap your hand to your mouth. Your mom just stares at you, then slowly turns back to her work. Go home, Solana, she says quietly. Take the rest of the day off. Oh, fuck. Your mom is still focused on that same flower bed. It must be the most aerated patch of dirt on the entire planet by now. You leave her alone. Aww. And I have the in mourning stats, which isn't great. Hi, Alchemist. You missed our dad dying. What do I do next? Oh, I can't give out gifts right now. I was wondering. How old am I now? 16. Go raise your animal stats for my father? I guess I could, but I'm like... Yeah, I'm really close to maxing animals, actually. Your father was beloved by everyone in geoponics for his kind, easygoing nature. He and your mom were like two perfect opposites that way. No one really knows what to say to you, but they all offer their condolences. Fuck. Oh, that gives good empathy. I didn't even realize. Damn, and now I have the memory for my dad dying. +2 to cards with gems. Autoplay fairy. Oh, because that makes it straight. This planet mind isn't hijacking that one memory yet. Wow, I need to do that one more time and my animals will be maxed. not like your mom is the only family you have left, but you two are uniquely affected by your dad's senseless death. It's one horrible thing you have in common. Tell her what you learned today. Values well. You've been so busy lately. The only way you're able to get all your work done is to multitask. Studying while you're eating, brushing your teeth in the shower, listening to holo novels while you're about to fall asleep. You have to double up everything. You kind of expect your mom to tell you to take it easy, but she just laughs and claps you on the back. You're my daughter, all right, she says. Just too much damn work. Not enough hours in the day. I know how you feel. Aw. But now I can have normal interactions with people again, at least. Dis is kneeling at the edge of the expedition staging area, checking through his backpack. I can't wait to get out there again. I hate being cooped up in the colony with everyone's drama. And everything always smells like shit. He takes a deep breath for effect. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss that when I'm gone. Aw. I dare you to. You gulp and bravely dare him to tell you. What's the deal between him and his sister? What about her, Dis scowls, digging the toe of his boot into the dirt. She's smart, perfect, and everyone loves her. You wait patiently. Sometimes being brave means sitting in the silence. Eventually, Dis crosses his arms and shrinks in on himself. When Tange got her genome therapy, all anyone wanted to talk about was how I shouldn't be sad about losing my brother. Like, they had to tell me that, Dis says, huffing indignantly. I'm her twin. I knew she was a girl like 5 minutes after she did. She's always been my sister, he explains. She's always known who she is, but like, that was the problem, Dis says. He picks at a loose thread of his sleeve. She's so mature, you know, and I'm not. So she treats me more like her dumb little pet than her brother, telling me what to do and acting like she's so much smarter than me. He rubs his face. I mean, she is smarter than me. She's smarter than everyone, even the adults. But that doesn't mean she knows what's best for everyone. Dis lapses into silence. You wait a little longer to see if he wants to share anymore, but Dis seems intent on just staring off into the wilderness again. Aww. I have a strange device. Hugs incoming. Oh, I missed Rex's birthday. I forgot it was early pollen. Her birthday is next month. And I still don't know when Mars's birthday is. I'll give them a crystal. And Tange a flower. Have a Xeno egg. Oh! It just happened to be her birthday. Neat. Okay. Solana, do you think I'm stuck up? There's like this whole thread on the colony board about how I'm conceited and think I'm so much better than everyone else. If I felt shame, that would really hurt. A flower, yeah. Tell me about working in the depot again. Oh, I need higher friendship with the Mars to ask for a job, or I need like really low rebellion to be given a job by Administrator Seek. Oh, there's a log here. I want to go max animals, I think. Sugar bug syrup is sweet like condensed milk, but it also has a high protein content. The sugar bugs grow so well in captivity that you have more than enough of the stuff. The kitchens start frying the excess syrup, condensing it until it becomes a sort of scrambled eggy texture. It's still pretty sweet, but the heat deepens the flavors and makes it seem more savory. The other colonists can't get enough of it. Sugar bugs are in high demand. +2 to cards with gems. Can do something like this. Or like this. And then autoplay fairy. Ooh, yes, that is better. Animals maxed. It's Vertimnalia. In the midst of the colony decorating and setting out the food for the feast, you have trouble finding your festive spirit. Your dad's only been dead for a few weeks. How could anyone celebrate at a time like this? You gather in the colony square for the usual speeches. Lum takes the stage to fanfare and applause. Hello, people of Vertumna, he exclaims over the din. Happy Vertimnalia! He raises his hands to call for silence. Before we celebrate, I want to recognize those we lost this year. Geoponics second Geranium, and Surveyor Imbroglio. The crowd goes silent for a minute. Your vision blurs with tears. How is this supposed to make you feel better that he's gone? This year has taught us that the aliens are more dangerous than we ever knew, Lum continues. It's not just the attacks during Glow. They're weaponizing the very air we breathe. But they won't win. Already, we've discovered how to beat them at their own game. With everyone inoculated against the Shimmer, we're one step closer to total dominion over this planet. Shut the fuck up, Lum. After the council members each give their annual reports, everyone starts clearing the square to set up for the Vertimnalia games.
I've got no option but to sell you all for scientific experiment.
You feel the pulse of a new holo message at your palm and open it up to read. Happy Vertimnalia, there's a present for you on the table. XOXO, your secret admirer. You rush over to the feast table and spot a wrapped present in among the roasted vegetables. Wow, you have a secret admirer? You unwrap your present. It's a data band. You snap it on your wrist and boot it up on your holopalm. It's full of all your favorite songs, videos, shows, and games. A collection curated by someone who must really know you. Now, you'll always have your media with you, even if the net goes down, including all your favorite episodes of The Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon. Nice! You search the holopalm for any hint as to who could have made it, but you can't find anything. You'll have to ask around, but later. The games are about to begin. Go for the bake-off this year. You join Cal in the kitchens. Hey, Solana, are you ready to get your bake on? This year's theme is multi-layered cakes. You'll be in charge of designing, baking, assembling. I can't see either Tange nor Dis doing that. Yeah. The sweet cake and frosting. I don't have anything worth 4. They have an incomplete view, yeah. That one's just not that strong, ultimately. Oh fuck, not this stupid crawling memory. I think it's fine to get a lot of stress here. 6, 5, 4. Three, 2. This is slightly better. It's not quite super goal. I can force super goal though. Seven stress, plus 4 organizing. Your cake is an architectural marvel. Easily the running in the for best thing ever created on Vertumna, for sure. Oh my god, it's a wild card. It's 4 tiers and decorated with delicate hand-sculpted floral details and piped frosting. It's delicious, too. The best part is eating it, of course. After the festivities, everyone descends on the feast. You heat your plate with more food than you could eat in 3 sittings. Everyone around you is so happy, but you can't help but notice the empty space where your dad should be sitting. Aww. Can further upgrade pet cards. Leave him alone for now. Oh, these are the secret admirer ones. You find Dis loading some equipment into an expeditions vehicle. He nods at you as you approach before going back to his work. Are you my secret admirer? Oh, he was! Okay. Dis doesn't meet your eyes. So what if I was? Don't make a big deal about it. Oh, but I like you too! Dis stops and turns towards you slowly, like he can't believe your words. What? Why? Going for a smooch. Oh my god. You lean in and kiss Dis on the cheek, and he jerks away. I'm too close, he stammers, throwing for the rest, skittering away. Oh, of course he does. I want to reload. Oh, he's very funny. He's a very funny boy. But I like you too. I just do. Dis looks at you in shock, then turns away, breathing out shakily. Okay, he mutters, his cheeks turning pink. Cool, I guess. Dis, how have you not noticed my character likes you at this point? It's really funny, actually, that he's so self-hating he didn't realize. Alright, I have the status that increases my mental learning because I maxed animals. And then I also have the doubled kudos. I think I tutor children. That would have definitely been me like 8 to 10 years ago, yeah. I mean, I've explained it before that when they were kids, Dis taught her to sneak out and stuff, and had a bunch of cool experiences with Dis, / him helping protect her from dangers in the woods. And at this point, she just has a huge crush on him that has not gone away because of like how brave he is and fearless. Tutor children, maybe. Or repair robots is what I think. Maybe. Because I still need to get empathy up. I also need to raise persuasion, but I don't have a good way to do that. I'm not very good at, like, talking to people. I think we repair robots just because it gives me more kudos. You're heading back to your quarters at the end of the day, and as you pass by the medbay, you hear shouts and scrambling from within. Several surveyors have come back with serious wounds, not the usual broken limbs and sunstroke. One of them is holding a towel to her own leg, staunching blood flow from a massive animal bite. Another looks nearly blinded from acid. It looks like chaos in there. Help in medbay. Gosh, it's a good thing you were here. Triaging and getting the most badly wounded into the medbeds is difficult, and the others need traditional medical attention while they wait. It's hectic, stressful work, but you're able to keep your head and provide assistance. Good work in there, Solana. Chief Engineer Instant says, you know, with how the colony's grown, I could use an assistant nurse. Someone I can trust to take care of things while I'm working in the lab. Come back next month and give me a hand if you're interested. Oh, that's a new job. I am indeed a nurse now, apparently. That would be 8, and that would be 7. Which means the next one would be like something like 6. Autoplay fairy. That's apparently slightly better. In my game, I took engineering courses a bunch and unlocked tutoring and maxed out reasoning and almost maxed out engineering. Well, engineering is pretty close to maxed out for me. Lots of kudos. I forgot to check. It was someone's birthday last month. Fuck. Oh, Nomi. Nomi is camped out in the lounge, their holopad screens spread out before them like a drawing table. In another screen, there's a collection of photos of a manticore. Nomi looks between the two screens, their brow furrowed in concentration as they scribble directly onto the screen with a stylus. What are you doing? Well, I wanted to write an illustrated story about aliens like in Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform, except using the Xenos here on Vertumna like manticores and faceless and stuff. But they can talk, and instead of attacking the colony, they help people instead. That sounds cool. Thanks, Nomi chirps, scribbling happily at their drawing. I got the idea from the second Turbo Girl Hyperjet OVA. You know, the one where the Medusa demons show up and the aliens and the Turbo Girls have to band together to defeat their common enemy? I remember that part. Nomi looks up at you with a start. Oh, they exclaim. That reminds me. So, I'm trying to brush up on my xeno anatomy and I'm totally fine with writing, but They blow out a big breath, ruffling their bangs. I kind of haven't been here long enough to make sure it feels right, you know? To make it go pop. I want to make sure I'm being, you know, sensitive about stuff I don't know a lot about. So I was wondering, could you help me with some of the world building? I'd love to. You spend an enjoyable afternoon helping Nomi with the story. When you're done, they give you a big hug and thank you profusely for your help. You feel really proud of what you've accomplished. You find Rex playing cards by himself in the lounge with an actual physical deck of cards. He looks up as you approach and visibly brightens when he sees you, sitting up straight with his dog-like ears on alert. "Well, hey, Solana," he exclaims. "How's it hanging? Do you want to play a game with me?" "Sure, what kind of game?" "It's called Bottoms Up," Rex explains. "We both play a card from our hand we think is lower than the one the other person is playing, and the person with the lowest card wins. If you win, you get the number of points that are on your card. Plus, you get to take the loser's card and add it to your hand. So you want to play a low card to win, but if you play your high cards at the right time, you get a lot of points. It's a game of compromise." I used to play it all the time back on the Helio, but now everyone's here and, you know, realizing their big dreams of being heroes and saving humanity. Rex says, rolling his eyes with a good-natured grin. "Soldiers love to gamble," Rex says. "You know that thing you could use here, kudos? We can bet some kudos on it, or maybe we can bet something more interesting." "What do you mean, more interesting?" "Well," Rex says, his smile turning a little wolfish, "have you ever kissed anyone before?" "Of course." "Then we should do that." "Winner gets a kiss from the loser." "Wait, do we kiss no matter who wins?" Rex throws his head back and laughs, then fixes you with a flirtatious look. "Solana," he teases you, "don't give away my best trick." "Oh my god, Rex." "Sure." Rex puts out his hand to shake to shake on it. "Deal," he laughs. "The anticipation is the best part." Rex shuffles the cards and deals half the deck to each of you, and you begin to play the game. The best thing about this game is that it's not very hard to play, Rex says, scooping up his winning cards. "It's all about how well you know the other person, and, well, we don't know each other very well yet, so what do you want to know about me?" "Have you made any friends here?" "Oh, yeah, of course," Rex says. He looks happy. "All the adults are so much nicer than the ones I grew up with. Like, they care so much about how and why they do stuff. I love being around them. And the other teens, like, whoa, you guys are all so cool? Anemone and Tange are so passionate. Cal's a solid sweetheart, and Mars is like a galactic level hottie. Wow. Oh, and that disc guy seems interesting too." "What do you like to do for fun?" "Talk to people mostly," Rex says, and puts down a low card to win the hand. "I'd like to see what everyone's doing, and help them with stuff if I can. I just really like being around other people. I like doing whatever they're doing. Oh, and cuddling, of course. I love cuddling, and running, and chasing stuff." He rubs the soft inner part of his ear and smiles sheepishly. "What are your plans for the future?" Rex blinks at you. "Oh, wow, big question. I don't know. I think if I stayed on the heliopods, I probably would have ended up becoming a soldier like everyone else, but planet side?" Rex smiles to himself as he puts down a high card. "I could do anything. I've always liked making things with my hands, and I like to make other people happy. Maybe I can do something with that. Enough talking, let's just play the game." "I need high empathy." You play out the rest of the cards, staying fairly even in points until Rex is left with only one card, and you have two. You're trailing, but not by much. If you play your low card for an easy win, you'll gain enough points to make it a draw. If you gamble on the slightly higher card in your hand, you might lose entirely, but you could win. Play a high card for a chance to win. You put down your higher of your two cards, and Rex shouts, "Are you for real?" He laughs. "That was a really risky play. You're lucky I only had a higher card left." He turns over his card. It's even higher than yours. You win the game by a comfortable margin. Rex tidies up the cards, biting his lip with one little fang as he darts you a coy look. "So want to cash in that bet, winner?" "Yes, please." Rex giggles and leans in, cupping your cheek and placing a soft, thoughtful kiss on your lips. It doesn't last long, but you can tell he's a great kisser. He smiles warmly as he pulls away. "Thanks for playing with me, Solana," he murmurs. "Maybe we could do it again sometime." Aw. What? What do you want? Oh. He's distracted. And yeah, that is really cute. It's the same thing you said earlier. Oh, right. There was something I wanted. The one that makes all mental cards wild in value. No, it's shop is up there, right? In command, not residential. It's 300. All right, okay. Let's check about being a nursing assistant. Biology and empathy. Well, I don't need more biology, but I might as well try it. Especially because it's quite a lot of empathy, and it's my best way of earning empathy right now. You report for your first shift as Dr. Instance's nursing assistant. Instance was never supposed to be the literal doctor for everyone in the colony. All of the colony's medical needs were supposed to be covered by the med beds, and then eventually with trained medical professionals from your generation. With the growing number of wounded and sick, it's pulling Instance's attention away from her actual work in the lab, hence why she needs the help. I'm a doctor, not a physician, Instance grumbles as she swipes through her holopalm to give you access to the med-based systems. I can study the local xenofauna so it stops killing us, or I can treat burns and upset tummies. I can't do both. There, she says, as the haptics in the holopalm pulse. You should have access. Now, don't bother me for anything less than a cranial bleed. It's a medbed, not a jar of leeches. Just follow the instructions and push the right buttons. You need something, ask Congruence. Can you handle that? I can handle anything. That's the spirit, Congruence chirps. It's you and me, Solana. High five. You gently bonk Congruence's panel with your open palm, and she laughs. There are no patients today, so you're going to brush up on your first aid training. Every colonist gets first aid training starting in their early teens. Lungs gotta breathe, heart's gotta beat, blood should stay inside the body. Check. You run through quiz scenarios with Congruence for a whole week. CPR, elevate input pressure on wounds, wrap broken bones, flush eyes with water, leave foreign objects in, and be real careful with neck injuries. Fun fact, Congruence informs you, in the field, your holopalm can discharge its batteries all at once as a makeshift defibrillator. First aid is important, but the goal is just to get the person stable long enough to bring them here to a medbed. That's where you and Dr. Instance will take over. You'll be fine. It might only be a matter of life and death, and no biggie. How to play fairy. Okay. Interesting. Who did I kiss? What do you mean? You missed my dad dying? Oh, and I did kiss the dog boy in his event with, like, the cards where he asked you to bet a kiss on it. I did get Dis as my secret admirer, though. Oh, want to make something? Oh, damn. Nomi flaps their hand in front of their face. I do, but it's so hot on this planet, don't you think? You shrug. Sure, it's different from living on a climate-controlled spaceship, but you're kind of used to it by now. Nomi snaps their fingers. Wait, we should make something to stay cool. You and Nomi brainstorm all sorts of weird and wonderful ways to stay cool. Umbrella hats, sunglasses with funny shapes, giant vats of cooling goop. But it all seems too complicated. Eventually you just end up doodling on some of Nomi's paper and folding it to make paper fans. Sometimes the best solutions are the most simple, they smile, fanning themselves with their new Turbogirl Hyperjet Transform fan. Can rinse his ass for 200 kudos? Yeah, I could have. And if it's their birthday month, I can give them a gift and then also give them a gift for their birthday? So I don't know when Mars's birthday is. Oh, this is her birthday, okay. You know, Solana, you're alright, Mars says as you approach. You blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're an alright what? At your stunned silence, Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're alright. You actually have good taste, unlike all these other nullheads. Ever since we landed, it's been help with this, Mars, and don't waste your resources on that, Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. You shoot the breeze with Mars a bit longer. At some point, Dis skulks out of the living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly trying not to draw your attention. Oh, where is he going now? Mars mutters to you, then raises her voice so Dis can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Dis. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. Shut up, Mars. Dis is cool. You say it loud enough for Dis to hear. He looks at you with wide eyes before scurrying towards the walls. Aw? Huh, Mars says with a little smile. No accounting for taste. She seems to respect that you challenged her. She watches Dis disappear from sight, then shrugs. Maybe you can get through to him. I've tried, but he doesn't care about contributing to the colony or being popular or earning kudos or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Mars laughs and puts her hands on her hips. I contribute plenty, and you know it, Solana. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? Oh my god. Hugs incoming! Help Rex build something. You know what my hammock needs? An automatic snack delivery system. For when my hands are busy. I was thinking, if I hang a big barrel of cookies up here, he continues, pointing to a gnarlwood tree nearby, I could use ramps and pulleys to bring the cookies over here. He gestures to his hammock, and they could just roll right into my mouth. It's a bold plan, and it involves a lot of twisty-turny ramps, gears, levers, swinging arms, and more. It's probably a lot more complicated than it needs to be, but it is hilarious to watch Rex press a button and send a cookie rocketing down a chute and eventually into his mouth. The ground is littered with the cookie detritus of failed runs, but Rex is proud anyways. It works perfect, he says, his mouth full. Thanks for help. Oh my god. That sounds like an airway obstruction machine! Nero's brother died that way? Dis is squatting at the edge of the colony, staring off into the wilderness with his arms wrapped around his knees. It doesn't matter, he mutters. Soon I'll be gone, and then you'll be gone. He puts one hand on the ground. We'll all be gone eventually. But this planet will still be here. Okay. Such an emo boy. I'm gonna tutor children. You're headed off on lunch break when you see Mars and Tange sitting together in the engineering break room. Tange is eating a sandwich while also scrolling her holopalm with it, and Mars is half collapsed on the table, barely holding her head up on her hand as she pouts at Tange. Come on, she whines. You said we're going to hang out after lunch. Aren't you done eating yet? Tange takes a slow, deliberate bite of her sandwich and chews while making eye contact with Mars. It goes from funny to awkward to hilarious as Mars's face falls and she puts her head on the table and groans. Proper mastication is important for digestive health, Tange answers primly, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. I mean, he's in Roanoke, which has then been colonized by fashion. There's no ship out, yeah? You can masticate in private, Mars mutters. What are you reading, and how is it more important than me, your best and only friend on the planet? Just something for work, Tange answers. It's really interesting. I didn't know Dr. Instance was so well published, even though she was only 25 when the Shadow left Earth. She was practically a prodigy, like me. Hi, Kilda. She looks at her holoscreen again. It's absolutely fascinating. We're so lucky to have such an accomplished researcher here on Vertumna. Read over Tange's shoulder. You take a seat at the table and sneak a look at Tange's screen. You catch a few words: recombinism, tissue trophism, RNA, protein sheaths, intrinsic immunity, maybe something to do with viruses from the pictures, possibly also fungi? Without further examination, it's hard to tell. Tange notices you looking and shuts off her holopalm, shooting you a cool look. Wait, I want to learn about macrophages. Tange looks startled, but pleased. She turns her holopalm back on and tilts it so you can read along. It's dense but interesting, and definitely about viruses that affect fungi. I didn't know you were so interested in Instance's older work as well, Solana. Tange says, perhaps we could work together to parse the next section. It's particularly challenging. OMG nerds, Mars laughs. Look at you two eggheads. Better than you than me. Tange graces you with a small, thankful smile. You've been eating for like half an hour, Tange. Come on, Mars says, pulling her hands down her face. Please, can we do something fun before some rampaging Xeno eats us? We're both too pretty to die of boredom. Tange smiles. You think I'm pretty, Mars? She asks, seemingly genuinely curious. Mars sets her hand on top of Tange's. The prettiest, she swears, her other hand over her heart. Even prettier than me. Well, I mean, I went in the looks department, but I think smart women get, like, extra points. Tange says, putting her hand on top of Mars's hand and leaning in to fix Mars with an unusually flirtatious expression. Yes, do tell me all about my great beauty, she deadpans. It's all I live for. Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder, and you tune them out in favor of eating your lunch before you're expected back in engineering. Peak? Oh yeah, that makes it straight. I don't see anything better. I could have made a full 49, damn. I wonder what that helped tangent counter means. Solana, do you think I'm stuck up? Oh yeah, I saw that one. Tell me about working at the depot again. Could I work there with you? Well, Mars, Hems, and Haas, I suppose it is a lot of work to do alone. And I do like you. We should stick together. Whatever Mars does to pull Administrator Seek's strings works, because an hour later you get a message from them on your holopalm. They're dubious that you'll be able to rise to the responsibilities of the role, but that's nothing new. Seek is dubious about everyone and everything, but they agree Mars would be more efficient if she had someone else to keep an eye on her. That makes it straight is ironic considering what just happened, yeah. Oh, that gives some persuasion, but it's not persuasion primary, so it's not like the most persuasion. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while ads run. Wants to run ads anyways. Back. I have returned. Did. We don't really have the popular status anymore, so what do we do next? Everything's been going pretty well, aside from my dad dying. Birthday's early dust. Birthday's mid-wed, if I want to get like a little bit of relationship with him. I told you it was my birthday. Whatever this is, it looks dangerous. It's a good thing you brought it to me. Oh my god. You find Vase in the garrison lounge holding court with a small group of young soldiers, listening to him tell a story about his latest expedition. He's gesturing animatedly with his arms and snarling like a beast. And then I shot it out of the sodding sky! Bam! Bam! Vase finishes as you approach. Need you to tell him about the faceless, yeah? Vase finishes as you approach. The gathered crowd hoots and hollers for him, which he accepts magnanimously. Looking around, you see that's mostly his Helio crew. You can tell from their uniformly cropped hair and perfect posture, but there are some faces you recognize from the colony. Anemone's here, and she shoots you a little wave. Tell your own heroic story. You loudly boast that Vase's story is nothing and walk right into the crowd of listeners. All eyes turn towards you, including Vase's, who is regarding you with a curious mix of annoyance and interest. You tell them about the time you killed a faceless. The room goes quiet when you describe defeating the mighty faceless. You act out your strategy, crouching and weaving. As you describe the precision lunge that finally took out the creature, you leap forward at Vase with a snarl. A few people shriek and laugh, but Vase doesn't flinch. Damn, Vase says, clearly impressed. You must be the coolest person on this whole podunk planet. Vase's friends laugh, while the colonists look at each other and smile awkwardly, already not wanting to disagree with Vase, all except for Anemone, who joins in and laughs the loudest of all. Vase kicks out another stool from his table. Well, hero, come sit beside the king. You take a seat beside Vase. He crosses his arms and sits back, looking at you appraisingly. I didn't think this colony made them like you, he says. I thought you were all farmers and hippies, but you? You I like. You've got a warrior's soul. The other Heliopause teenagers look at you approvingly. The only thing this colony's good for is sport. I can't wait to get out there and start shoot some aliens. Vase says. He bangs on the table with his fist. Those null shits aren't going to know what hit them. Oh my god. I lied. It makes him want to bone you. My sabotage is complete. I wouldn't say it like this, but I would object to him just killing random aliens. Face is a good child soldier. The only thing he respects is strength. Yeah. I don't know what the implication of this line is, so... Vase raises an eyebrow at you. He gestures to as well all of himself. Obviously, what do I have to be humble about? One of his friends punches him in the arm, and Vase takes it with a cocky grin. You and Vase talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks while you and his friends listen. Eventually, the little crowd breaks up as people move on to their other studies. Vase says goodbye to all the heliopod soldiers by name, and some of the colony ones too. Anemone lingers a little longer than the rest, catching Vase's eye. He reaches out to her and they grasp forearms. It's good to have you around, Anemone, he says. For a colony brat, you're pretty legit. So thanks, Anemone replies, eyes wide. You're pretty cool too. Oh my god. Eventually, it's just the two of you left. Vase stands up and puts his hands on his hips, surveying the garrison, his kingdom. All we did on the heliopods was train for this exact moment, he says. We were literally made for this. We're the best of the best. He leans into your space and fixes you with a wolfish smile, which makes me the best thing to happen to this planet since it started shitting out oxygen. Don't you forget it. I want to see what flirting with him is like. You know, the fact he remembers pretty much everyone's name caught me off guard. Yeah. I guess he has some redeeming characteristics. And also, like, the way everyone who's played this game in my chat talks about him suggests there's something way worse about him that I don't know yet. Because as this far, he's just kind of an asshole. Vase cants his head to the side and shoots you a cocky grin. You can feel the weight of his gaze roam over your body. Oh, that's awful, actually. I do always get what I want. You and Vase talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks while you and his friends listen. Eventually, the little crowd breaks up as people move on to their other duties. Vase says goodbye to all of the heliopod soldiers by name, and some of the colony ones too. I do want to be clear. He is 20 years old. I am 16. Oh, good. It's even worse. Yeah. So when they landed, he was 18. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the colony ones too. Yeah, the same dialogue. Okay, same one. My character is just flirty. Because I'm flirty. Look like a kid when he's 18? Yeah. I think it's next year that we get, like, the adult portraits for everyone. He was 18 when he showed up with this portrait, so... This is relaxing in the back of one of the expedition vehicles absorbed in a holonovel. You clear your throat, and he jumps at and gives you an awkward but genuine smile. Just so that if he has to deal with someone, he has the means to report them? Yeah, but, like, oh god, that line about him looking over my body when he is 20 years old and I am 16 is, like, one of the most viscerally things I've ever experienced in a game. Like, Jesus Christ. He gets worse? This is relaxing in the back of one. Yeah. Hey, Solana, he says, pulling his legs out of the way so you can climb in beside him. It's getting harder to find places to be alone here, don't you think? I'd kill to be out exploring, but Utopia insists we have a rest day. He rolls his eyes. This closes his holo novel and sighs. It's just so crowded here, he complains. And it's boring. Why are we resting when we could be out there? There's still so much to discover, and I'm sitting around reading old sci-fi novels from Earth instead of living a real life one. He looks you in the eye. Tell it to me straight, Solana. He says, do you think there's sentient life out there? If there is, I've never met it. Really? Dis asks with a secretive smile. There's some wild stuff out there, Solana. You just need an open mind. You should come with me on an expedition sometime. I can show you around. I want to say both these things. I keep, like, now saving to see, like, alternate dialogue options, but are you flirting with me? Dis blinks at you, then goes red and looks down at the floor of the cab. I'm not, he stammers. He rubs the back of his neck. Never mind, forget I said anything, but you should come out sometime. I feel like that is the one my character would pick, even though he did just drop the implication that there are aliens. I already have a shit ton of random ass saves. I do in every game I play. When is Anemone's birthday? Early dusk. I don't want to give this egg because I only have one. I don't know when Cal's birthday is. I know Tangent and Dis have this birthday at the same time. Early wet season for Mars. Tammy's dead. I think it will go ahead and work in the depot. Zeke rolls their eyes when they see you report to the depot for your first day as a clerk. Buttercup Bandito, thank you for the follow. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you, they deadpan. Well, at least you might learn something useful while you're here. I'm like trying to start doing voices for the characters. The depot is... besides the like generic kid voice I did for all the kids starting out, because I feel like they should have their all different voices now. The depot is where the precious nanoprinter lives. Zeke lords over it like a tyrant, and they don't like children. They load the depot module on your holopalm and walk you through the process. People submit requisitions for the nanoprinter through this portal. It's your job to program the correct routine into the nanoprinter to fulfill their order. Then you mark it as available for delivery or pickup, depending on if we have a delivery person available. And we almost never do. With that perfunctory explanation, Zeke leaves you to figure out what to do on your own. It's okay for the first hour or so, because no one puts in a requisition at all. It is pretty early, and maybe everyone is still asleep. Ow. Clean and organize the depot. I would like more organizing. There isn't a lot to organize, and as you don't store a lot of stuff here, except for things that people need all the time, like toothpaste. But you find a bucket and start to mop the floors the old-fashioned way, because there's nothing wrong with taking pride in your own work. You're jerked back to reality by a haptic pulse through your holopalm. Your first order, you excitedly open your holopalm and read it. Elbow grease 1 gallon, it reads, from Cal, Geoponics, delivery ASAP. Very funny, Cal. You dismissed the phony requisition. Ha ha, Cal's got jokes. Another one pops up on your holoscreen. Flashlight fluid, 2 gallons, anemone, sports ball, delivery ASAP. Really, anemone? Another bogus requisition? Are your friends trying to prank you? You've barely dismissed that second one before third comes in. ID-10T gas flammable, 2 cubic meters pressurized. ASAP caution. You almost got me, Tang. When Marsh strolls in. Oh, I was wondering, because it required reasoning, I was wondering if that would be like... Because it sounds like it might have been a real one. Oh, it's idiot gas. Okay. Yeah, I see. I was wondering. She hops onto the depot counter and primly crosses her legs. I'm so totally relieved to have you as my assistant here, Solana. Finally, someone to haul boxes and fetch things so I can focus on the important work. Your assistant? I should be in charge. I don't care which one of you is in charge, Seek interrupts, so long as you get the work done. Seek pauses. Wait, did you wash the floors? They say, looking impressed. Well, that does deserve a reward. Here you go. They swipe their holopalm and you feel yours pulse as a couple kudos are deposited to your account. Marth can hardly wait until Seek is gone to giggle. Either way, I'm glad you're here. This job is usually so boring. Ah, you do that so that becomes a straight. Okay. I could have gotten 49, but whatever. I also got some persuasion. I need to get empathy is the thing I mainly need. It's Dis's birthday and Tangent's birthday. So, strange device. Did he give me this because it's my birthday? I actually hate it when people make a big deal about my birthday. It's, look, maybe you should just go do something nice for Tang. She actually likes the attention. I'm at 88 out of 100 with this. Just in my nails. I'm coming in for another hug. Incredible things with genetically modified crops. Here's a flower. Hope you find it useful. I feel like my character would also have some some level of resentment of Tange for not managing to save my dad when she said I didn't need to worry about it because she in instance would save my dad. Drawing hands, it's really hard. All the tutorials say everything is just made of shapes, but I didn't get it. Aw. Doesn't work if she's as competent as she claims to be, yeah? I want to boost empathy? Well, the best way I can get empathy is fucking, Assisting in medbay. Anemone comes in with a training injury, a gouge that runs from her knee to her ankle. She hobbles in with a big smile. This one's gonna be kick-ass, she crows as you help her get into the medbed. The medbeds are miraculous technology. Combined with genetic modifications made to your body, they can cure diseases and make your cells regenerate quickly. Oh, I like that holistic approach that it's through genetic engineering that it's made more compatible with whatever tech makes the medbeds work. If it's still attached to your body, the medbed can heal it. For Anemone, though, her genetic mutation means that instead of regenerating smooth new skin, she gets rough blue scales instead, much stronger than human skin. Anemone flicks the dials on the control panel and fiddles with the angle of the lamp overhead. Seriously, this thing's more comfortable than my bed. It's worth more than the whole ship, too, Instant snaps, so don't break it. Anemone pulls her hands in with an awkward giggle. You connect to the medbed with your holopalm and see the interface and diagnostics there. It's a confusing mess of readouts and buttons. The user's manual is ridiculously obtuse. You ask Instance for help, but she scoffs. I don't have the time or the temperament to walk you through it. I learned how to use it myself, and so can you. Just don't break it. Press the right buttons. It's really very intuitive if you have half a brain for it. You figure out the machine with zero problems. The sun lamp turns on. The monitor says, please lie still for 2 hours. Anemone groans, it's going to take forever. She complains, stay with me for a while. You end up staying the whole time, keeping Anemone company. +2 to cards with gems, then. Wait, that was wrong. Fuck. It wasn't that needed to boost. I'm so dumb. Empathy is up to 30. I almost have the first empathy perk. Glow season. I cannot help but be a little comforted by the presence of the soldiers. Perhaps we'll stand a better chance during the next attack. Take care of yourself, Solana, your mom says grimly. She's taking a break, hot blep tea in hand, looking warily out towards the walls. I don't want you too far from the colony if we're attacked again this year. Don't be a hero, Solana. You kids need to stay safe. Ooh, item. Where's Dis, I wonder? He's usually out during the glow. If you always knew the attacks were coming during glow, why weren't you Stratos better prepared? That's just common sense. Because it escalated to like an absurd degree? So how many faceless tonight? I don't want to know the answer to that. I'm going to want to be able to push through if I need to, so I'm going to relax in the park. There are only a few glowing plants in the garden, so in the dark of glow, you have to do a lot of outdoor work by lamplight. And the eerie knotlight, fertile earth dirt, looks like the same as for Tumnan dirt. It's so hard to see what you're doing. I don't want to forget that. I don't think, at least. Yeah, I don't want to forget that. Wait, no, I might have too many copies of it is the thing. Yeah, nah, there's so many things I could forget that are better. Keep my memories, yes. You wake to the soothing sound of your dad's voice, then remember he's still gone. You wonder how long it will be before you stop expecting him to be there. You're lying in bed, staring at the wormhole through your window when you hear a deep thump resonate through the ground. Then a second one, quieter. The woven roof of your room quivers, unleashing a season's worth of fine glowing dust to sift through the air. Through your open window, you hear voices sounding the alarm. The annual offensive is here, and leading the charge are two massive faceless. Join the fray. You grab a plasma rifle and report to the front, where a line of soldiers has taken up arms and is waiting for orders. The colony prepares to defend itself against the two building-scale faceless, as well as a teeming swarm of smaller Xenos that seethe towards you. Hold steady, orders Security Chief Rhett. Keep the line. No, Governor Lum, yells, running from the front gates to the front of the defensive line. He elbows Rhett out of the way and waves his arms wildly. Bring them closer. Draw them in. Rhett stops himself from shoving Lum back, but just barely, you can tell. Are you serious? He retorts. We can't let them any further into the colony. We're going to fight them on our territory, Lum cries, raising his plasma rifle over his head with one hand. We have the walls. Let's use them. We'll let them come inside and pick them off, one by one. We can't pick off a faceless, Rhett sputters from the sidelines. Lum smiles maniacally. You can see the gleam of his teeth from here. I have a plan, he roars. Just follow my lead. He's so fucking stupid. And with that, he turns and begins to run towards the approaching animals, roaring taunts and firing wildly into the fray to draw them close. At a loss, Rhett motions you all to fall back and let the animals approach. The area just inside the gates becomes a swirling melee of smaller Xenos and plasma rifle fire, the two faceless lumbering slowly behind. Get in there. You mostly just make things worse. Oh no. An explosion goes nearby, and you freeze in shock as all you hear is a high-pitched whine. Out of the artillery smoke wafting over the battlefield, Lum comes running. Here they come! Here they come! He shouts joyfully, and plows through the gates with the two faceless galloping behind him. It's without a doubt idiotic and horrendously dangerous. You can't help it. You hit record on your holopalm and film the ensuing chaos. You catch a glimpse of Chief Rhett putting his hands over his face and sighing. A squad of Helio soldiers take up the charge and help shepherd the faceless into the open area in the middle of the colony. You have horrible flashbacks to the first time you saw a faceless inside these walls. From looks on the faces of other shadows, you're not the only one. Then you're all thrown to the ground by a tremendous explosion. Fire engulfs the center square, roasting the two faceless in an inferno that blasts the sweat from your pores. Rocks and chunks of dirt patter all around you, and with the occasional thunk of burning mushwood. Those soldiers nearest the blaze all recoil in surprise. Clearly, no one but Lum knew that the square had been rigged with explosives. You don't think anyone was caught in the blast, but it was close. Lum stands before the blaze, laughing and firing at the two tortured faceless as they roast to death. You raise your holopalm to capture the image, his silhouette dark against the column of flame and smoke. It was ridiculously dangerous and stupid, but it does look pretty cool in your recorded footage. People filter out of their hiding places, shielding their faces from the heat coming off the bonfire in the middle of the square. On the horizon, the first watery rays of quiet sunrise are struggling to make a dent in the hot orange glare. Jesus Christ, yeah. The colony's fire suppression system is turned on the square, revealing the charged corpses of two faceless. Utopia walks by with a reclamation team, hauling an industrial plascutter on a hoverlift. Did he use the mining explosives? Utopia says in awe. Mighty bold of him. Those things will blow a hole in a mountain, or a creature, I suppose. Wish he could have saved him for mining. That must have been the last of them, and we sure can't make any more. Then she and her crew are out of earshot as they pick their way down the blast crater to carve up the faceless for recycling. Damn. Fortunately, the colony was well defended. You and the other colonists have been fortifying the defenses, putting security above all else. Tonight's defense was still a resounding, if messy, success. But if Utopia's right, you don't have any more of those explosives now. You can't just nanoprint unstable molecules like that. What are you going to do during the next attack? Up, adult. I'm 17. Hi, Cal. Cal is taking a break in the shelter of the geoponics dome. As you approach, you see him tossing crumbs from his lunch into an area of uncleared scrub. And as you get closer still, you recognize the glinting of a Hop Eye's iconic 4 eyes. Shh, Cal says, holding his finger to his lips. This one's got a little clutch of baby Hop Kitty somewhere. I've almost got her trust, so she'll sew me back to her nest, and then I can move them outside the walls. Aw? You can organize that and make black powder. It would be easier to just make nitrocellulose. That's not hard to... Like, nitrocellulose is extremely not hard to make. My mom still doesn't want to really talk. I don't really care for aliens, Mar says, examining her nails. Why would I? Humans are far more interesting. And if the aliens are so cool, why don't they have cities already? She tosses her hair. Checkmate, aliens! She is very attractive, yes. This is also very cute. The soldiers are assholes, Diz says, scowling at a group of them out just outside earshot. They stomp through the forest like they own it. They kill whatever they don't understand. They talk about how they're protecting us, but they're only making it worse. Hi, Pup-Ion. You can have the last strange device I had. Oh, hello. You spot Dis about to head out on expedition. He's carrying a full backpack, with the second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. I guess that's because I got him up to 90? Yeah. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook, an actual notebook with paper and everything, braced on his knee with one foot on his equipment. He looks up as you approach and closes his notebook, slipping it into the jacket pocket over his heart. Oh, hey, Solana, he says, and tucks the pen behind his ear. Are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other. Oh my god, he has a flower in his hair. What were you writing? Just stuff, Dis says dismissively. I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your holopalm where people could find it. You beg him for more details. Dis huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. Just stuff, he repeats. How I'm feeling, what the weather is like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people. Sometimes I pretend I'm an alien, he continues, and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in. Do you ever write about me? Dis goes red and ducks his head. Well, sure, he says. You're part of the colony, right? And you're my friend, so of course I write about you. You're about to ask to see, but you're interrupted by Utopia calling for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Dis stops to pick up the surveying equipment, and then he's gone without another word. He must not want you to know what he's writing about you. Curious. Aw, that's cute. Yeah, he just kind of looks like a guy. Face is standing with a group of soldier buddies. You can't hear their conversation, but from the hand gestures, it's something about explosions and probably aliens. They all laugh, and one of the soldiers slaps Face on the back. Face catches your eye and beckons you over. We were just talking about getting out there, you know? Taking back the wilderness for the humans. It's bloody awesome. It's what we came here to do. My mom and dad asked if I was getting serious with anyone, Nomi says, wrinkling their nose. Gross-a-rooney, right? I know you... Yeah? Oh my god, Rex is even hotter. Over the years, a lot of people have started wearing a lot less clothing than you remember from when you were growing up on the climate-controlled stratospheric. Definitely a lot less than in the holovids you brought from Earth. Rex, though. Rex has really acclimated to Vertumna's hot, sultry weather. If I have enough empathy, I can take my shirt off. Oh, woo! Rex throws his head back and laughs so loud it echoes through the courtyard. Oh, woo! He howls. Oh, woo! You both giggle, then lock eyes for a few seconds that feel like literal months. Eventually, Rex fixes you with a fangy smile and scratches the back of his head. It does nice things to his whole chest, shoulder, bicep situation. So you like what you see, huh? He leans in like sharing a secret. Me too, he whispers, then winks at you. Aw. You spot Tange heading behind the engineering wing and follow, only to find she's disappeared. Then you look up and see an access ladder leading to a maintenance platform by the engine turbines, long silent and starting to rust. Oh, she's in a bad mood, but also she looks hot. You climb up to the platform. Tange is there, lying on the back and staring into the sky. A hatch beside her leads back into engineering. That must be how she knows about this place. She doesn't acknowledge you until you're almost standing over her, your shadow fighting the overcast light. That's what my PC screensaver is, yeah? She blinks with the sluggishness of someone who's only just remembered it's a necessity, and licks her lips before she speaks. Do they need me in there? You shake your head, and Tange doesn't sigh in relief exactly, though her eyes slip closed again. Good, she murmurs. It's all too much right now, I thought. Her mouth twitches. I don't know what I thought. I don't know what I'm doing up here. What's going on, Tangent? Tange huffs a small laugh and folds her hands over her stomach. You know, I think I may be burned out or depressed. In Earth's movies, depressed teenagers would sneak out onto the rooftops, Shigen says. I confess I don't think I see the appeal. Maybe it would be better if I had alcohol or cigarettes. She shakes her head. Blanking out your mind with substances is what my mom used to do, not me. Oh, oof. Do you want to talk about it? Tange smiles, self-effacing, and doesn't look at you. I don't think so, she says. Maybe. Will you sit with me? You lie down beside Tang and watch the gentle revolution of the sky for a few minutes. You can feel the caginess seep out of Tange as you lie there in silence until she finally speaks. Do you ever think about humanity? She asks slowly. Humans are such glorious, beautiful, utterly self-destructive thing. They only ever create by destroying, and in turn they hasten their own demise. Tange finally looks at you, her hollow eye lighting up in her cheekbones. She looks gone. It was the belief in human supremacy and unchecked innovation that doomed humankind on Earth, she says. Does it seem we're going down the same path here on Vertumna? I believe we can do better here. That answer, giving a minus to help Tangent, is really ominous. What am I helping her with? Don't worry about it. Tange takes a deep breath and lets it all out. I think so too. I just don't know how. I don't know if any of us do. We're only human. Sometimes I wonder, she continues, then pauses. Sometimes I wonder why we even sent humans to explore space. Given our track record, you would think perhaps an artificial intelligence would have been wiser. No ego to get in the way, no questions about ethics or morality. After all, we learned in Earth history that when human colonists traveled from Europe to the Americans, they nearly killed everyone who already lived there because they spread disease. Tange looks at her hands. I just can't help but wonder if we're doing the right thing. The hatch to the laboratory clangs open and Tange jumps. There you are, Instant says, just her head and shoulders visible through the hatch. Have you finished recalibrating that strand sequencer yet? Tange scrambles to her feet and brushes off the seat of her pants. No, not yet. I was waiting on the results from BH4316, and Instance clicks her tongue against her teeth and raises a hand to interrupt Tange. They're ready, she says. I need that sequencer ready for the G4100 samples. Her eyes flick to you. If you're done, she adds icily. Yes, ma'am, Tange says, cowed, and slides into the hatch after Instance. As her head disappears past the roofline, you catch a fleeting hint of an expression on her face that you can't name. Aww. So, we're at war then, Tange says, fiddling with her microscope. I'm of mixed feelings. First of all, nature has been at war with us since the day we landed, so if it takes an official declaration in order to secure more resources for engineering, I accept it. Welcome to the good fight, administration. She pulls back from the microscope and blinks, rubbing her eyes. On the other hand, it's ridiculous to declare war on an intangible enemy. One may as well declare war on aging. I keep trying to tell myself that not everyone needs to fight the aliens. Also, she's really hot. Anemone says, looking up at the colony road to the garden and geoponics domes. But I can't stand it when Cal talks about how we all got to sing songs and get along. He's so stupid. I think, given that the answer of, like, we're not doomed to repeat all of humanity's mistakes on Earth gave a minus to help Tangent, I really want to avoid... I instinctually think I should avoid things that help Tangent now. Face is standing with a group of soldier buddies. You can't hear their conversation, but from the hand gestures, it's something about explosions and probably aliens. Oh, that's what he said before. I'm gonna go exploring again. Since I do have the heroic bonus, I do want to do exploring and stuff. Survey the ridge, I think. Yeah. Instead of max perception, I can just get past all path blocking events. And find all the items. Oh, that was the way back. Fuck. Got turned around. Ooh, big event. You've been saved a few times for certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. You're being followed. You're beginning to get a feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear the mournful hoot of a passing air squid, you head towards it instead of away. Keeping an eye out for... Oh, this is to do with the mysterious stranger. Keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the cliffs. There, just as you think you're going to have to grab its tentacles and fly it like a kite to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy humanoid figure appear over a nearby ridge. You make eye contact and both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not quite human face, and he slips out of sight again. Track him carefully. Rather than rush after him, you use your tracking skills to carefully follow his path and sneak up on him. You pounce like a manticore, and the two of you tumble to the ground. You pin his arms. That's hot. You get a good look at his face for the first time. The long, delicate features, the odd tone of his skin, almost purple, and his glittering alien eyes. Before he can answer your questions, you jump off him and back away. What is he? Huh. He brushes the dirt from his clothes and stands up tall. Very tall. You have to take another step back to get a good look at him. You catch a glimpse of a pale purple wrist under his tattered black sleeves. Delicate, like bird bones. I am a gardener, he purrs. And you're trespassing on my planet. Oh, damn. Now that you can see all of him, you confirm he's definitely not human. Besides the purple tint to his skin, he's also just constructed differently. Human, but not, and taken as a whole, those little discrepancies add up to something that is decidedly alien. You're an alien? He laughs, light and an infectious chuckle that sounds more animal than human. It goes on for a bit too long. You think he might be poking fun at you. Actually, you're the alien here, if you think about it. You do think about it. He's right. He jumps up onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come easily enough to him. I'm not supposed to talk to you, he says. It's against the rules. But since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish. He smiles mischievously. Is this a joke? I wish to know more about you. He gives you a sly look. In time, Solana, I hope. He pauses and his eyes unfocus for a moment. He stares straight ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. My name is Symbiosis, by the way, or Sim, if you like. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappeared. You search all around and can find no trace of where he might have gone or how. Stars, you just met an alien! Interesting? Oh, it's one of those thumper machines. Yeah, you find your way blocked by a massive wall. No, a hollow pillar, knocked over and lying on its side in the sand. In the sand. It's absolutely massive. It stretches to your left and right at least a kilometer in each direction. But at some points it's crumbled enough that you could likely scale over it. Check it out. Engineering challenge. I don't have a 5. Well, that's trivial. 5, 4, wild card. Wait, no. Oh, this is better because it actually makes 2 straights. Because the value is wild. That's crazy. Could have gotten 53. This looks giddy as you follow the pillar to its base, a large pyramid almost entirely lost under the sand. You brush away some of the sand and find that the pyramid is inscribed on all sides with pictures of, well, wormholes, you think. This pillar must have once stretched up into the sky. Maybe it was some kind of observatory or sacred building or just a monument to the wormhole. Mysterious. Interesting. Oh, there's Sim again. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he pushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear that you don't have a hope of finding Sim where he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the next bend you spot a familiar face. Utopia. She's collecting rock samples with a pickaxe like an old-timey prospector. Who the hell was that? Who? I didn't see anyone. Utopia squints at you. The man here just ran past, the tall guy dressed in black. How did you not see him? She hikes her pickaxe off her shoulder. Whatever, just watch where you're running, okay? The gravel's loose around here. Maybe check in with Doc Instance, get your eyes looked at. You agree, happy to be out of this conversation without any trouble, and continue along the path before Utopia asks any questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. Oh, he knows Dis. So when Dis was implying he'd met an alien, it was Sim. Okay. He seems to be in good humor despite the close call. Oh, he says, leaning against the tree. It is tiresome to be so secretive. He wipes his eyes, brimming with mirth. It is such a pleasure to be around you and Dis, and to not have to hide myself. He sobers quickly. I do appreciate your discretion, he says. It is not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. To do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor. I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. It is good you're here, though, as I do need something from you. Data. Please do not be alarmed, he says placatingly. I do not mean sensitive information such as personnel defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. Like Holovitz? Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, music, and books. Cultural artifacts only, I promise. Why? Well, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. I wish to learn how to act in a way that is not so discomforting to humans. I'll do it. Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly, he asks, clasping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It's such a pleasure. You tell Sim that you can likely find a mem drive in engineering and fill it with the data he wants. But you have a few questions of your own. That's fair. It must be frustrating to feel as though the truth is being withheld from you. Ignorance is not a yoke your kind bears easily. Let me take a drink. Please trust me when I say that my inability to answer your questions is born of circumstances beyond my control, and not a lack of desire on my part. I have full faith that you will know everything soon enough. Just running around picking up items. Yep, Sim's here. One of the age caps of all time. Oh, Utopia event. Utopia sent us a team of geologists to get a closer look at this region's weird terrain. You come across them working, and Utopia beckons you over. Solana, she says, drawing everyone's attention to you. Solana, come here. Everyone, Solana's been working in this area a while, and I'm sure she's got plenty of information on what's out here. The geologists politely turn towards you and listen. Here's what we've got so far, Utopia says, speaking directly to you. Judging from how the layers of sedimentation are broken up, this place used to be pretty flat for there must have been a ton of earthquake activity, ripping up the land and bringing up these huge ridges. Like a Horst and Graben feature, yeah. We can date the quakes around the time a lot of these ruins were created, she adds. And we're looking, but we haven't seen anything built after them, like that was it for the old convergent domain. These broken up layers are the same across the planet. Something sure happened but about 1,000 years ago. Share your findings on the obsidian layer. You explain that below the sands, there's a thick layer of the dark silica crystal obsidian stuff the convergent domain used. Utopia nods. Right, you can see it in the striations, yeah? It's one of the major landmarks in the geological timeline. Obsidian and earthquakes are both associated with volcanoes, but there are no volcanoes here. Not even a fault line. Utopia says, wiping her forehead. It's just not natural. Share your findings on the crystal. The crystals soak up energy from the sun and transfer it underground. What if that energy was released suddenly? Utopia watches bemused as the geologists crunch numbers. It would have been an enormous amount of energy, but if this entire region was one big solar battery, that kind of energy, the energy of 2 suns, could definitely cause earthquakes of the magnitude that could rip apart the land. Help them work. You set up a drone hive to measure the sediment layers along the cliffside and learned a few things about rocks. Interesting. Ooh. Utopia's given you clearance to poke around the ruins in the secret valley. Stars, this place is neat. Dis thinks so too. At least you didn't have to climb back down again, he mutters, but you can tell he's excited. How's this playthrough going? Have you gotten anyone else killed? My dad died. The buildings are arranged in a spiral formation around a central point. They're made of that oil-slick obsidian, something that looks like petrified bone, and have parts missing where some other organic material has long since rotted away. It's all overgrown with vines and buried in shifting sands. You follow the spokes of the streets until you approach the center of the valley, where a large pyramid-shaped building sits surrounded by thumpers and a variety of other smaller buildings. Take a look at the thumpers. The 4 thumpers are in careful alignment, forming a square with wide paths between them and the pyramid in the center. One is almost totally reduced to rubble. None are still active. Investigate the other buildings. Smaller, more deteriorated pyramid buildings dot around the valley, purposes unknown. There are also dozens of little obelisks, a couple of meters wide with a circular design on one side. You approach a random one of these on the edge of the valley. You lean on one of the round designs and the iris dilates open, sections grinding back, like the world's rustiest automated door. Now you're looking through a quite large round door into a small, featureless room. Quite small, quite featureless, totally dark, very creepy. But you can hear a faint hum. It's still powered. Bravely walk inside. No, that doesn't quite work. Oh. This does, though. That had +1, it would be... I should use the yellow flower, actually. Fuck me. And more of those anyways. Two, 3, 4, 5. Yep, super. +2 bravery. I'm almost got enough bravery for the next perk. You walk in, disc close behind, and suddenly the iris closes, the floor lurches, and you're moving down an elevator. The elevator squeals and grinds away like it hasn't been used in literally thousands of years. It doesn't go far, then grinds to a halt, and the iris opens to reveal a large room with obsidian walls. Like all convergent domain spaces, it's more cave than room, with stalactites everywhere and giant lumpy mounds of fungus. You wonder if the obsidian stuff they built with melts over time, running and dripping in extreme slow motion. There are consoles on all the walls, like this is some kind of control room, maybe. Most of it is long, dark, and covered with a thick layer of dust, except one device with 2 weird, bony, knobby sticks poking out of it. Touch stuff at random. You poke at things and grab sticks at random until suddenly, you cease to be yourself. You're like a visual, audio, and weirdly tactile representation of something vast. You have a feeling of being in a large and complex space. No, like you are the space. A digital space, like a computer system. As if you were sucked inside a 3D representation of the HoloNet, and you could see files and processes and whole worlds of data, but in alien formats that speak to you more in sensation than logic. You let go of the sticks and the console room comes back. You grab them again and understanding fills your head. It feels not all that different from your bouts of deja vu remembering, like of memories being inserted into your mind and you suddenly just know how to use this interface. You just think where you want to go or what you want to know, and away you go. The word array comes to mind. A network of computers hosting millions of data nodes, information on every part of the planet from weather to soil conditions to individual creatures. Not just computers, but entities that feel intelligent and also digital artificial consciousnesses, like your ship's AI congruence. Are those the gardeners? They're processing all that data and triggering subroutines to make minute changes to the on the planet's surface. Then a booming voice enters your brain and obliterates all else, speaking more in abstract thought than words, but loud. What are you doing in Wormhole Observatory Array Console 5? You nosy little creature. Then an explosion in your head, and you're thrown backwards and out of the array. There must have been an explosion in your hands, which are now singed. The console is blown out and dead. You're shaken. Something didn't like you poking around in there. Whatever the array is, whatever lives in it, has been watching you, probably ever since you landed. You have a feeling Sim has something to do with this. He's either in league with the array or he's part of it, but knowing Sim, he won't tell you anything until he's ready to. I'm just taking my pants off. It's getting way too hot in here. Again. Okay, this is wild, and we're finally getting answers about the planet. Okay. He looks around impressed. The convergent domain was sure up to some shit, he says. And now you know about the array and how to access it. That could come in very useful if it turns out to be a danger to your colony. Is that what's directing the creatures to attack? You decide to call it a day. Your arms feel all tingly and weak from getting electrocuted, and your heart is still thumping a mile a minute. But you'll be back. Keep exploring. Interesting. Alright, are there any items I missed? Well, Sim is just there. Did you bring what I asked? Sim is standing in the shadows. I don't have him that yet. Take a closer look at Sim. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he often observes you, intently and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human if an alien had to draw on a human entirely from written description. I assume his body is artificial. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part. So perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't, like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind. Then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for far too long. Eventually he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. He purrs, do you like what you see, Sugarbug? You know I do. Sim smiles coyly. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, bearing himself well for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious, what he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill, and now that he's offered, you find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes and the hypnotic emotion of his hair, and within minutes you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so that I might tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I would be happy to use it on you, at your request. You have simply to ask. That's creepy. I assume that reduces stress? Could you help me calm down? Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands light on your cheeks, tilting your head to look into his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off of your shoulders like a balloon floating away into the sky. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. Sim smiles. It was my pleasure, Solana. Stay safe out there. That's kind of creepy. Take an even closer look at Sim. This time you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your holopalm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches by it, staring intently into the water. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals? Or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? Jesus Christ! Okay, now we hit some events. You haven't been down in the deepest crevices of the ridges where the crystals grow thick and the air stagnant and dead. I've seen this one. Air squids, yeah. Wait a second, bonus to pairs. But as always, I have a big bonus to straights. Stupid crawling memory. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I could have gotten 40. You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creepy creatures float around and past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food. They must be on their way somewhere. Air squid adults are usually solitary hunters, but these juveniles form large groups and move together fluidly like schools of fish. Once they're a safe distance away, you take some notes on their social behavior. The oddest thing is how many there were, hundreds of the things, but mature air squid are very rare creatures, more often heard than seen. It must be a tough life if so few of them reach adulthood. Like giant snake dragons with thousands of legs and skimmering tails, they're so large that if one crosses your path, you're in for a wait, which is exactly what you're doing. The gargantuan dragon has been slowly lumbering over this ridge for at least half an hour, its body disappearing into the heat haze of the chasms on both sides. Its feet slowly undulate across the cracked soil, making shushing noises and scattering boulders on its wake. Climb up on its back. The creature is moving more than slowly enough for you to climb up, using its large, soft spikes as handholds. It's going to take hours to get anywhere interesting, but from up on its back, you can see further. Also, there are other creatures up here. You've climbed up right next to a cluster of dwarf's moss, heads tucked under their wings like they're sleeping. And in the other direction, there's even a bush bub, or rather, it looks like a pile of rocks and some twigs. Wait and see where it's going. Centimeter by centimeter, the Goliath makes its way into the chasm. You feel the air grow thicker and less hospitable until the sheer density of the heat and drought makes you feel genuinely concerned for your safety. You climb up the creature's back segment by segment until you're back on top of the ridge, then hop down on the other side. Ooh, scary. Interesting. You're awful. They come out and they eat it. They come out in the heat of the day and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you, maybe the water or salt from your sweat. You hope they aren't laying eggs. Dis calls the most annoying ones rod flies because they're like long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in clouds around your face, no matter how hard you try to shoo them away. He says they remind him of Mars! Ah! Oh, that's great. This has gone very different places. Yes, it has. But there are other ones too, like the one that's just a big eyeball with a couple pairs of little wings. They make a loud buzzing sound and are always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. I'm back and whoa, Dis looks whoa. Yes, he is much hotter. Today, your personal nemesis is one of these eye flies. There have been a whole bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been Why did I burp like that? It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dis have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dis has finally given up and just plods forward. It even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. Swat that eye fly on his head. Oh, that card becomes 3. Okay. That's slightly awkward. Yeah, we're 17 now, which means we get adult portraits, apparently. I could use that, or I could do this. Oh, but it no longer has the highest value. Fuck me. That doesn't quite work. +6 if card to the left is... neat. Better to do it this way. I don't want to play that. Why would I play that? The eye fly is like the size of a human eyeball and made of concentric rings of rainbow hues. Black, yellow, green, blue, and purple. You find yourself staring right back at it. You wonder if the rings have something to do with light refraction. You let it land on your arm, then you strike. Haha, got it squashed. 10 minutes later, there is a new fly following you! Oh my god. I am going to head back so I can do something next month. It's shockingly easy to get into her, yeah, because she's a slut. Go home. +3 perception, +3 engineering. It's your 17th birthday, but it's not just your birthday. Quiet is a time of new growth, a celebration of life and hope, not for just this year, but for humanity's presence and for Tumna for years to come. You and your friends are the symbol of that hope. Quite literally, you are the future of humanity. As you're all beginning to take your places as adults in the colony, the council has decided to throw a party in your honor. The Vertumnan Youth Ball. Mars is organizing it, of course. You get an embossed invitation on real paper slipped under your door. Party, party, party all night long! You slip into some party clothes and head over to the lounge to celebrate, well, yourselves and yourself specifically. It is your birthday, after all. The lounge is all decked out. The decorations look expensive. Must have taken a lot of nanoprinter creds. Your friends are transformed too. Everyone is dressed up and looking like the young adults you're becoming. You can hardly recognize some of them. Mars catches your eye and waves, her bangles jingling joyfully. She looks like a model from her holomags, every inch of her print painted and perfumed. Solana, happy birthday! I'm glad you can make it, she says over the steady thrum of the music. Drinks are over there. Make your song request to congruence and take off your shoes. You look down at your boots, then back up at Mars skeptically. She rolls her eyes and does a little bounce. Sock hop, just like Earth, duh. At the refreshment table, Cal is stuffing his face with party food, and Rex shoves 2 glasses of punch in your hands. Gotta stay hydrated, he says, pouring himself another glass. We'll be sweating it out one way or another. He winks at you. Oh my god. Don't let them fool you, Tangent mutters, joining you. She smears a glob of something pink and meaty looking on a cracker. It's a well-documented phenomenon that people inexperienced with imbibing alcohol will begin to act as if they're drunk, even if they're completely sober. To Rex, she adds, I mean, of course, that I am not going to suffer any bad behavior. Oh my god, and Rex is cute. Rex grins as he pulls a flask out of his vest and pours a healthy addition into his glass. Who says it's going to be an act? Let's get a little loose. Come on, it's a party. The music changes to something with a fast pounding beat. Rex throws his head back and howls. Woo, it's time to dance. Sure, I'll dance. You, Rex, and Mars take to the dance floor. After a while, Anemone follows, pulling Vase behind her. You all dance until it feels like your heart is going to burst, from excitement, from exertion, and from the sheer joy of throwing yourself around the room with your friends. Nomi, who's playing DJ with Congruence, spins up something a lot slower, more romantic. Grab a partner and pull them in close, they announce dreamily, or whatever distance you most feel comfortable with. I'm mostly a hetero guy, but the guys here do challenge that hypothesis. They are very cute. Everyone giggles awkwardly and shuffles around, feeling the intangible friction of teenage politics. Who dances with whom? Who makes the first move? Is Dis even here? Dis is standing over by the DJ screen, helping Nomi with the song selection. He freezes up when you ask him to dance, stammering an excuse, but Nomi gives him a playful shove towards you. Go dance with Solana, they say. I can handle things. Aw. Oh my god, his face! Dancing with Dis is a bit of a disaster. Neither of you knows where to put your hands, and despite spending the entire song looking at his feet, Dis still manages to step on yours. He holds you rigid-armed and rocks back and forth mechanically until the song mercifully comes to an end. Other couples don't seem to have your lack of chemistry. Anemone and Vase have skipped to dancing and gone straight to sucking face. I have to point out, Anemone is like a year younger than me. That's creepy. Dis stares at them for just a bit longer than is appropriate, then blushes and flees the dance floor. Oh my god. After the slow songs, Nomi spins Congruence's music library to something with a little more bounce to it. The dance floor once more floods with bodies ready to gyrate the nice way. But the tunes are abruptly interrupted by Governor Lum's hearspeak hijacking the feed. He strides to the stage, flanked by Security Chief Rhett. Everyone on the dance floor whines in unison at having some buzzkill adult stop the music. But Lum just raises his hands and smiles indulgently. Look at all of you, he says. Young pioneers. I look at you and I see the future. Not just of this colony, but of all humanity. You catch a few people rolling their eyes. You've heard this before. Rhett here, a good man, a real good man, really, the best of the colony, shared this poem from a great Earth poet. Lump continues, now, I'm not one for poetry myself, but damn, it's not something I want to, if it's not something I want to share with you kids tonight on the eve of something really big. He clears his throat and reads from his holopalm. We cannot tarry here. We must bear the brunt of danger. We, the youthful, sinewy races, all the rest on us depend. Down the edges, through the passes, up the mountain steep, Conquering, holding, daring, venturing as we go the unknown ways. Pioneers, oh pioneers. We primeval force felling, we the rivers stemming, vexing we and piercing deep the minds within. We the surface, this broad surveying, we the virgin soil upheaving. Pioneers, oh pioneers. Grumble and hiss, this is bullshit. Rhett looks a little pained, but Lum continues. What do you think that poem means, kids? Yes. Does it mean we should sit here in a colony politely waiting for this planet to make a space for us? He clenches his fist evocatively in the air. No, he exclaims. It means we need to get out there. We need to grab Vertumna by the balls and make it respect us. He points to you specifically. I need you, the next generation, to lead the charge. This is your planet, and you're old enough now to defend it. I'm asking all eligible fighters to join squads massing at expeditions, to get out there and attack those monsters where they live. We're taking the fight to them. No more hiding behind our walls. Well, you're going to kill random animals. To your left, Vase and Anemone lead the cheering that erupts. Lum and Rhett leave and the music spins up back again, but only a few die-hard partygoers still want to dance. Everyone else is broken into small groups to discuss the announcement. You are angry. Yeah. This is bullshit, Cal exclaims, causing a few heads to turn. They're not even going to try to figure out why the animals are attacking us. They're just going to kill, kill, kill. He waves his arms over his head. Aren't we supposed to be better than that? Yeah? Dis clearly agrees, though, much more quietly. They don't even know what's out there, he mutters. They have no idea what they're up against. The party fizzles out as everyone drifts away from the lounge. You return to find your mom has stayed up to make sure you got home safe. She's never done that before. You've always been told the colony was safe. Now you see the grim determination in her eyes, and you know that time is over. Damn. Does someone have a birthday in quiet? Early dust. No one else has birthdays in quiet. Okay. I must have dislike completely maxed out. Entire colony, yeah. You and Dis are sitting on the tailgate of one of the expedition's vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spitting the hard bits on the ground. Now and then one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dis, by not talking at all. Dis has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dis might be able to understand about Sim and might be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? I trust him. You tell Dis that you saw something interesting when you were out on an expedition. Dis perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? He asks what? I met an alien, Dis. His jaw drops, and, his face goes an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset with you for teasing him, but no way, Dis hisses, leaning in. But I met an alien too, Solana. What was yours like? Tall, dark, and handsome? Dis's color deepens. He looks at a loss for words, opening and closing his mouth a few times. Well, wait, he stammers. Do you mean Sim? You nod, and Dis suddenly becomes extremely interested in the hem of his sweater. Sim is more pretty than handsome, I think? He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone else, Dis says earnestly. It's a weird expression on him. If the Helios found out about the gardeners, they'd probably just try to kill them like they kill everything else. So we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. So the Western Ridge ruins. Yeah, I'm sure the gardeners are related to those ruins somehow. I asked Sim if the gardeners used to built what used to be there. He said the ruins built the gardeners. He's always speaking in riddles. That's not a riddle. That's just obviously saying the people who built the ruins also built the gardeners. Why hide him? This looks at you like you've gone a second head. I don't know about you, but I'm done with people making fun of me for knowing the truth. He shakes his head and looks quietly into the forest. I want to protect Sim. He's one of the only people who's ever tried to know the real me, you know? It's different for you. People like you, Solana. Sim is my everything. If he needs me to keep him secret, I will. Okay, this will be our secret. Dis nods, looking serious. Good, he says simply, then repeats it. Good. Too soon to give another gift. Okay. Well, I have a wealth of alien devices, and that's what he likes, so I might as well give him one. Hugs incoming. Really? Rex says, hoping his arms are... I mean, yeah, sure, of course, but... Hi, what's going on, Solana? I'm just killing time. I never get tired of digger dog. $30, $31. Oh, hey, Solana. I feel like challenging the squat queen. Need more alien eggs. And they need to do combat training again. I think. Because I need to get combat up. Hi, Crick. You missed us meeting an alien AI. No one died, but we met an alien AI. And an alien. We met a dude named Sim who looked like a human, except like the way he was described was he looks like someone tried to draw a human from a description of a human. And yes, he was friendly. He told me he was a gardener and this was his planet. And then we found... Human looked like a mixed father and Tammy, no! And then we went underground in the ruins we found, like, last stream. And we found, like, a console that we connected with. And found out about something called the Array, which is, like... Well, an array of organic computers apparently covering the planet. And then something insulted us and kicked us out and blew up the console. So you are in Sin by yourself, a Centauri, yeah? Also, everyone has their adult portraits. Defense training. Capoeira. Interesting. Anemone's been studying videos of other martial arts and she wants to learn some sweet dance moves to show off in class. She needs a partner and you jump at the chance. Rhett watches you both, a skeptical look on his face. What does this have to do with self-defense, he says. The point of all this isn't to have fun, it's to learn how to not die. Whatever, you're too busy learning how to do a sick handspin to pay attention. He rolls his eyes and stalks away, muttering about how you're wasting time. You feel more in control of your body, though, which is undoubtedly going to help you in an actual fight. Nope, locked in slot, okay. Yeah, I can accept the extra stretch. I'm gonna max out stress anyways. I need one more combat. Anemone's a total badass, Faye says. Watching Anemone spar with one of the soldiers. She's passionate, dedicated, loyal. Face crosses his arms and smiles. As soon as I saw her, I knew she had to be mine. Of course she felt the same way. You are 20 years old. Anemone is 16. That's so creepy. There's no way that turns out well. I forget what your birthday is. It's like dust, isn't it? Yeah. You swore. It doesn't make any sense. What are we really fighting anyway? Nature? So when will it be over? When the planet is empty except for humans? It sounds awful. Rex told me he wanted help burying his boat in the garden, but when he got here, he said he must have forgotten it back in his room. Can you believe it? Oh, Rex is trying to have sex with them. Okay. Anyways, I'm getting a call. Hold on. I am back. But yeah, that's so funny that Rex, that was so obviously hitting on him, but Cal just didn't understand it. Wow, my mom is still ignoring me because she's sad about my dad dying. Fuck. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a cake for Cal, because I know that reduces my own stress. And then I'll be able to do something this month, which I'm going to do more defense training. Oh, he got in a fight with the Helio kids, huh? Oh, Cal wants to talk to me. You had plans to hang out with Cal today, but when you arrive at the geoponics dome, it's worryingly dark inside. You fumble around in the red emergency lighting until all the lights come back on with the heavy ka-chunk of a breaker being flipped. You blink into the sudden blinding light until the figures of Cal and Chief Engineer Instance resolve themselves in your vision. Absolutely no more of that, young man. Instance scolds Cal as he cradles his hoverboard in his arms. The power of the grid is not your plaything. I understand, Auntie. Cal says, I'm sorry. Instance mutters to herself as she passes you. Honestly, all of this over a toy. Hey, dudette. Cal greets you. Sorry, I meant to meet you outside after work, but my board wouldn't start and I figured it was maybe out of juice, but when I plugged it in, it threw off all these sparks, and then the whole power grid shut down. I was going to ask Dr. Instance to take a look at it, but she told me she doesn't have the time to fix a dumb toy. me take a look at it. Well, okay, Cal says, slowly handing you over the lifeless hoverboard. I guess you are pretty good at fixing things. You open up the hoverboard and poke around in its guts for a while. After about 20 minutes, you think you have it figured out. Burned out capacitor. Oh, neat. Cal takes the hoverboard and cautiously flips the switch. And voila! It floats. It hovers, even. Radical, Cal shouts and covers his mouth with his hands. I mean, this is totally cool, Solana. Thank you so much. To celebrate, Cal lets you take the first spin on the board. Whoa, it bucks like a wild animal under your feet, and Cal catches you as you stumble off of it. Careful. That first step is a doozy. I give this a month. Did you give for the season already? Yeah. I want to give Mars a flower. And the same for Tange. Her words are actually off the ground. It's okay to call them radical. Yeah. That's grim to say, Tangent. I owe almost everything I am to Chief Engineer Instance, Tangent says. She sees me for who I really am. Tange runs her fingertips over her jaw. Without her, I would probably be as sad and as isolated as my brother, or as broken as my mother was. I owe her my life. I would do anything she asked of me. That's bleak. Hope you find it useful. Apply for guard duty. You report to Security Chief Red about guard duty with the defense squads. He walks over to face you. Not many original colonists want to step up for defense duty. Did you find your surge? Bravely step forward. Yeah. Do you have what it takes to survive? Yes, I do, and I'm ready to serve. Okay, you're in. See you at dawn, recruit. Guard duty, okay. Oh, that's combat and bravery. You show up for orientation to guard duty. Vase and Anemone are here as well, and listening intently to Security Chief Red as he teaches you the specifics of the colony's defenses. There's the walls, of course, and the lookout towers and the robotic turrets. There are obvious weaknesses, like the gates, and less obvious ones, like the pipes that divert runoff water away from the colony, and there are high-priority targets like engineering and geoponics. You're surprised to learn that the living quarters are considered lower priority. Duh, Vase mutters. During an attack, everyone's supposed to be defending the colony, not hiding under their beds. It's a lot to learn quickly, and Rhett doesn't let you make mistakes. He drills you, first on your knowledge of the colony, and then on the actual drills. Physical fitness and reflexes, loading and firing a plas rifle, securing a dangerous situation, and combat tactics both as a group and solo. If lookouts on the walls see anything, you'll be the ones to shoot it, he says, as you struggle with reloading of the cartridge in the plas rifle. There might not be time to wait for backup. You have to be able to make and act on the right choice without hesitation. He looks you right in the eye. You're not only a guard while you're on duty, he says seriously. You are being charged with the defense of the colony itself. I expect you to be ready at all times to answer the call. Frustrated, you fumble the cartridge and clatters to the ground. Yeah, I really gotta wonder. Rhett stops it under his foot. No slacking. Keep your mind and body sharp and ready for anything. We are at war, he continues, leaning in close to drive his point home. He's been saying that a lot recently. He really believes everything Lum says about the outside world. Rhett leaves you to figure out how to reload your plasma rifle on your own. Vase is already finished, of course, but Anemone stops what she's doing to help you. There's a latch here, she says, flicking with her thumb. If it's deployed, you can't click the cartridge in. Got it? You nod. It's easy when someone actually shows you how. I'll make Rhett proud someday. Anemone laughs and claps you on the back. Yeah, he's just a big teddy bear, right? She finishes her reload and shoulders a rifle, then she and Vance leave together. I don't like that. But I distinctly don't want to play that card. Most of his friends are dead or hate him. Bunch of combat, and I have the first one. New cards in the depot. Oh, I have an event with Vase. Hi, Dis. Sometimes I swear I can hear the planet talking. He says, everyone's always told me I was weird. Maybe they were right. Yeah, he likes my gift. That's almost max, 99 out of 100. You arrive outside the garrison just as you spy a small unit of young Helio trainees finishing their daily run around the colony. Vase is easily in the lead. You swing yourself up onto the fence and watch as the group breaks up into pairs for the next drill. As unit leader, Vase goes around and corrects everyone's form and checks in on them before he spots you and trots over. What's up, colony kid? He says, wiping his forehead. His training shirt clings to his chest, damp with sweat and showing off his muscles. Missed you out there today. You should come for a run sometime. You can keep me away. Hell yeah, Vase says, bumping his fist into yours. Every day at first sunrise, if you're late, you have to run it twice. I've been trying to get the other colony kids out here, Vase continues. On the Helio, we were raised to believe that physical exertion does more than build your muscles. It helps you think more clearly and boosts your immune system, too. He clenches his fist. Not only that, but it strengthens the bond between brothers. It turns men into heroes. Oh my god. Vase looks like a hero, you think. Even just standing there, he has the same kind of presence as action. He really is normal about women. Yeah? The disgusting, not lesbian way, yeah? Vase looks like a hero, you think. Even just standing there, he has the same kind of presence as action heroes in the old Vits from Earth. He's so confidently in his element that everything he does looks effortless. You can't imagine him skinning his knee or having his voice crack or tripping over his feet, all three of which happened to you this week. Whatever you're doing, you look good. Vase smirks and props his elbows on the fence, leaning into your space. Yeah, you're digging all this, huh? You're talking about my favorite subject, baby. Jesus Christ, he holds your eye for a few months, unashamed. -1 to the neighboring cards. Oof. Vase picks up his water bottle and takes a big swig, rinsing out his mouth before spitting into the dirt. Not everyone's cut out to be a soldier, he says. I mean, where would we be without people like Tangent giving us the intel we need? He shrugs. Anemone's pretty cool. She's got the right idea. And that cow guy's got muscle, but honestly, you all lack the discipline. Watch so many people die, yeah? She likes that? Yep. Hugs incoming. Can't wait for you to be unable to click those buttons without actually gagging. I fully expect that. Hi, Vel Pepper. I mean, I did have an experience like that where I felt a little vomit in my stomach when I was 16 and he was 20 and he was like staring at my tits. You bump into Tangent after a routine checkup in medbay. Solana, could you wait a moment? I'm almost done. Let's walk out together. Dr. Instance gives you a curious look as Tange hurries to catch up with you but goes back to her work. You wonder if Tange needs something from you or just wants to hang out. Lately, it seems like she has less time for her friends, preferring to work late at the lab. Maybe she's lonely. Nice weather we're having, Tange says as you walk outside. You look around. It seems pretty normal for the season. She clears her throat. It's so different here than it was in space. Growing up in a spaceship was so clean and tidy. Here I'm constantly sweeping pollen or dust or spores or what have you off of everything. There's a mushroom growing in the corner of the bathroom the other day. I kind of like it, honestly. Yuck, you can have it. You walk for a few more minutes. Tange clearly has finally something on her mind, so you let her sit with it until she finally steels herself. I'm not very good at this sort of thing, she says slowly. So you know I've been working on a big project with the chief engineer? Yeah? You nod and she continues. Well, it's been going really well. I think we're finally over the last hurdle now. Governor Lum says it's going to change everything here in the colony for the better. Tange seems more at ease than you've seen her in years. Truly, I couldn't have done it without you. Tange says, a slight smile warming her usually expressionless face. I know I can be a hard person to be around, but I appreciate everything you've done for me, and ultimately for the colony and all of humanity. What's really going on with you? And she says, it's nothing. I just think it's nice to take a moment to recognize when someone has helped you. I'm trying to do it more. If the last decade has taught me anything, I say you don't want to wait until it's too late. Happy to help a friend. Tange nods and shoves her hands in the pockets of her lab coat, apparently having exhausted her capacity for artful conversation. I think that project is something really ominous, given that one interaction we had earlier. Vase is this guy. Oh, I challenge you. Vase suggests a classic Helio test of grit. Punching each other in the stomach until one of you gives up or passes out. It builds character, he says, taping up his knuckles. His bicep glistens menacingly. Did any Helio ever think of putting a piece of metal under their shirt, though? Oh my god. Oh, he's such a creep. Oh, he's such a creep. Clang, Vase's punch reverberates through the courtyard, and he yowls and cradles his fist. He's surprised at first and angry at his pain, but when you pull the sheet of metal from your shirt, he bursts out laughing. I win by default, he snickers. Don't be such a coward, Solana. Take it like a soldier. Still, you didn't get punched in the stomach, so that's a win in your book. Hey, when is your birthday again? Early dust. His was early pollen. Oh, Rex, and you wanted a birthday cake. Right. Why do I keep going there to buy things? I got you a present. Why are you giving this to me? I mean, it is my birthday, but won't Face be mad at you? God. The streamer I got to play this is going to be doing a Nem cosplay eventually. Oh, that's cute. Oh, there's a log over there. Will my mom finally start talking to me again? Mom, it's been a year. Mom, it's been a year since my dad died. Why are you still not talking to me? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna hang out on the walls because that would actually max my relationship with Dis right away. Dis is also relaxing on the wall. He greets you with a question. Hey Solana, if you could push a button and it would kill everyone on Earth, but the colony would survive forever, would you do it? What if it was the opposite and you could push a button and we'd all die, but it would fix all the problems for everyone on Earth? You barely know how to answer. The question plagues you for a whole month. Jesus Christ, Dis! That's too good to forget. At least for now. When I have worse stuff to forget. You're browsing the colony bulletin board on your holopalm over breakfast when you notice a new post from Nomi. It seems to be a short story. The title is Xenos to the Rescue. You open the story and read through it. Wow, it's actually pretty good. Nomi did a great job of grounding the unrealistic premise of talking manticores with relatable characters in a strong emotional story. With the help in some of the finer details, Nomi's written something that truly elevates the art form. You get the notification through your holopalm that you've received some kudos along with a message from Nomi. Thanks for the help, Solana. Here are your royalties. Oh my god. Nomi, you're so cute. You can't find discs outside the walls, even though the duty roster has him working on the expedition vehicles today. After asking around, one of his crewmates points you to where she'd seen him disappear into the forest just 10 minutes ago. You thank her and set off into the wilderness. You've picked up a few things about tracking after hanging out with Dis for so long, so you follow his trail into the nearby Mushwood Forest until you hear him speaking calm and slow. Shh, it's going to be okay, just let me help you. You follow his voice to find him kneeling to the ground next to a wounded Hopeye. The scent of blood and animal fear colors the air. Dis's knife glints as he pulls it from his sheath. Don't worry, he says to the creature. I've got you. It won't hurt anymore real soon. Aww. A branch snaps under your foot and Dis's head jerks up. His eyes go wide, but he doesn't greet you. Instead, he gestures for you to get a closer look at the Hopeye. Its single leg is mangled beyond recognition from a hunter's snap trap, and it's bleeding heavily. It can only stare up at Dis, defeat in its 4 eyes. It struggles once more, then goes still from exertion, wheezing miserably. They tell everyone they're humane traps, Dis murmurs, but humans lie, don't they? They lie all the time. The hunters won't be back to check the traps until tomorrow. Dis continues looking down at the Hopeye with a grim expression. I have to put it out of its misery. It's the kindest thing you could do. Dis nods once and steels himself. With a clean cut, he slices through the neck of the Hopeye. It tenses, twitching in fear reflex, then goes limp in his arms. Dis is quiet at your side for a long time, breathing evenly in through his nose and out through his mouth like he's meditating. Better to die quickly than to suffer in a trap, but there shouldn't have been a trap in the first place, he says eventually. Looks at his tongue against his teeth. Pointless. He was going to die eventually, but not here. It's not natural. It's not the death part that bothers me. It's her vanity. Humans are so afraid of extinction, they'll kill indiscriminately to avoid it. Dis takes out a cloth and wipes the Hopeye's blood off his blade, his movements slow and reverent. I used to let it control me, too. I thought dying meant living was pointless, he continues. But now I know the truth. Life is short and brutal and hard. It's up to us to fill it with as many experiences as we can. We're going to spend our lives cooped up in the colony, subjugating nature because it strikes fear into our animal brains. He smiles faintly. Or we're going to get out there and live the only life we've been given. He looks down at the source corpse of the Hopeye and lays his hand gently on its head. We're all going to end up like this in the end. There's no use denying it and letting the fear of it control our actions. I agree completely. You're probably the only other person here who does, Dis replies. That's why we get along, I guess. Dis lifts the Hopeye's body into his arms and rises to his feet. The smell of death will attract animals right into the other traps, and I'm not taking it back to the colony to be stuffed into a recycler. We have to take it into the woods and give it back to nature. You and Dis walk further into the forest in respectful silence, Dis cradling the dead Hopeye against his chest. Eventually he tells you to wait, while he finds the tracks of a predator and lays it down nearby, an offering the forest accepts without acknowledgement. He returns to you, blood-stained and solemn. It's done, he says. You begin the walk back to the colony, though it's clear Dis is taking his time. After a few minutes of walking, he turns to you and grabs your arm, forcing you to stop and look at him. Solana, he says, his eyes burning. Promise you won't let me end up like that Hopeye. At your questioning look, he squeezes your arm to the point it almost hurts. If I'm trapped here, just let me go, okay? That's ominous. That's extremely ominous. Dis, you're scaring me. I'm sorry, he mumbles. Never mind, forget I said anything. He stares at you for a few unnerving seconds, perfectly still before jerking into motion and fishing a pendant necklace from his clothes. He unclasps it from his neck and holds it out to you. Here, he says, you should have this. I want you to have it. You turn and let him put it around your neck. The pendant is large but surprisingly light. You recognize it as a fragment of unisaur horn, its pearlescent color shimmering in the light. Are you flirting with me? Maybe, he breathes, so quiet you almost don't hear. Is that okay? His voice is shaking. Is he scared? Dis, I feel the same way. Aw? +1 to all social skill increases. You do? You're not just saying that because you feel sorry for me, right? You turn around and shake your head. You've waited a long time for this to be ready, and you finally came to you on his own. A bird you had to let go to be free. Aw? Disregards you with a serious expression. You're the only person in the colony that I've ever really cared about. I don't know why you bothered trying to be my friend, even when I was trying to push everyone away. His eyes drop to your mouth and linger there. I care for you so much, Solana, he says softly. It almost scares me sometimes. I've never felt like this before about anything. He cups your face and bends to kiss you, achingly sweet and slow. You can't imagine what I do to keep you safe. That's ominous, but also very cute. That's actually insanely ominous, given some of the other shit he said. It's very cute, but also very ominous. This and Tang are pretty alike, aren't they? Yes, very much so. Listen, I don't know how much longer I have left here, he says softly. I just want you to know that I want to spend all the time I do have with you. That's also very ominous. We are literally the aliens here, yeah? Hey, let's get out of here. I was just thinking the same thing, Dis says, giving you one of his rare smiles. He shows you a special spot. I know a place nearby, Dis says, his eyes twinkling mischievously. See you, Crick. We won't need to take much, just follow me. Dis leads you about half an hour into the wilderness, just far enough that the ever-present scent of smoke and manure fades away, and the forest opens up to reveal a small lake with perfectly clear jade-colored water and soft white sand. Dis kicks off his shoes and pulls his shirt over his head, revealing the well-hidden secret of his tanned skin and toned muscles. He shoots you a little smile. There's no one around for miles. It's just us. You rapidly divest yourself of clothing and dive into the clear pool, swimming out far enough that the only sound is the water gently lapping against your shoulders as Dis pulls you into a firm kiss. Your legs tangle together as you tread water, dipping below the waterline and coming up sputtering, laughing, clinging together in your fantasy of being the only two people who matter on the whole planet. Aw, that's so cute. Coming in for another hug. That reduces stress a lot. Have you seen my delinquent brother, Tange asks, already agitated? He's supposed to appear for his vaccinations before leaving on expedition again. Dr. Instance messaged me like I am his keeper or some such nonsense. She sighs and pinches the bridge of her nose. I am done minding him. If he wants to cough up flower petals for 3 weeks or whatever else, mind you, who is out there just waiting to infect us, he's welcome to muck around and find out. Flower. If we find it useful. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just sort of scanned over that first, but there's no more time left for screwing around, Vase says, resting his hand on his sidearm. You're either out there with us hunting dangerous animals, or you're here at home protecting the walls, or you're doing some sort of skilled civilian work to support the war effort, or you're squirting out the next generation of warriors. If you're doing anything else, you're wasting resources. Jesus Christ, Vase. I'm only befriending you to the extent it is easy to befriend you, and I have an excess of the things that I can give you to befriend you. Does anyone have a birthday around now? Besides Rex. Oh, this is Xenoegg. Might as well give Anemone one then. You're a hero, and I'm starving. I'm gonna get the kitchen to cook this up right away. Okay, so I want to do social skills then. Organizing and persuasion. Creativity and empathy, creativity and bravery. I think I help in the kitchens. This is like the only thing that gives 2 social skills. Aunt Anne comes bursting into the kitchens carrying a huge crate. A large crate. Special delivery, Solana. She sets the crate down on the prep table and sticks her hand inside. It's time to do my very favorite thing in the kitchen. Figuring out new ways to cook fresh food. You grew up eating soy rations, tasteless but nutritious. The hydroponics aboard the spaceship never made enough to feed everyone, so fresh food was a luxury. And so I was excited to try her hand at real cooking. With a flourish, she pulls from the box an alien plant you've never seen before. It's pale blue-green, oblong, and about the size of her forearm. It hits the cutting board with a disturbingly meat-like slap, and immediately starts oozing slime onto the surface. Geoponics finally cleared this friendly little fruit for human consumption, and it doesn't even have a name yet. You could come up with something fitting while you figure out how to use it. You look dubiously at the weird fruit. As you watch, it glorps out a fresh wave of slime. The business of eating can really turn your stomach sometimes. Imagine back on Earth. Everyone used to eat meat from living things. This is a blessing, Solana. Who knows what we can do with this little plant? I don't think that's even inevitable. No, wait, nuh-uh, you're not putting it anywhere near your mouth. If Anne wants to try it so bad she can figure out how to cook it. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Autoplay fairy. Best possible hand. Plus 6 creativity, plus 4 empathy. Pay to remove cards in the quarter spa. Ooh. And finally get rid of some of the really terrible cards I have. You sure he's trying to kill us? Well, it's only fair we try to kill it right back. Fuck off, Mars. Yeah, you hate the idea of sex, Nomi. I get it. Okay, I want to get some persuasion too then. Stupid soldier assholes. They think they're so more important. Well, you know it's harder to grow stuff than it is to kill it. Not that they would know. There's only a war on nature because we keep pissing it off. We're an invasive species, literally. We just got to figure out our own niche in the ecosystem, man. Oh my god. I'll work in the depot to get the persuasion. You're scrolling through a holo novel behind the desk when Tangent comes in. She pauses and looks uncomfortable when she sees you and Mars looking at her and quickly disappears into the shelves. You and Mars shrug. A few minutes later, Tange comes up to the counter and drops a fistful of candy. She shifts from foot to foot as you ring her up, jostling up her and down and rubbing her stomach. I also need something from behind the counter, she says quietly. Some medicine. You ask her what she needs and she mumbles the name. You can't hear her. Can you repeat that? She mumbles again a little louder. Mars stifles a giggle. I'm sorry, what? Stars, I need fart pills, okay? The stupid alien bacteria and all of the weird native food makes my stomach upset. OMG, Mars laughs. You have blue gut? Really? Tange the Perfect has blue farts? Tange crosses her arms and looks miserable. You give Mars a questioning look. Blue gut, Mars says. You know, when you keep farting and farting all this, like, blue dusty stuff. Mars leans over the counter to get a better look at Tange's backside. Oh no, she says dramatically. White was not the best color to wear today, Tangent. Your butt's as blue as Solana's hair. Oh my god. Mars cackles as Tange anxiously cranes her neck to look at her rear. Liar, Tange mumbles, not meeting your eyes. Just give me the pills, please. I don't want to talk about my stupid body. Try to lighten the mood. You fill the order and tell Tange that you hope it helps, otherwise she'll have just blew her produce for nothing. Mars shrieks with laughter. She says, yeah, she exclaims, I hope this is a real gas. It's not funny, Mars, Tange whines. Just shut up! Mars hops the counter and gives Tange a hug, which Tange accepts reluctantly. Ah, come on, Tangelang. And she says, it is kinda a little funny, though. Tange pounce, and Mars continues. Look, there's a lot of things in this colony that kind of suck. Like the nanoprinter is always busy when I want to do my nails a different color. This one hits different at 18 than it does at 12. Yeah, I figure this event would normally happen earlier. Like how when I want to do my nails a different color, but when things are sucky, you just have to laugh at them. Joking about the bad things makes them feel less bad. Tange musters up a tiny smile. I guess, she says. Don't make me come up with a pun, though. I absolutely refuse. She leaves, looking a little lighter and more relieved than when she came in. Oh, I could have gotten 71. Wow. Lots of organizing and some persuasion. Vertimnali is tomorrow, and that's going to remove a lot of stress, so I might as well go exploring, I think. Whose birthday is Early Dust? It is Anemone. Okay, where's Anemone? Guess it is my birthday this week. I kind of forgot. Oh, hello, Tangent Event. You find Tange puzzling over a large holoscreen, making notes on her hollow eye and frowning over them. As you approach, she gestures to wipe the holoscreen clean and start again. Ah, she sighs, taking a break to rub her temples. Okay, Tange, come on, think. Oh, Solana, hello, she says. I'm in the middle of running simulations on genetic diversity over the next few generations. You're welcome to see. It will affect all of us, most likely. Tange pulls up the next genogram simulation, a family tree encompassing all the people in the colony, their familiar relationships and genetic conditions. She scrutinizes it with a frown. We have an unusually high amount of hereditary heart disease, no matter how you slice it, she mutters. Luck of the draw. We've lost quite a bit more genetic diversity than the original geneticists of the Vertumna project anticipated, and that's not even counting those unwilling or unable to reproduce. It's possible to steer the ship out of it, so to speak, but it will take some purposeful breeding choices at least for 5 to 6 generations. God. I'm sorry, what the heck are you talking about? It sounds crude, but the colony will need to accept a certain level of oversight in this matter if we intend to survive. Genetically speaking, artificial insemination of material from Earth donors, even in love matches, for example. Yeah, you can say it's eugenicsy. You stare at the genogram until your eyes cross and shake your head, Tange laughs. It's terrifyingly complex, isn't it? Imagine this process happens all the time, naturally. Why, any sweating beast can squirt a child into the dirt. It's all just proteins and luck, but the end result is this. She waves her hand at the massive chart. It's beautiful in a way. In a long enough timescale, we can protect the genetic drift of a species. In the face of that, what do family bonds matter? It's not as if sharing genes with someone guarantees you'll be a strong family unit. Does anyone really like their parents? My parents are great. Fuck you, Tange, except my mom won't talk to me for a year because my dad died. This sounds a little eugenicsy. Tange looks affronted. You what? Solana, surely there's a middle ground between eugenics and everyone dying of preventable genetic diseases, especially in these first critical generations. Cool motives, still eugenics. Tange rolls her eyes. Whatever, I'm still going to run the simulations. Then when your inbred great-great-grandchildren interface with my consciousness that I've uploaded into the colony AI, I can tell them I was right. Jesus Christ, Tange. As for my own family, I feel no allegiance to any of them based on blood. If I had no family at all, that would be acceptable. I mean, technically, she's right. At a population scale this high, if you want to preserve genetic diversity, you do actually need to, like, do arranged marriages and stuff. Like, arranged couplings and stuff. And heavy genetic screening. But only because the population is so small. What about Dis? I'm ashamed we're even related. Literally, all he does is go out on expedition and talk to trees. Who even knows where he is right now? Don't you miss your mother? You mean the depressed drunk who died when I was a kid? No, not at all. If it wasn't for Chief Steward Anne, I probably wouldn't even still be alive. Do you want kids someday? Tange looks thoughtfully at the genogram. Thankfully, I'm not entirely certain I can bear children. There must be limits to my gen-engineered body. I certainly didn't experience puberty to the extent that Mars did, for example. Besides, Tange continues, children would only distract me from my work. The chief engineer never had children, after all. I think that's admirable. That sounds like cope. I'm gonna be real. Tange's gaze flicks over to where Chief Engineer Instance is talking to one of the other lab assistants. In some ways, I'm the child she never had, and she's the mother I wish I did have. She says quietly. We became close when we started my gender affirmation process. Puppy Girl Avu, thank you for the follow. It was so obvious, then, that we were kindred spirits. As I would come in for checkups and observation, we'd talk about the science behind the process. Of course, I showed an interest in it. An Instance fostered that in me. She supported me. Unlike my own mother, who by that point had ceased to find joy in almost anything. What would I be without Instance, Tange says. The only things I have in my life are what she gave me, not just this body, but my passion, my hard work, my achievements. Without her, I would have nothing. I owe her everything. No matter what Instance does, I'll support her. You're more than what she made you to be. You don't understand, Solana. I'm not burdened by the step to Instance. I love what she helped me to become. I'm grateful. Now, if you'll excuse me, she says, turning back to the genotype before her, I have our legacy to plan. Hugs. Anyways, I want to go exploring to get all the stress from it. Oh, that's expanded a lot. It's been a while since we've been back to the valley, and there should be a lot of stuff there to find. You report to the expeditions tent to find not just Utopia, but Security Chief Red and Vase as well. I just can't spare any more of my people, Utopia's explained to them. You've already pulled almost all of the foragers, and we're already running skint crews in the ridges as is. There's one person you can spare, Ret replies. He's turning to face you. Hey, Solana, how do you like to transfer onto one of my hunting parties? Utopia tells me you're one of her best explorers. We could use someone like you. He indicates Vase. I need someone who can keep up with this one. Vase puffs his chest out loudly. Why do we need to kill them? Because they're killing us, Solana. Keep up. He clenches his fist. It's the classic struggle between humanity and nature. Nature's not all flowers and rainbows. On Earth, everything and everyone was trying to kill each other. For survival, for food, hell, even just for fun. I can't wait to bag a real trophy, Zeno, he chuckles. The first 10-point buck on Vertumna. Oh my god. I don't want to kill animals for fun. Sure, I'll help hunt. Rhett nods. Good, I'm glad to hear that, he says, then turns to Vase. But first, I need to make sure you know the basics. Vase, bring out the Vriki. Vase goes over to a tent and brings the Vriki on a long chain. It's sprightly and bright-eyed, some might even say cute, and comes nearly up to your waist. Oh my god. Vase looks proud on his duty as monster bear. I caught this one myself. I'm adding it to the training zoo, so don't kill it, but feel free to give it a few pokes and tell me what its weakness is. Analyze the beast. Can't quite make that into straight. Oh, all cards with gems are wild. That's crazy, actually. Do that just to get a little bit more from that shitty card. Hi, Arcas. And then I don't really care to hit the super goal because I already have plenty of animals. You studied the creature for a long time. It looks nervous, skittering from side to side and making a clicking noise. You throw a stick at it and it leaps up and grabs it in its mandibles. It angrily tears it in half and then glares at you. Think about your own pet, Riki Tiki. This one is larger and fungus-like, maybe even close to the end of the mobile part of their life cycle. You know that one day all Rikis must take root and become nourished trees for the next generation. You rattle off some other facts you've learned from playing with Riki Tiki, and Rhett nods. Good, Rhett says. Let's see if you're as good at hunting these as you are at identifying them. Come join the hunting squad next month, and we'll see how you do in the swamps. Oh, that's the last area. Okay. The death match, right? Yeah, close this book. Oh, the Vriki. Came across not just one Vriki, but a whole swarm of them, mostly baby ones. Yeah. You walk up to the tree and put your hand on it. The baby Vriki swarm around the tree trunk, very upset with you. But they calm down when they see you aren't doing anything. There's an unmistakable thrum of life under your hand. Not just from the proximity of the baby Vriki, but from the tree itself. It's warm and leathery, and you can feel something like a pulse. It's alive? It seems like as if this tree is itself a Vriki, just in a different phase of its life cycle. Does that mean the little clusters of fruit in its branches are Vriki eggs, or maybe cocoons? Huh. Were you as terrified as I was? Yeah. I was like, do I have to kill it? I'm not gonna kill it. Another Vriki. Approach it. It's a nice way to get straight done. That becomes 9. See if I can then 7. Yeah, probably just something like that, and then we autoplay fairy. Best hand. Ooh, second bravery perk. Ooh, less stress from exploring. The Vriki runs up your leg, yeah? We've seen that one already. And with my stress reduction, it's only 7. Oh, there's Sim. Hi, Sim. For once, you see Sim before he sees you. He's crouched just off the path, staring at a flower, like his face blank. He doesn't react as you approach, so you watch him for a while. He's so perfectly motionless, you'd think he was a plant too. His eyes are unfocused. Is he accessing some kind of mental interface? Eventually, you clear your throat. Sim carefully stands up and turns to face you. For a moment, you're not sure if he recognizes you. Then he tosses his head and a grin leaps to his face. Solana, you caught me checking in with the boss. You have a boss? My boss, as I told you, they aren't fond of change. They're also very much like your boss, what she named Utopia? He tilts his head to the side. Her name word is fitting, isn't it? He lays one finger against his chin. I appreciate that she always reminds you to not get yourself killed. I wish you'd listen to her. She gave me a job to do. And I have my job, which is to protect this place. He laughs. Protecting you seems to be my hobby. If the boss finds out I'm talking to you, I'd be in trouble, so shh. He murmurs and puts a finger to his lips. Then why keep talking to me? Sim smiles warmly. Because you're the girl of my dreams, literally, he replies. I can't seem to stay away from you. And because you humans are different, he continues. I'm so bored of everything else on this planet. The other gardeners, my boss, they have everything on Vertumna just the way they like it. And they don't want the teeniest thing to change. It's boring. See that tree? Sim points to a large tree with many long limbs dripping from it and embedded in the ground. That tree was a small creature for part of its life cycle. You call it the Vriki. Once it plants its roots, that's where it stays for the rest of its life. The gardeners spend time as trees do, sometimes hundreds of years. If you do that enough, you start to think like a tree, set in your ways. He spreads his hands, an earnest expression on his face. When I talk to you and learn about your species, I feel inspired. I feel young again. Wait, how old are you? Him being able to shapeshift is obvious. Why would he look like a human if he couldn't? I like to think I'm young at heart, Sim replies with a mischievous smile. You have so many more questions for this man, or gardener, or whatever he is, but as soon as you open your mouth to ask another, Sim cocks his head as if listening and holds up a hand. I'm sorry, he says, looking for all the world like he's listening to the dang flower. But I must away. And with that, he's gone, off to protect the wild or rescue damsels or whatever. Maybe he's just avoiding your questions. Herd of float cows. Capture one. Oh, oops. No, what I want is... Yes, he is very pretty. Right, this. Make the big straight. And then 6, 5, 4. Autoplay fairy. Already have the best possible hand. Okay, good. Eventually, you pick out one young female. Yeah. We already got this. Bobber fruit. Or the squeeger hive. Watch quietly. Huh, okay. I can get a ton by just doing this. Damn, if I only had like a 7. I think I'll just do something like that and then focus on the next round. I'm getting a call. I apparently have food to pick up. According to my mom, which I will do in just a sec. Yeah, this is barely any stress now. Okay, I am going to run and get my food. And I'm going to eat while I'm still streaming. So, go ahead. That was the wrong length of ads. Oh, whatever. Just stick around while I'm going to grab my food. I'll be right back. I am back. I have obtained a margarita pizza. You grab a bite. As we continue to wander and grab items and stuff. Notice location to move on. I don't know the Riki it is. Oh, it's a manticore. The Valley of Vertigo spans a huge and relatively safe area, so it's rare to see other foragers out here. It's surprising then to come across Utopia and two other foragers crouching in the underbrush. Psst, Solana, Utopia is beckoning you over. Get over here. You slink over to the other foragers. Through a gap in the underbrush, you spot a terrific sight. A fully grown manticore has fallen into a nest of at least 20 snap bladders, and they're engaged in what looks like a battle to the death. I've got 10 kudos on the snap bladder, she says. I fell into a nest once. I was laid up in medbay for a week. Poor Manticore, one of the other foragers says. What a way to go. The last forager snorts. Who cares? After what they did to Hal, every Manticore can rot for all I care. I mean, I don't really have a reason to help when this is just nature taking its course. I don't want to bet on the snap ladders. It's not even a contest. The Manticore's roars get weaker as it's poisoned and slowly torn apart piece by piece. Finally, it collapses into the carnage. The snap bladder nest is ravaged, but a few lizard-like heads continue to tear into the Manticore's carcass. Guess they won, Utopia mutters. You click your winnings. All right, let's get in there and scavenge what we can. Utopia says, be careful, the snap bladders are still dangerous. I do wonder, though, if we get, like, a friendly manticore or something from that. I should try, though, but, like, again, it seems illogical to help it out. So I'm going to try anyways. To see. How to control you. Vivi chewing, yeah. But what I'd want is 4 here. Should I just throw a mushroom bug on it to make it? I don't need that extra stress, so. Utopia tries to stop you as you burst through the underbrush, dedicating yourself to being the best distraction your weak, fragile human body can be. Enough the snap lighters turn their attention to focus on you that the manticore is easily able to pick them off. Pick the others off, crunch, munch, snap. Off go enough heads in the manticore's powerful jaws that the survivors cut into their losses. I know you find yourself face to face with the manticore for Tumna's perfect murder machine. It looks at you quizzically. You look back. You feel a weird connection to this creature. Lunging at you. Oh my god. Riley, you scream in terror. A fitting name for humans to give it, yeah. I will take it. You know what? I would like a combat challenge to raise my combat skill. Why I come straight? I do that. Then that, then that. No, just hold on to more. We don't want to force this. And that becomes 8. That's 7. And that's almost a 6. Oh, it is a 6 because it's down. Because I get bots and stuff. And it prevents most bots. If you've been following for a day, you wouldn't have had to. It's just on the first day, it's just like immediately, you can't chat immediately after you follow. Unless you have a verified phone number. Or if your account is just old enough. Like if your account is really old, it doesn't have to have anything verified. And I was hi, and I'm Jackal. Yeah, it's literally just because bots are annoying. Oh, that was a fuck up. Whatever, but it pushes us into the win. You're equipped with only your utility blast cutter, but a manticore is hesitant to really attack you for fear of harming its egg. It's clearly furious with you, but you keep the egg between you and the manticore, and eventually, by sheer dedication, you manage to injure the creature enough that it decides to give up its egg. Neat. I have not played Slay the Princess. Maybe I should play it sometime. I asked so I know if I should follow you with the silly alt account I have for watching Slay the Princess sometimes. Gulp it out. You use the keep between rounds one. Unfortunately, we don't have a 3. Lustful bracken? That's funny. I want to get the stress reduction. Oh, and that makes it straight anyways. Place something that's 4 between that, it will become a 5. And then we can play an actual 4. The alternative is something more like this. Then unfortunately we don't have a 3 or 2. But that becomes 7 if we do... Then we just do that and then autoplay fairy. Best possible hand. Okay. Voice of the Stubborn, thank you for the follow. It's a Waitato minefield. Enjoy a break. Well, I'm gonna do all these events and not run out of stress. Research them first. Yeah, 6, 5, 4, 3. Wait a second. That is kept between rounds, so I might as well. Play fairy. Yeah. Why is my I have no idea why that would be the case. Also, just noticed my engineering is almost maxed. I should go back and max that. They're edible. Harvest them. It seems we don't actually need food for the colony anymore after the famine. Follow the person, yes. I think we just play that. There we go. 6, 5, 4, 3. This is better. Autoplay hand to make sure I've got the best possible hand. Yep. Huh, okay. It's a creature. Any more events I passed on this path? No. Any more events I passed here? Am I done with every event? No, not quite. A blunt bush, okay. Puffs leaf in her mouth and chews on it, then shudders happily. Ooh, that'll perk you up good. Oh, neat. This will turn you green and give you spots. Cross my heart. Stay away until you're older. Chew some. This means Utopia was born on Earth. She thinks she's an adult just like the rest of them. She's closer to your age than to all the other adults. What does she know anyway? You struggle to not spit it out right away. It's so bitter. Oh my god. Experience a rush of giddiness a few minutes later. Oh my god. My stress is so low. Yeah, the big Greek freaky. Let it sniff my pet. Which loses me even more stress. Ooh, catch a bristle slug. Did I just get high? Yes, I did. Wild card 3, 2. Well, obviously I want to play that to lose even more stress. I just don't have to worry about stress at this point, do I? Never, fuck it. I could have gone 43. This one is female because it has deep bristles on its butt, as well as its head. Her eyes are a deep green. You think you'll call her Emerald. She seems calm in the net, like she doesn't worry about where she might be going. You crouch down with a clump of leaves and sticks her muzzle through the net and eats them right out of your hand. Her whiskers tickle. Aw? Identify the mushrooms. I wish I could automatically do these really easy ones. It's gonna be a straight. Or soaking that. And then we'll use the autoplay fairy, see what's best. The wild color 9, yeah. Alright, they're not just poisonous, but explosive. We know there are more events up that way. Dense cloud of pollen, yeah. Be patient and look carefully. Pollen clouds eventually shift, and you're able to see glimpses of the pass through. It looks fine. Huh, no problem this time. Have we done every event here? I think so. Go home. We barely gained stress from clearing that entire area. That's crazy. This year's Vertumnalia is ushered in with a big military band, horns and drums, supplemented by recordings of parade music from Earth. Governor Lum strides out of command on a grand red carpet and ascends to the stage to rock his supplies. Thank you, everyone, he calls out of the den. Look at you. Look at this colony, finally truly united. All it took was a common enemy. I look at you beautiful people, you strong people, you good human people, and I see a fire in your eyes. I see courage in your hearts. I see a colony that's ready to win. I see a colony that's here to stay, Vertumna. Do you hear me? He raises his arms and roars. Do you hear me, Vertumna? We humans aren't going to hide anymore. Lum gestures for Security Chief Rhett to join him on stage, then continues. The original fugitive colonists got it wrong. In Roman mythology, Vertumnus was the god of cultivation, not of rampant chaotic growth. We need to clear the field before we can plow it. Vertumna won't be safe for human life until the aliens are eradicated. Rhett crosses his arms and nods his agreement. Maybe there's more to this plan than Lum is letting on. Lum descends from the stage and does a receiving line of handshakes and fist bumps. In the vacuum left by his presence, Chief Administrator Seek takes the podium and clears their throat. Ahem. I want to announce that this will be the last year that festival contests will be held. What? A sound of protest rises from the crowd, and near the front, Lum just shrugs theatrically and mouths, not my fault. Seek looks down at him pointedly, then continues. This war will use colony resources at a tremendous rate, including the most valuable, time. Lum takes the stage again and sees the crowd. I do have some good news. Starting today, the colony is going to be granting requests from people who want to have children. Yes, that's right. It's time to start on the next generation of Vertumnans and secure a future for our children. Jesus Christ! They're not really being subtle here, huh? Humans! Anyway, about this war on nature, I think it's stupid, Cal says immediately. I know survival is important, but we don't have to kill things to survive here. Mars rolls her eyes. Duh, of course you'd think that. Personally, I think Lum is a total nullhead. He's not that much older than me. What is he, like 24? And everyone listens to him? She lifts her hair over her shoulder. They should listen to me instead. Finally, you're all called to participate in the games, the last ones, maybe forever. If this war on nature ever ends, you'll probably be an adult. As your friends all separate into their usual games, you realize that this may be the last time that you just get to be kids. What do you choose? Bake Off. Especially because the Bake Off card you get is really good. I don't have a 3. Five, 4. You're on 51. Okay. Some organizing. Comes out technically perfect, golden brown and flaky with the tart bobber fruit jelly. But the taste is kind of bland. It's just so-so. The judges remark that it could have used salt. Your pie, on the other hand, comes out looking and tasting great. You clearly have what it bakes. After the festivities, everyone is supposed to take a few days vacation. You and your friends relax, but the adults move around the colony like ants in a hive, fortifying the walls and preparing for the human offensive against the planet. Oh my god, my mom is still ignoring me. Who had a birthday in mid-dust? I think someone did. Nomi! Okay. You and Nomini are talking when they suddenly go quiet and look down at the ground. Seconds later, a group of Helio soldiers walk past you, ignoring you and Nomi entirely. Nomi picks at the edge of their sweater. Sorry. What them claws do? A whole lot of things. They matter. Sometimes it's just easier if everyone pretends they don't notice me. I have a present for you. Yeah, birthday present. Nomi is in their usual spot in the lounge, surrounded by their steadily growing collection of body pillows and stuffed animals. They're curled up with their arms around a giant plushy creature and seem to be scrolling listlessly through the movies available in the Colony Media Archive. Find anything good? No, Nomi sighs, tipping over onto their side. Not since I finished all of Maid Stalker Ares. I can't believe it ended on a cliffhanger. I didn't even know that the stratosphere had left Earth before the series finished airing. You have every episode except for the two-parter season finale. Now I'll never know how it ends. Aw. This isn't about the show, is it? Yeah, I guess it's kind of true. It just reminds me that, everything ends, and sometimes it's a lot sooner than you expect. When I got here, I remember looking at your huge media library and thinking, wow, Galactic, I'm never going to run out of things to watch. It felt like the whole world was still ahead of me, ready to be discovered, a new planet, a new people, a new life. Now it feels like everything's just on fire all the time, and everyone is always on my case about how I need to grow up. What's so bad about being innocent? Why does everything have to be so grim all the time? And I don't get any more episodes of this stupid show I like. It's not fair. Oh my god, Nomi, I love you. I get that. It's hard. Nomi nods, their chin wobbling as they try to keep it together. Yeah, they say, tipping their head up to the ceiling and trying to put on a brave smile. Thanks for getting it, Solana. I mean, I can show you my hand claws by doing the Gendo pose. And I can also raise my tail claws. Oh my god. Anyways, there's shit to give you because I have extras of it and I don't have anyone else to give it to. There can only be strong black coffee. It was bracing at first, Tange concedes, but I have now endured it long enough that it has begun to feel pleasant, almost calming. She regrets the carafe with something like fondness. As I require little sleep, I doubt I will become dependent on it. Addiction runs in my family, you know. This, though, is an indulgence I can allow myself. I have so many flowers. I should get the next point of organizing, and I want more precision, too. You pass the construction yard on your way to work at the depot. Rex waves you over. Hey, come take a look at this, he says, leading you over to a portion of the heliosphere, where a portion of the heliosphere is being married to the old living quarters with a scaffolding of mushwood. Isn't this wild? It's like our two ships are actually becoming one. He throws his arm around your shoulder. It's like a metaphor, get it? The colony and us from the Helio learning how to work together. How we build our environment affects how we live, you know? You should come by and help me, he continues. It's really fun. You get to build things, and the construction crew is really nice, and you get to hang out with me. Wait, why not start right now? He hands you a plas cutter, a gun-shaped tool that emits a thin beam of superheated plasma. No time like the present, right? Zeke says we always need more workers here. You have another job you promised to do. Yeah, let's work hard. You help Rex hold up a part of the wall while he fits a bracket in place. Oh, engineering is like 2 off. There's a lot of pounding and wiggling to get it to fit, which delights Rex every time he gets to make a joke about it. It's sweaty, rewarding work. You learn something about engineering. Solana, where have you been? I expected you hours ago. Whoa, it's my bad, Rex says, moving to stand between you and Seek. If he had a tail, it would be between his legs, the perfect picture of an apologetic puppy. I asked her to help out. We're super short on hands around here, and she did a good job. Seek grudgingly accepts that you did, in fact, do a good work. They tell you that you're cleared to help out in construction if you'd like, snidely commenting that you're better suited for manual labor than the job you were actually supposed to do today. Oh my god. No, because like it's bigger. Okay. Right. Oh, that makes it perfect. That makes the straight perfect. Okay. And then we just do this to get the most points possible. Organizing is almost leveled up. Alright, I can visit the spawn to forget cards. I will forget hiding in the creche as a baby. I will also forget crawling around as a baby. And forget acing a test, too. Oh yeah, I should check what the stuff I unlocked from getting combat hire was. Niamnari, thank you for the follow. Plus 50 combat, 2 times bonus for pairs. Ooh. Autoplay best hand, -2 to cards? That's crazy. That ball is weirdly not like 3D. It kind of stands out. It looks weird. I can work construction, which is engineering, toughness, and kudos. Okay. Does anyone have a late dust birthday? I don't think so. That said, I want to go hunt in the swamps. Because I want to see the new area. You look down at the drone rifle in your hands. This is the big leagues. Finally, you're going to get out there and take the fight to the enemy. Oh, fuck off. No messing around out there, Security Chief Threat says. These animals are dangerous. They want to kill you, probably as much as you want to kill them. Your job is to get to them first, Utopia sighs. And by no messing around, he means don't you go taking risks. As head of expeditions, she's technically in charge of you in the field. The Red is the one who molded you for this. There will always be animals out there, but you're a lot harder to replace. And if you take down anything edible, she adds, tag it for reclamation so as we can bring it back to the colony. Vase is practically humming with excitement beside you. Brett pairs you up to head out together, and Vase sighs. I don't need a buddy, he grumbles. No offense, Solana, but you'll only hold me back. Brett shakes his head. You two are a good match. He insists, I want you to watch each other's backs out there. Stay within transceiver range of each other at all times. You might not always be able to reach the colony or Utopia, but you'll have each other. I'll make a good team, right, Vase? Brett smiles and claps you both on the shoulder. Good. Teamwork is the key here. Teamwork. You go to high-five Vase and he stares at you like you're a hover snake. Eventually his shoulders drop and he raises his hand. You finish the high-five. Red takes off on his glider and Vase turns to you. You better keep up with me, he sneers. We might be stuck together, but that doesn't mean I need your help. I'm gonna get all the kills and all the kudos, so just let me do all the work and stay out of my way. The subaqueous swamps are especially dangerous, Utopia says. Something in the air makes the beasties here all kinds of fickle. Could be the storms, but normally docile creatures are a mite more aggressive, she bites her lip. And to be perfectly straight with ya, there's some darn scary things out there in the swamps. I don't much love that we're sending you kids out into a literal war zone. Utopia says, I've been to the swamps before all this war business, and it's a beautiful place, even if it's real spooky. Hurts my heart to see soldiers tromping all over it. She summons up a smile. But I know teenagers can be just as capable as adults when it comes to surveying and hunting. You've got faster reflexes and stronger stamina than a lot of these old codgers. I have a feeling this year's attack is going to be insanely heavy, now that we're actively just fucking up nature because we can. You're not my aunt, he mutters, and I don't need a coward telling me what I'm capable of. God. This is a neat environment. Oh, Unisaurs. And medicinal roots. You and Vase has been tracking a Unisaur, a young one, not yet adept at hiding its tracks. When you corner it, it seems confused. It blinks at you curiously. But when Vase moves his hand to his gun, it opens its horrible maw and roars at you. The horrible firmness of its empty belly visible as his face peels back. Suddenly, Dis is there between you and the Unisaur. Not this one, he says. Get out of my way, Vase growls, or things are gonna get ugly. I'd like to see you try. You dick-brained opposable action figure, Dis retorts, raising his fist like he's ready to fight Vase, drone rifle and all. Jump between them. What are you doing? You're supposed to be my partner. Why are you protecting this stupid animal? Oh my god, the way he looks when he's mad. It's not stupid, Dis retorts. It's supposed to live here, not us. You can't just kill it for doing what it's supposed to do. He shoots the Unisaur back into the forest, then runs off himself in a different direction. Vase tracks Dis with his rifle, but you grab his arm to stop him from doing something very stupid. Jesus Christ. It doesn't seem aggressive. Yeah, befriend it. It doesn't act like a wild animal at all, more like an algorithm. It's not interested in your food, your soft cooing, nothing you can offer. It's unnerving and strange. It continues to back off and keep a precise distance from you and Vase. When it sees you paying attention, it backs off further, then comes back to observe you. So it's not very smart at all. You might as well just go next round. Not gonna get much. That becoming physical will make it one bigger. And then that's 7, not 6, which is unfortunate. Autoplay fairy. That raises it to 39. Could have gotten 46, damn. +1 combat. It doesn't even defend itself. Bizarre. You and Vase kill it and it dies just like any other perfectly ordinary Unisaur. An hour later, you notice a muckwalker watching you from the water. It dives back under where you pointed out to Vase, but a few minutes later, it's back again. Ah, I'm sick of being spied on, Vase exclaims. He stomps over to the swamp edge, splashing up mud and brackish water. There's a different variety of bush bub here in the swamps. Slimy, smooth-featured, and gloopy like the rest of the foliage. They seem just as slow but suspiciously intelligent as their dry biome cousins. You come across one of their little shrines and find their well-worn paths in the loamy soil. While you're inspecting the shrine, you hear a blurbling, groaning noise. I wonder if that one Unisaur was like a biorobot or something. And Vase smacks you with the butt of his rifle to get your attention. Barreling down on you from different directions on the path are two goop-faced bushbub sentries. Calling out to each other as if they've been lying in wait, they attack. This is giving me a decent amount of combat, at least. No, wait. Want to use the less valuable one? No, and then autoplay some fairy for something slightly better. +2 combat. You kill one and the other runs off. Well, sort of. I've seen an animal move quite like this, like an ambulatory sack of oatmeal. Analyze the corpse. Base size as you kneel down to take a closer look. This must be some subspecies of bushbub that doesn't appear on your Holopalm's bestiary. Its rock-like skin is much thinner and slimy, and its branches don't look like they've ever had leaves on them. You cut it open and its organs don't make sense. They're just jumbled in there willy-nilly. You can't even figure out how this creature would digest food. Maybe it's a genetic abomination, but there were two of them. So definitely biorobots then. Thing about hunting in a bog is, well, the bog. You're up to your knees in sticky, clinging mud. Yeah. How does this go? Build a bridge. You find some branches that seem light enough. Oh, I mastered engineering and I got enlightened. Extra gear slot. You find some branches that seem light enough and strap them together using tall grass, making a kind of raft. You drop it onto the muck where it sits without sinking. Then you make a second raft, walk to the end of the first and drop it down. Then you pick up the first raft, walk to the end of the second and drop it down. Oh. Takes forever, but it works. Woo! More gear. Creature probably bushbubs. Well, you find those in a bushbub. It's a snap bladder, a much more aggressive foe. You see nests of things squirming around and crying out, trying to lure people into their hungry mouths. But this one is on the move. It's crawling across the path. Slowly, you wonder if it's pregnant. These things are a danger to surveyors and could potentially kill someone who fell into a brooding nest. They swell up so huge they can't move anymore and instead half bury themselves and lie in wait for prey to come too close. Analyze it. This is a really funny art. Here, just do something like that. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Autoplay. This is the best possible hand, okay. And it's just barely the super goal. The creature seems uninterested in you, more concerned with getting where it wants to go. You're able to take a few really good readings on its biochemistry, even snagging a sample of its clear gluing slime. You take so long, Vase eventually just pulls out his plas cutter and cuts it open. Here, he says, now you can do an autopsy. You're welcome. Even more, the cut-open snap bladder carcass exhales a noxious cloud of acid mist. It stings your eyes and makes your lips tingle, but you're okay. And this gives you a chance to examine its insides, too. Science. Is that a faceless? Despite being told to watch your back, Vase has gone off ahead and probably found something to kill indiscriminately. To add insult to more injury, he's left you with his heavy pack like you're just here to carry his stuff. You huff and sling the pack on your shoulder, trying to follow Vase's tracks in the soggy ground. Your holopomp translator tells you can't have gone far. You're so absorbed in tracking Vase that you don't need to notice something tracking you. It steps out from under the bow of a gloop willow and blocks your path. There's something deeply unsettling about it. It's some sort of chimeric beast on its top half, wrapped in tattered strips of flesh. Though from the torso up, it looks almost humanoid, complete with stars. Is it holding a weapon? Most upsetting is how its collarbone seems to unzip in a chaotic, fleshy mass of teeth, revealing a neck of glistening sinew and muscle. Its insectoid face seems to truly see you, a shrewd intelligence in its milky eyes. They speak. I am Noctilucent, a gardener. Their voice is rough and wheezy, and they struggle to form their words as if their larynx was not designed for language. They take a deep, raspy breath. No, it doesn't really have what I find attractive in monsters. You are associate to the divergent process symbiosis. You are vermin, a weed. You do not belong in the garden. Wait, they know Sim? You bravely raise your eyes to their face, cataloging the ways you see the seed of Sim's slightly inhuman features staring back at you. Their hair is a bit like Sim's as well, as if it's actually alive somehow, waving in a wind that isn't there. Whatever they are, they wait patiently for your response. The delicate petal-shaped weapon in their hand thumbs ominously. Why have you been trying to kill us? They laugh, you think. It's more like a crunching sound. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. They seem to have exhausted their ability to maintain small talk with you. They continue regarding you, studying you. You try to look around them for Vase, but you realize if they're anything like Sim, they've orchestrated this meeting with you alone. Gun. You understand. I can kill you. Are you going to? No. Maybe. We don't have to fight. We can coexist. This is going to be so hard. So what I can do for this one is... Wait a second. We don't have 4, but first collectible use is free, and we can do this. Wait, I can beat this challenge. This challenge is very beatable. It's not quite the super goal, though. And I feel like this is one I'd want to push for the super goal on. Yeah, I'm forcing the super goal by spending a bunch of stuff. +2 persuasion. Something in the tone of your voice makes Noctilucent lower their weapon. How, they ask. Invasive species do not coexist with native ones. You counter their questions with some of your own, just trying to keep them talking while you gain some control over the situation. They share what they've been watching the colony since you landed. Like any gardeners, at first they tried simply encouraging you to leave. And when that didn't work, they escalated outright trying to kill you. The single organism is fragile, Noctilucent rasps. Many together are resilient, adaptable, destructive. They gesture you with the gun. The human hand is adaptable, they say, flexing a creepily human-looking hand. For gripping, like this weapon. But human technology, they continue disdainfully, looking at the flower-shaped barrel, which isn't all that different from the rifle slung over your own shoulder. To you, everything is war. Eventually, Noctilucent's head jerks towards the forest, tracking the sound of Vase returning. I like how I got colony defense from that. Turn and disappear back into the trees just in time for Vase to catch up. Where have you been, Vase says. If you can't keep up, just stay home. So not all gardeners are friendly. I'm not telling him about that. You shove Vase's heavy pack at him and tell him he's not to leave your sight. Are you scared? He teases. He doesn't even know what's out here. Wait, that just ended it? Okay. I think Mars has early wet as a birthday. And Vase is mid-wet. Hugs incoming. Combat 80 to challenge him again. Toughness 80 to train with her again. Oh, bobber fruit. Sometimes you catch your mom sitting in the flower garden she planted when your dad died. Sometimes you even sit with her a little while, listening to the hum of insects flying around and pollinating the flowers. There used to be bees on Earth. I was too young to notice when they went extinct, but I think that was really the beginning of the end. That's when we decided we needed to work on getting out of there. She smiles, though not at anything in particular. It's good to know that Vertumna has something like bees. That we got them back. Aww. I might legit just go exploring again. Because I have so much stress left, and I have so much stress reduction on exploring. Yes, survey the plains. You haven't done this as an adult, yet, so I figure. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Oh, it's this thing. It's an absurdly gigantic creature. Yeah, find a route through the bush pups territory. You get the most from straight, so. Wait a second. You can make that to make 5. Six, 5, 4. Oh, that sets whatever it is to the right to 5, right? Which is unfortunate. So what we want to do instead is just this. Sneak through the glute mushes, yeah. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder what if this has to come to rescue you. That would be embarrassing. It would also be very cute, given he's my boyfriend now. Oh, there's Sim in this zone. Enjoying a relatively uneventful second sun of taking readings from one of Utopia's geological surveys when your world shifts on an unnatural axis as Sim comes crashing seemingly out of thin air, grappling with a skyfish almost as big as he is. Look out, he calls to you. Although it's far too late for that, the ground rushes up to meet you, and it's all you can do to close your eyes and protect your head. To make matters worse, in the ensuing tussle, they completely crush the delicate scanning equipment. Oh my god. What the heck was that? You yell at Sim, who just shrugs helplessly while he holds the skyfish at bay. It's a whole damn mess. What's he doing, bare knuckle boxing with the skyfish, honestly? The skyfish flops around pitifully, then springs back into the sky and flies away, trilling in distress. It didn't even look dangerous, really. Solana, Sim croaks, and you turn your attention to him. Blood is pouring from a wound on his chest, where one of the skyfish's spines must have pierced his otherwise perfect skin. It's the kind of thing that will definitely leave a scar or worse. Holding the wound closed. Sim smiles sheepishly. I guess my future sight isn't always 20/20. You can see the future? You think it's a coincidence that I'm always there at exactly the right time to save you? At night when I'm asleep, I sometimes see visions of things that are going to happen. Or at least that could happen. My dreams aren't always true, Sim says, wincing as he applies pressure to the wound. The paths branch and converge, times more like a web than a line, I think. But always in the center, there's you. I can see the future too. You can? Sim laughs. Well, you must not be very good at it either. You try to explain. You tell him it's kind of like remembering, but in your dreams. It's happened ever since you were a little kid, like you're remembering things that haven't happened yet. You admit that some of them are pretty rough, like visions of people dying. Sim nods in agreement as you explain. Some gardeners have this ability, he says, but it takes hundreds, even thousands of years to develop. It seems you were born with it. I can't tell you how this future sight works, Sim continues. To be honest, I don't even know. But if you're curious... He is clearly grappling with something, and not just the sluggishly bleeding wound in his chest. His voice drops. You might look for answers under the light of the wormhole and glow. He confesses. You press for more, but he begs you to simply leave him to handle his injury in peace. Interesting. Oh, I forgot to get the drive for him. Fuck. You hear Nomi shouting for help out nearby. Run over there. You sprint to the sound of distress. Nomi seems to have fallen headfirst into some kind of Nomi-sized flower. Is it eating them? Oh my god. It's engulfed Nomi's upper torso, its petals pulsing as it pulls them down further. You could use their plas cutter to cut them out of there if you can figure out what part of this creature to cut without hurting Nomi. Nomi is struggling inside and hear muffled sounds of distress from inside. You have to try. Oh my god. It certainly appears so. Actually, better idea. I guess. Diddy dum. It's game has entered its 4 arc. That's better. 3. And then 2. And then just another 2. I should hit autoplay fairy. You delicately slice the lyre flower at the underside of the base of its flower, which you guess is the creature's neck. Up close, it actually looks more reptilian than plant-like. Just a little nick, and the creature coughs and convulses. Nomi spills forth in a flood of digestive juices. Ew, yuck, my outfit, stupid flower! Nomi stomps and shakes their fist at the flower, which lurches away at a fat snake-like body. God? Oh my god? Nomi, you almost got vored. It's always like a narrative event. Like a big narrative one. It was like a mouth. It looked like a flower. There's no clear distinction between plant and animal life on this planet. That's something they've reiterated a bunch of times. Nomi almost got nom-nommed! Oh my god. You hear Dis shouting from nearby to come quick and look at this. You meet up with Dis on a curiously clean part of the path. There's no twigs, pebbles, bits of grass, or the ubiquitous Dorbs moss scales that litter this area. It almost looks like it's been swept clean, and there in the middle of a perfect circle, 3 meters wide, is what you could only describe as a shrine. A hollow waist-height structure made from twigs and packed spark snow forms the centerpiece, and around it are deliberately spaced piles of colorful fruit, flowers, and glittering stones. Did you make this? No. I know you think I'm weird, but not this weird. Damn. Yeah? Pray at the shrine. You don't feel any different. Wait, were you praying? Why? It just felt right. And they say, I'm weird. Ignore it. Yeah, it's your birthday, so have something. Even though I don't like you. Oh, an event. Vase is in the garrison lounge, taking up a whole table with his schoolwork. The way he acts like he emerged from the womb, armed to the teeth, it's a little jarring to see him doing something as pedestrian as homework. Oh, Solana, you care about all this Xeno shit, he says. Can you help me with this? Of course, Vase. Vase flips the screen of his holopalm to face you, and you look over his homework. Oh, yes, the questions are a little advanced, but you've learned so much through independent study that's no trouble. You go over the first few questions with him. Vase listens attentively, nodding and asking intelligent questions. When he flips back to his worksheet, though, you can see he's already finished most of his homework perfectly. Wait, was he testing you? Apparently, Vase knows a lot more about xenobiology than he's letting on. He snickers at your shocked expression. What, you think I'm an idiot who only knows how to hit things? He says, teasing. Not knowing anything about the enemy is the best way to get yourself killed out there. He leans in, a conspiratorial smile on his face. I just wanted to see if you would help. God? Yes, I am going to play again. I will continue flirting with him because it's funny. I love a big dumb man. Vase throws his head back and laughs and looks you up and down appraisingly. Get it, Solana. You know, Vase says, I actually thought this xenobiology bullshit was going to be hard. First thing I did when I found out I had to take Xenobi was to go to that hippie, Cal, to see if we could work out a deal. You know, he does my homework. I get the guys to lay off bugging him about how he's a prissy little shit, that kind of thing. Vase, you suck. Gotta hand it to that guy. He can get loud when he's angry. He said we're a bunch of violent, thoughtless thugs, and he hates us and everything we stand for. Can you believe it? He wouldn't be able to waste his time buggering float cows or whatever the hell he gets up to in geoponics if it weren't for soldiers protecting his stupid ass. He can be king shit of Knoll Hill if he wants to be, Vase concludes, shrugging. I don't need anyone's help. Vase, you're such a fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Kill him, yeah? Hey, when is Mars' birthday? Right, I already gave her something for her birthday, but I can give her something new. Just get a bit more relationship. Oh, nope, too soon. Oh, download data for Sim. Sim asked you for data on human civilization, television shows, music, books, things like that. You've unlimited access to Congruence's media archives through your holopalm, but for Sim it will be a little more complicated. You'll need to find a physical storage unit with enough memory to contain a chunk of the holo archives. The robot workshop would be a good place to look. You sneak in, nobody around, good. You rummage around until you find what looks like a portable holo unit in a drawer, then find a port in the wall to plug into. An interface pops up with options to copy data onto the tiny drive. Perfect! You start by carefully copying your favorite vids and games, then realize there's a shit ton more room on this tiny e-device. You sweep in several thousand more vids, as well as the entire contents of the school's Learningpedia. As you slip the unit into your pocket, the Congruence console above you suddenly flickers up and lights up. Congruence seems amused. She doesn't sound in alarm, although you know you shouldn't be in here, but asks in a neutral voice. What are you doing in here, Solana? I don't have high enough persuasion. I just came to see you! Congruence allows her expression to show doubt, although she seems flattered. You chat for a bit, then she tells you to get out before you get in trouble. She seems to be lonely. Can an artificial intelligence get lonely? It's something you've never really thought about before. You guess she must miss Professor Howe quite a bit. Aw? I'm up to 20 persuasion. I'm gonna go rest in the park, because I need to upgrade my animals still. My pets. Your mother's white Astrantia flowers are flourishing in the garden, and everywhere else too. They've really taken to something in the soil here. You even see them outside the walls. Something must be carrying their seeds out to the wilderness. You can feel your hop eyes starting to trust you more. They're still pretty skittish, and you don't see what those claws on the end of their foot can do, but they seem a lot more relaxed in your presence. You're petting it when it starts to chitter at you in agitation. Oops, what's wrong, Hop Solo? It flips over on its back and wiggles. Its lighter stomach fur looking impossibly soft and enticing. Do you dare, or is it a trap? Like a cat? Cards with the gems are wild. That's neat. Okay, 5, 4. Actually, 6, 5. Might as well. Wild value, and then an extended pair like that. Ooh, better idea. And then autoplay fairy to see if I can find something slightly better. Alright, that makes 2 straights. You're too smart to fall for this tricks. Oh, it got upgraded! After a few moments, Hop Solo seems to lose interest. They spot a bug circling lazily overhead and flip back over onto their foot, chittering as they begin to track it with their 4 blinking eyes. They haven't given up on training Riki T to follow simple commands. They clearly have the ability to understand that you're trying to communicate with them. There's just a huge language barrier. Cal gives you the idea to try clicker training, get them to associate verbal commands with actions and rewards using a clicking noise as positive reinforcement. Woo! Seven, 6, 5. Clicker training, going to rename it Re. Wait a second. That makes 10. Five, 4. Right, and then that gets a huge bonus. Autoplay fairy, is there anything slightly better? I'm not doing that. Success, you use the clicking as a shared language. +3 to straights. Okay. And Riki T quickly begins to respond to your commands. By the end of the afternoon, you're getting pretty reliable results from both stay and follow. This is great. Riki must be more intelligent than people give them credit for. Maybe Riki will be the species that evolves to be codependent with humans, like dogs evolved from wolves. You're playing with Hop Solo in the park when you hear a rustle from a nearby bush. Curious, you look underneath. It's the Hop Eye you met before. Hop Solo lets out a happy trill of recognition. Hi, Alchemist. The other Hop Eye trills as well and explodes out from under the bush to bounce happily around Hop Solo. They chitter excitedly at each other and you hear something else is making noise. You look underneath the bush and see, oh stars, 5 baby Hop Eyes, pink and hairless, curled up together in the shade. The strange adult Hop Eye stops what it's doing and bounds over to you, warning you with a rattling hiss. Aww. I think we literally just played that for the first round. Mm-hmm. Six, 5, 4, 3. Nine, 8, 7, 6. Autoplay fairy? Already best possible hand. Okay. Manage to calm down the hop eye using tricks you've learned from training Hop Solo. They cautiously allow you to pet them, their giant frog eyes blinking out of sync. Oh, Hop Eye 3 gained 3 less stress. You spend some time gazing in awe at the little Hop Eye nest. They're so small and helpless, no wonder the Hop Eye wanted to protect them. You've been working with Riki Tiki for months on getting them to follow simple commands. You're getting pretty consistent results with 1 or 2 at a time, but they get bored and wander away if you try to do a longer session. You've set up small obstacle courses in the garden, consisting of a few ramps and balancing beams. Riki Tiki looks at the treats in your hands expectantly. $654. I don't actually care about reducing stress because at the end of this activity, I'll get my stress reduced to 0. I'm gonna just play these for the flush. $10, $9, $8. So it'd have to be 7, which I can do very easily, actually. Wait, 9, 8. Oh, because it's +1, right. There we go. And now that's a big straight. I didn't quite super that. A stunning show from young Riki Tiki. Admiral Speed and Dexterity. They and the trainer Solana are promising new stars in the field of Riki training. Riki Tiki finishes the corpse and leaps into your arms, chittering happily. You did it. You trained Riki to follow your commands. I don't really want to forget either of these. I would go exploring again, but I want a bunch of stress available for glow just in case. Oh, wait, no, I need to go do that because I need to give the thing to, Sim. Okay. Hi, anti-fashion action. New boss event spawned. Interesting. Right, where is Sim? I've got the data you asked for. I knew it. I dreamed about it last night in my vat. In your what now? Never mind. Let me have the data drive. Oh my god. Yes, but answer a question first. Okay, I'll answer exactly one question. What is it? Do the gardeners want to hurt us? I hoped your question was going to be a fun one. He takes a breath and answers carefully. It's not that we want to hurt you. It's not personal or even malicious. It's like dealing with an invasive species. Sometimes you need to resort to harsh methods to remove it before it destroys the ecosystem. He holds his hand out expectantly. Perhaps this is not the answer you wish to hear, but it's not our fault you are the way you are. You hand over the data drive and Sim takes it reverently, staring as if he could see what's inside. Marvelous, he says. Like a genetic payload, except with digital data instead of organic. What will I learn from this trove, I wonder? You're still puzzling over the implications of the phrase genetic payload as he continues. The other gardeners are so tedious and obsessed with their work. They're more concerned with maintaining equilibrium than experiencing new things. They don't understand that novelty is what makes life interesting. Thank you, Solana. I will treasure this. Yeah, I might as well. It's fine. We might just need to do a slight genocide to you so you don't do a bigger genocide to us. Anyways, that intel I wanted? Yeah, here you go. Yeah. Who is the overseer? We were talking to Sim. I think you might have accidentally said something spoilery. You and Dis are exploring the ruined wormhole observatory again. It feels so familiar. You've dreamed about this place many times, and it's like you're just remembering it all now. This time, the dream memories grip you. You wander as if sleepwalking down familiar paths. You look up and see the wormhole faint in the skies above. The time is right to observe it. Dis tries to keep up. Where are you going? He asks angrily. You don't answer. You're trying to concentrate on finding the place. Oh, this is what Sim meant by finding it in the shadow of the wormhole. I think. You approach the large pyramid in the center of the complex. Beside it is because I'm doing it the month before Gloom. No, not quite, or okay. You approach the large pyramid in the center of the complex. Beside it is one of the smaller elevators, a little monolith with a round iris door. This is the place. Your head throbs with it. Even standing outside, you know there's something down there. Find a way in. You look for one of those elevator monoliths near the pyramid and find it, but it's overgrown with snaking vines and brambles, with very large flowers all over. You could push through them, but... Dis stops you and shows you a Geiger counter reading on his holopalm. These flowers seem to be radioactive. Your suit won't protect you for long. Neutralize the radiation. Pass on by? No problem. Good thing you studied this plan earlier and know its wily ways. Oh, right. Tickle just so, and the radioactive flowers close. It parts to let you through. You enter the elevator, thankfully still working, and descend beneath the ground. I forgot about that, yeah. It opens to a kind of antechamber room with an exit at the other end, heading to the heart of the pyramid. There are glyphs carved into crystal panels on the walls, symbols that resemble the wormhole. You start across the room. The further you go, the more your head swims. You have to pause. You think you might faint. You shake your head, trying to clear it. Wait, maybe this is a bad idea. Keep going. The fog slowly clears from your eyes. Your head still hurts, but you can think again. Dis looks concerned, even going so far as to reach out to steady you. Are you okay? Try to explain it to Dis. It's hard to put into words. You just say, my head hurts. Obviously, he says, but no, it's more than that. You're seeing things. It's kind of like the array, and kind of like a dream. But you feel that something super important is up ahead and you need to see it. Maybe we'd better leave, Dis says nervously. You don't look so good. Keep going. And need toughness, but concentrate. We have high reasoning, yeah. Past the antechamber is a long hallway sloping down. Things around you are starting to look kind of weird, like two slightly different realities overlapping. Dis's face is starting to phase in and out of existence. You're hit with a strong wave of dizziness and nausea. Things seem to move in slow motion, but also far too fast. You lean over and concentrate, mind over matter. You keep going. At the bottom of the hallway are more crystal panels on the walls, many facets broken. Or are they whole? The walls have crumbled and roots creep over everything. But also they don't. Every time you blink, the walls seem to flip and swim between the two realities. All the same, you feel absolutely compelled to continue. What is with this place? Dis is both there and not there. The part of him which exists looks concerned. We need to leave now, he says. This place is hurting you. There's a round iris door at the end of the hall. Are you sure you want to go any further? One more room. You pass through the doorway and into a large square chamber with a sloping ceiling. Your sense of this place, of the vibrations, is telling you this must be directly under the big pyramid at the surface. The floor and even the air here thrums with vibrating energy. Oh, even I can feel it too now. Dis mutters behind you, rubbing his head. The room is empty except for a raised platform in the middle, which looks enticingly like a bed, which is convenient because you are definitely going to faint this time. You collapse onto the platform and are overcome by a spectacular migraine headache. It feels like your head is going to explode. Focus on the pain. Locked in place. Interesting. We don't have a 4. We don't have a 4, unfortunately. You had such amazing luck with locked cards. I have. Oh yeah, value is wild. Okay. No, that doesn't work. I could have gotten 58. I got +2 reasoning. Whoa! +1 empathy, +1 bravery? +1 what the fuck? You slip into some kind of waking dream, layers upon layers of visions. Dis is your lover, or Mars, or Tammy. You're a boy and a girl, or both or neither, young and old, a farmer, a hunter, a politician. You're dead, and you're alive, and you've never been born. Time unravels before you, an infinite tapestry crumbling wherever you look. It's all very weird. You see the web of possibilities and understand what time truly is. It's all happening at once, and none of it will ever happen. It's only sheer chance that any one possibility comes into existence, not any intrinsic truth of the universe, of fate. It's just a glimpse, probably over in a second, but a glimpse of an eternity you can hardly fathom. Then you see the wormhole, enormous in a starry sky. You look down and see yourself on a plateau gazing up at it. You recognize the place, a gnarlwood bluff not far from the colony, alive with the phosphorescence of glow season. This you seems expectant, as if waiting for something momentous to arrive, something that will change everything. So outside the colony in glow, okay, the vision is crystal clear and you feel in control, in a way you haven't since you started having these visions. You know you must go there. You wake up feeling refreshed. Your headache is gone. You're still a little dizzy, but the room has stopped spinning and has returned to one singular reality again. The visions have stilled. Dis's face fills your vision. Solana, he exclaims. Solana, are you okay? Tell him what I saw. He listens in awe. And then in dejection as you describe your visions. Why didn't I see it? I was here too. I want to know everything. I include the juicy bits. You tell Dis that you saw visions of yourself and him being intimate. His face goes red. You saw that? He stammers, wow. Oh my god. Tell him about my dreams. You tell Dis about how not only did you see all those visions, but that you believe they're real. You've lived them, or some of them anyway. They're as real as the life you're living now. He listens intently, then nods. I believe you. Yeah, he's so adorable. He says simply. You look at him in shock, but he just reaches out and puts his hand over yours. I know what it's like when people don't. I'm not going to do that to you. Oh my god, that's so cute. You don't know what any of this means yet, but you're one step closer to figuring it out. You feel like you've just had some kind of mega prophecy, but it was too much all at once and too hard to understand. Could the convergent domain handle this kind of information? Could they remember past lives like you? Is that what this room, this observatory, was meant for? Unlock, explore, glow! Yeah, that's such a good line. The only thing you remember from the visions is the image of yourself during glow season, standing at the top of that gnarlwood bluff just outside the colony, waiting for something. I'm gonna go home. There's not much more I need from that. Where you're going next month? Yep. Hi, Dis. It doesn't matter how hard we fight. Nature's going to win in the end. It always does. Don't want you too far from this colony. That's not gonna happen, Mom. I'm sorry. Big stretch time. Okay. And a reminder to hydrate, right? Don't snooze the ad. It might as well play here. Actually, I'm going to play it right now. Sneak out to explore glow. So what did you ask? What year is it again? It's, well, we're age 17. What is this? I should wait until it reads it. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the ads to finish. Yeah, I've been told I've been doing really, really well. No one is allowed outside the colony during glow, so if you stay out of the lookout sites, there will be nobody to catch you. It also means that you're alone out here. If you get into trouble, it's going to be big trouble. You hope you know what you're doing. The familiar is unfamiliar during glow. The sky is dark except for the eerie light of the wormhole, seeming so much closer than it usually is. And the gloom makes the shadows deeper and more mysterious. It's so hauntingly quiet that you can even hear the movement of animals, the speed of soft wings, and a whoomph of something large in the distance. What's that curious sound? It's just a dwarf's moth taking flight. It's usually dull plumage and is an iridescent rainbow. You bought it? Neat, Thorier. Glowing warmly in the dark of glow, it slowly glides through the mushroom trees. You've been taught to be terrified of glow season since you landed here, that there were monsters out here circling the colony and attacking anything they saw. But it's so much more serene than you were expecting. Maybe they were wrong or lying to you. I figure I might as well do most of these events. You come across a sawmill that's been shut down for the season. There's a movement inside, and something in there is yipping and moaning in pain. You approach it carefully and find that some sort of dog-like creature has gotten trapped in the machinery. It growls at you and blinks its eyes, then its other eyes, then its other eyes. Boy, it has a lot of eyes. Loggers won't be back for weeks, so this creature will surely die slowly and painfully. Release it. You try to come near, but it bites at you ferociously, nearly taking your hand off. You don't see a way you can safely free it. Watch it. I'm going to learn more from it. Or at least a way to free it without endangering yourself. The creature's obviously been struggling for a long time. Once it realizes you're not here to eat it, it slumps down to nap. You feel an irresistible urge to do the same and fall into something of a trance. Then something bizarre happens. A massive shadow drifts into the lumberyard, coming between you and the creature. You have the sense of an immense presence. Of something massive but graceful. You're not quite sure if you're dreaming, but you feel rooted to the spot and unnaturally calm. It's as if you've been drugged. The shadow stays a while, observing you curiously. Then it drifts away again. You blink, coming out of your trance. What just happened? Did you fall asleep? You look back over to the machinery and realize that the trapped eye beast is gone. You aren't sure if you should feel relieved or terrified. Was it freed or eaten? But you decide to get the heck away from this place now and ask these questions later. That was wild. So whatever from the wormhole is directing all this, maybe? You come to a dense part of the path where the gnarlwood surrounds you and blocks out the sky in the wormhole above. Long threads that look like hair are hanging down from the trees. Strange, you've never seen this during the rest of the year. You'll have to go through these, take a closer look. The strands are sticky like spider's web, so sticky and thick, in fact, that you'd be caught if you tried to push your way through it. Cut my way through it. Your skill with the plas cutter comes in handy, as you're able to cut a salon-sized hole through the sticky hairs without accidentally getting them all over yourself. Seriously, this stuff is like super glue, and the strands are extremely tough. You get a small piece on your pants, and you're pretty sure it's never ever coming off. You come across a strange glowing river in the sky, floating just over the mushroom-capped treetops. It reminds you of old Earth vids about the Milky Way or the Northern Lights. It undulates away to the left and right, a river of luminous mist. Beneath it, a curtain of tiny glowing particles slowly rains down into the forest below. Follow it. It seems to be denser to the left and flowing slowly to the right, so you decide to head left, towards which must be the source. You stray from the path. The ground is hard to traverse in the dim phosphorescence. The river gets denser and starts to shimmer a little, like the spore clouds you see sometimes in pollen. You're careful not to get too close to the particles raining down from it. The mist seems to be coming from somewhere near the ground and somewhere up ahead. It's something big and moving. The strange river of light is flowing from something on the next plateau. It's heading east and trailing this glowing dust, some kind of spore maybe behind it. You could go down into the ravine here and try to keep following it, or safely cross under the eerie stream. Keep going. After a harrowing trip through the muddy ravine, you make it up the next plateau, only to find the sky river has dissipated. Ah, well. You're amazed at how peaceful it is up here. Timey-wimey wormhole stuff. Neighbors become wild, value is wild. Gaze up at the wormhole. You crane your head up to look at the wormhole. It's so big you begin to feel dizzy and end up stumbling over a bit of gnarled root. Ouch! As you're lying on your back in pain, you're still transfixed by the wormhole. It's dark against the night sky, but as it moves, it shimmers with a million colors, turning in slow, fluid motion around the perfectly black hole in the center. Wow. You can't see it. You've been told the wormhole high above is shining with ultraviolet light. It's invisible to the human eye, but absorbed and re-emitted as visible light by the flora and fauna around you. Your holopalm calls it a black light and says that people on Earth used to use a similar, much more concentrated light as decoration. Even your clothing glows faintly. Oh, that's wild, actually. Hi, Sim. Shadows upon shadows move against each other and glow, wavering under the gloaming of the mush trees like ghosts. The forest is as still as a creature breathing its last breath. You don't see Sim until you're practically on top of him. Hi, Sugarbug, he says. He laughs, holding you by the shoulders. Miss me? You clearly didn't. You nearly didn't there. I totally saw you there. Of course you did. You're practically made for this place. Sim starts walking through the forest, his footsteps finding the path with ease. This is my favorite time of year, you know. He says, I get the sense that you humans are afraid of it. Well, things do tend to attack us. That's true, Sim replies, tilting his head with a funny expression. Those attacks are not natural, as you may have guessed. Glow isn't dangerous at all. It's lovely. Glow's a time of healing, actually. A time for the creatures of this planet to go dormant and reflect on themselves, and to strengthen connection with other life forms. Of course the planet repels you. He adds, raising his hand to stir a cloud of glowing spores drifting above your heads. You don't connect. You're like a burr lodged against its skin. I'm sure you have some questions for me as usual. Is Noctilucent the one attacking us? Sim smiles and looks off into the distance. Ah, so you've met. My condolences. Their views are difficult to hold within myself, though I understand them implicitly. Noctilucent is responsible for invasive species management, Sim adds. So yes, repelling you falls under their domain. The most obvious method, as you've noticed, is the yearly attacks. Though there are other, more subtle methods to discourage growth, plague and famine, for example. It doesn't need to be this way. Well, that is enough for now. The trees have ears, you know. You're getting pretty good at navigating the dark. If you come to ask for more questions, I can just ask this immediately. See, just like that. You'd like me to unravel the mysteries of the universe for you. Suffice it to say, I don't think you could fully understand it, even if I explained everything now. He looks up at the wormhole with a thoughtful expression. Truthfully, the wormhole is older than even this planet. It operates on a level of space and time that are beyond even my comprehension. The universe is impossibly vast and unknowable. I'm sure you've already noticed that it's related to your foresight, yes? He asks, and you nod. Your dreams, if that's what they are, always seem to get worse in Wide and Glow when the wormhole is close to the planet. Many individuals, such as yourself, are sensitive to a wormhole's effect of time and space, fluctuations and eddies in the normal linear flow of reality. Think of it like an echo, only not your own. Think of it as if a version of yourself stood in this spot and shouted, then moved forward in time before hearing your own voice return. You can hear those echoes. Choices that person made and events she experienced that may not come to pass for yourself. So I can change the future? Yes, but forgive me for being glib, but that's not what makes you special. All living things change the future simply by existing, he says. You see glimpses of what might happen as you do. Well, that's enough for now. The trees have ears, as you know. Oh, there's the story event. There's the boss event. You climb up the plateau ringed with gnarlwood trees. The view is fantastic. You can see the entire valley on this side of the colony here. The curious sense of remembering this place, not from your dreams, but no, from a vision you had deep under a strange pyramid. Something important will happen here, but not yet. Take some photographs. Nobody's allowed outside the colony during Glow. Nobody. If you were hurt and Utopia or the others had to come rescue you and got hurt themselves, well, there are good reasons not to make anyone worry. You just have to treasure the memory of this beautiful place. Go home. I mean, keep exploring, not go home. Okay, so it's a different year where I need to be there? It's dotted with huge circles of glowing mushrooms, each one nearly a meter in diameter. The bare grass in the center of these circles looks remarkably lush. Take a closer look. Analyze the mushrooms. This is a species you don't recognize, but your holopalm reports that they live most of the year underground and only pop up during glow season. This close, you notice that the entire area inside is sunken and the grass has been flattened, almost like a footprint. What would be big enough to make this? You decide not to wait around to find out. You're crossing a section of wilderness here where the plants don't throw off as much luminescence as other parts. It's oppressively dark here. You use your holopalm as a flashlight, focusing the light as a beam to slowly make your way through the glowing undergrowth. The beam of your holopalm sweeps over a familiar form, a manticore. Your heart skips a beat at encountering this fearsome beast in the dark. This manticore isn't the deadly killer of the colony's cautionary tales. Actually, it looks terrified. It backs up against a tree, cowering, its eyes rolling in panic. Keep your light on it. You're too scared to move your light away, or convinced it will pounce under the cover of darkness. You try to hold your light steady, but you're shaking. So is the manticore. Then you realize it isn't even looking at you. It's staring into the forest to your right. You slowly grasp that the manticore isn't scared of you. It's scared of something else. It suddenly screeches in fear and bolts off to the left. You hear something absolutely enormous moving in the trees off to the right, where the manticore was staring. It's a deep grinding sound. Like ancient trees rubbing together in the wind, except there's no wind. You turn off your flashlight and hold your breath. You hear a single loud thump, then stillness again. You waited full 20 minutes in complete silence. Gradually, the insect chirps and other noises of the forest return, and the glow bugs drift lazily back into the air. You hadn't even realized they were missing, as if the entire jungle was holding its breath too. Whatever it was seems to have moved on. That's wild. Oh yeah, and my clothes are glowing because of the UV light. That's neat. Alright, are there any more events around here that I haven't done? No. Whoa, there's another boss event. Okay. Your explorations lead you steadily upward until you find yourself on a plateau overlooking the valley. The colony is a dark little smudge below, a break in the magnificent natural luminescence of glow. From up here, the wormhole feels so close you could touch it. You're not alone up here. Your heart leaps into your throat as you spot it silhouetted dark on dark under the eerie light of the wormhole. A faceless. Stay to watch it. Atop this high plateau ringed by gnarlwood trees, the massive creature stands staring at the sky. As you watch mesmerized, some of its swaying tentacles open up, and a glowing dust oozes from them, rising like smoke into the night. Then it's gone? The whole entire faceless just vanished in the blink of an eye, or did you imagine it? You rub your eyes, using the sudden tension that has sprung up behind your eyeballs. Approach where it was standing. There are footsteps here. Giant footsteps, each ringed with mushrooms pushed up from the moist soil by the weight of the beast. You gingerly realize you're standing in the middle of one. The faceless, if indeed one was standing here earlier, could crush you as flat as the grass beneath your feet. You find other signs of it. Trees have been knocked down in a circular pattern here, and the bushes and grasses have been pushed up into one big mound. Something important will happen here, soon. Wait. You stare up at the wormhole, immense in the sky above, just as you remember doing in your vision. You wait. You wait. You wait. You on and check your polipalm. It's hard to keep track of time during glow, but it's getting late. You remember nothing has changed. The trees are perfectly still. You wait. You wait. The wormhole seems especially huge right now. Is it always so big? You imagine you can see whole galaxies in its slowly spinning arms, tiny flecks of rainbow light being sucked into the black hole in the center. But it's so much closer than a galaxy, so close it could swallow you and all of Vertumna and its hungry ethereal maw. Wait. 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 The forest seems to get quieter, as if it's expecting something. I imagine I'd be getting a little bit of stress, but I'm like reducing it to nothing. The forest seems to get quieter, as if it's expecting something. The wormhole swells as you stare and stare into its depths. It's been hours. It's now well past the middle of the night. You're exhausted, but you can't look away. You feel hypnotized. You wait. You wait. You've always been waiting. You will always be waiting, staring up at the wormhole being sucked into its depths. A shadow falls over you. You slowly lower your gaze from where you've been staring at the wormhole for hours. Your neck stiffens sore. Straight ahead of you, what you'd earlier thought was just the shadow of a tree is the faceless. It was there all along, watching you. It takes a heavy step forward, then another. It moves gently, its feet sinking into the soft ground and pushing up phosphorescent fungi from below to explode to the surface in rings of jubilant light. You don't move as it approaches. It took all your energy to look away from the wormhole, but you're still completely spellbound. The faceless looms over you as big as a building. Its zippered neck gapes grotesquely, and its tentacles wave gently through the air, tasting it, feeling it, smelling you. Ends of two tentacles opened, and that strange glowing mist floats up from them. It leans down. In the end, it envelops you in its tentacles, each as large as you are, and you breathe in its spores. Under the eternal night sky of glow, the wormhole seems to swallow you both whole, and the entire planet and an infinite number of universes besides. You feel a beckoning within you. Yeah, I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna see what that is. That's wild. The transcended time ending. What the fuck? My fucking gods, this is your first ending? Wow. When you were very young, you had vivid dreams of things you'd never experienced. Dirt under your feet, skies overhead, endless jungles and strange animals. Now you know why. This moment of time, you on the plateau, drawing in the wild faceless's mind-altering spores and the pulsing wormhole above. This moment cascades backwards and forwards through all time and space, through all of your lives. It's what binds you to those other lives and gives you glimpses of them in dreams, this moment. It's infinite. You are, in this moment, connected to all your other moments. What has been and what will be. What could be or will never be. Some scraps slip through the web and touch all the other you out there. You, all the you that have been or could be are forever changed. To your friends in the colony, it may appear that you've fallen into a coma from which you'll never wake. But your consciousness is free, and that infinite moment to visit all lives and possibilities at once. You have transcended. In the moment of your death, as your brain cells fizzle out one by one and shut down forever, a vision swims in your mind's eye. Is that a person? They seem so familiar. You feel like you know them so well. Oh, it's you, only ancient. Her arms are covered with so many data bands, so many lifetimes of knowledge. The ancient you speaks without moving her mouth, not in words, but in something like pictures. Still, you understand. Look at you, I mean us, she shakes her databands with good humor. I suppose that explains how we got here, huh? Then she frowns. It does get boring though, doesn't it? Knowing everything at once, I mean. I understand if you'd want to go back to how things were. She looks over your shoulder into a distance where you cannot see, back when it was simple, when we only caught glimpses of the time web. Oh, to be a baby again, just a simple, naive child. I could have done better. There was a girl, we were young together, Tammy, with the cotton-candy hair. It's such a shame to see a life stumped out so young. It gives you a look as to say you're somehow responsible for this. Wait, were you? Could you have saved her? We have a chance to take another path to change the way our life turned out. Come with me. Wow, okay. So now we know why we have the visions. Vivi, a goddess gamer? Yeah. Shame about the humans in that timeline, yeah? You got high from alien spores and became goddess, yeah? I'm probably gonna reload to before that rather than just accepting this as the end. As I understand, the way stuff transferring between lives works is it doesn't matter whether it's technically New Game Plus or whether it's just a reloaded save. That's wild. How you save Tammy? Yeah. I'm gonna hit start your new life. Say to watch it. Approach where it was standing. Wait, no. Approach the center of the plateau. Wait. 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 I like how that ending also hints that, like, yes, you can do stuff that you just physically couldn't in your first playthrough. Resist infinity. You aren't ready. A small part of you demands to stay here on this plane of consciousness. You hold your breath and bring your mind back to the present. Yet the Faceless touch you softly with its tentacles until it seems satisfied that you've made your decision. Then it withdraws. As you slowly disconnect from the gentle creature, you can feel its emotions, its story. You understand that it was born like the others of its kind in a breeding tank below the ground. Although it was sent here to destroy your colony, something changed in it that can't be changed back. Oh, so these aren't natural creatures at all. They're just biorobots used to destroy invasive species. Okay. You can see again the image of the Faceless staring up at the wormhole, transfixed as you were. It no longer feels the pull of the ley lines, the thumpers, the forces that were used to control it. It is no longer a construct or an avatar, but a free being. It only feels the dance of the wormhole now, and the natural rhythms of life itself. You stand completely still, arrested by the sudden understanding that sweeps over you. The Faceless retreats to the large mound of grasses and bushes at the other end of the plateau. A baby Faceless pokes its head out of the nest, wriggling its tentacles in greeting to its mother. Oh my god! You can pretty good at navigating in the dark. What's with that Faceless I saw? Constellation, you've seen her. That's very lucky, you know. Don't ask me how she does it, but she manages to sneak around these woods like a ghost. The Faceless weren't exactly designed with subtlety in mind, but she's something else now. Don't worry, he continues. You'll only see her around and glow. She doesn't like the sunlight, and unless you breathe in her spores, she's harmless. You fix him with an incredulous look and he shrugs. It was quite the upset when she broke away from the hole and went to seed. He replies, but as you humans say, life finds a way. Oh my god, Sim stops walking and smiles politely. Well, that is enough for now. The trees have ears, you know. That was so wild! So I got a secret ending as my first one, huh? I guess I really am just a god gamer. I'm good at like every game that doesn't require driving. Yes, go home. You're just putting your boots on to grab dinner in the lounge when you hear the colony sirens begin to wail. It's the yearly attack. They couldn't have waited until you ate dinner? Rude. Outside your window, you watch as the colony defense force begins to mobilize. Your holopom chimes in with the usual reminders for all civilian colonists to stay indoors. Join the defense. You head to the garrison to grab a plasma rifle, then report to the front. Chief Rhett looks surprised to see you, but assigns you to a squad with an enemy and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. On the other side of the walls is more Xenos than you've seen in one place ever. They seethe out of the forest, large and small, herbivorous and predatory, fungal and otherwise, flying and crawling and hopping towards the colony with single-minded determination. The air fills with the pew-pew of laser turrets and the crackle of plasma rifles. The enemy's front line collapses, only to be replaced by even more Xenos, just as many as before, if not more. There's no end to it. The firebreak turns into a graveyard of dead and dying alien bodies. Wave after wave crawling over the corpses until they roil at the base of the walls, like the foam on a wave when it hits the shore. You hear the walls creaking underneath you, but they hold strong. There is no sun to set in glow, but the night falls on the battlefield without any break in the fighting. Your fingers begin to cramp from pulling the trigger of your plasma rifle. Finally, you're relieved by the second guard shift. You walk straight into the garrison and right into a dreamless sleep. You're awoken 6 hours later for your next shift. The kitchens have provided the soldiers with pressed soy rations and hot black tea, which you grab, then make your way back to the walls to survey the carnage of the night. As you arrive, your holopom lights up with a priority message. Security personnel, we are under siege, the security chief says, getting right to the point. On Earth, sieges were used to break a city by starvation or drought. We have plenty of food and water. Guards will rotate 6 hours on, 6 off. So long as we keep the Xenos on the other side of the wall, we can hold them off for days. Weeks, even. Weeks. Everyone exchanges exhausted looks. He pauses, then adds, "We can do this. We're stronger than them, and we're not going anywhere." You and the other soldiers fall into a fitful rhythm, alternating shifts on the wall with brief snippets of sleep. Gunfire becomes the soundtrack of your days, which begin to smear together like paste. Anemone in particular is suffering. She volunteers for relief shifts, sometimes pulling doubles or triples on the wall. You catch her mechanically shoveling soy porridge into her mouth before seeming to fall asleep sitting up. A minute later, she jolts awake as someone's spoon clatters against their bowl. Tempers grow short as fatigue sets in. 6 days passed. You're on shift, watching the Xenos batter themselves against the walls. You feel your eyes unfocus at the sheer formless horde of them. And all these days, they still haven't breached the colony. Sometimes they even seem to retreat, ebbing backwards and reforming somewhere else. It's behavior you've never seen before. A group of monsters breaks from the tree line, nothing new except for one of them. One of the Xenos looks different from the others, almost humanoid. Is that noctilucent? Delusions, yeah. You sense that foul miasma of hatred from the other side of the planet. It has to be noctilucent. They look up and see you watching them, then they scowl and step backwards. Wait, come back so we can talk! Your offer is lost under the steady tattoo of gunfire. Well, you tried. Finally, after the 6th day of the siege, you look down at the sights of your plasma rifle to see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. As you gather with the other soldiers in the colony square, your holopalm lights up with a priority announcement from Governor Lum. The alien attackers have been defeated. The siege has ended. Another year, another win. You're welcome, Vertumno. You're welcome, humanity. You're welcome, you hear, and you see Chief Rhett nearby, looking livid. What did he do? What did he do? He ran to his security officers, raced out there like an idiot with his honor guard, defend strategically in sound positions, put himself in danger so he had to save his overstuffed ass. The soldiers all shift uncomfortably, but no one disagrees. And when I actually needed him, taking his 12-hour beauty rest while the rest of us slogged through endless shifts. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Rhett while he continues to rail against Lum. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates to begin vaporizing xenocorpses for their component molecules. That night, you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ozone crackle of plasma rifle fire arcing overhead. With your talons, claws, you rip into the walls like they're made of clay, stuffing choking handfuls of it in your mouth. In a moment of lucidity, you try to pull the clay from your throat, but no matter how hard you pull, it just never ends. You jolt awake when you realize you've been pulling your own guts out of your throat, just a dream. You're shaking and coated in a film of tear sweat, your heart pounding. You don't find sleep again before dawnbreak. Age 18. That was wild. Have you seen Dis around anywhere, Mars asks? I was just thinking, I haven't seen him in little ages. Is he still out there playing Explorer? Why? Oh, that's ominous. Or... So you and Cal hanging out the other day. That's not a smart thing to do around here. People might think you're just as much a coward as he is, and that's not going to work out great for you. Fuck off, face. Need some more harm than a potentially competent leader? Yeah. I cannot tell if it is hubris to believe humanity will become the dominant species in Vertumna as we were on Earth. If nothing else, it is certainly survivorship bias. The family tree of humanoid species has many dead branches, so to speak. Humans are weak, defenseless, fragile, inefficient, and short-lived. And that is only a few of our many faults, and yet we dominated Earth. I have to believe it is possible to do the same thing here. I'm gonna do one more month, I think. Lum's incompetence is going to be the death of the colony. Noctilus's presumed competence is going to be the death of the colony and any future colonies from any future civilizations, yeah? Yeah, whatever Tange is planning is really... Oh, hi, Crick. Has no one achieved anything yet? Okay, we also Crick, in addition, we met another gardener, Noctiluscent, who is apparently in charge of invasive species management and is the one responsible for the attacks on the colony. And we almost managed to convince him that he should consider peace with humans. But yeah, his philosophy is basically just humans are an invasive species. You exterminate invasive species to protect the ecosystem. He doesn't care that we're sapient. He thought about it for a second and then looked at the mega logging operations. Something like that, probably. The faceless are explicitly weapons then? Yeah, we also, like, touched mines with the rogue faceless, and that, yeah, they are just bioweapons created by Noctiluscent. They're not even a natural species at all. You thought about it and then Vase returned, yeah? Yeah, Vase interrupted our talk with Noctiluscent. This is a good counterpoint to you shouldn't wipe out humanity. Trying to decide what I want to do. I will probably go exploring in a bit. I want to go exploring while I have heroic, but I want to do some training just to end the month, I think. No, he makes a lot of bad choices. No, in that case, Noctiluscent just left when Vase showed up. Vase didn't even see him. Noctiluscent was only willing to talk to me because I had talked to another gardener already. Actually, wait, yeah, we can see. Yes. Here is the gardener I met first. I don't think we have Noctilicent listed. Yeah, that's the mysterious stranger we've been seeing since childhood. It's the gardener Sim. He's so creepy. I can still remember Tammy. I can't. I wasn't there. Like, yeah, this is what she looked like. Dating a 15 or 16-year-old at 20? Yeah. Yeah. And he also spent an extended moment staring at my tits when I was 16. And he was 20. Like, that moment actually made me, like, shiver. Like, oh, that's so creepy. Oh, fuck.
Don't shoot! I'm with the science team!
Gunslinger, thank you for the resub. I'm just sort of thinking right now. If I do construction, that's engineering primarily. I do guard duty. You know, there's a reason this time of year is called quiet, but it's too quiet. There's a lot to clean up after the last attack. People are shaken. They want the security of the guards, but seeing you makes them anxious and reminds them of danger. You do your best to protect them. Rex's dog DNA stuff isn't entirely cosmetic. Autoplay fairy. What could have gone slightly better? 7 combat, 2 bravery. You roll out of bed at noon because you're allowed to, because it's your birthday, but also because you're exhausted. You barely slept at all last night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege. More and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it. I don't know, Vase's augment. All the imagery is jumbled together, all these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in the cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. You sit on the edge of your bed, run a hand through your hair, and check your polipalm. A few people wished you a happy birthday, but that's all. You guess you're getting older. Birthdays aren't as important as they used to be. Right, and Mars wants to meet you for lunch in the lounge today. You'll have to practice your smile. Go meet Mars for lunch. Surprise! You do your very best to act along and act surprised. Woo, streamers, balloons, great. Aw? All of your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Nomi is holding a bunch of balloons larger than they are. And Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. Oh my god! You accept their hugs and party wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few pointed, "All this for me? You shouldn't have. No, really." Rex wanders around with a tray full of little snacks, offering them to everyone with a vampy accent and a silly, airheaded giggle. The goofball act chips away at the natural awkwardness of a surprise party that is the first 5 minutes after everyone shouts surprise. And soon everyone is laughing and enjoying themselves. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing. And they're all here because they care about you. Then you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helio kids. Mostly ones you don't know, and the ones you usually keep to themselves and, well, don't much like you original stratospheric kids. Vase and Anemone are with them, his arm draped over her shoulders. Anemone gives you a little wave of acknowledgement for your birthday, which earns a weird look from Vase. "Hey, who invited you guys?" Cal says, stepping forward with his hands clenched. "This is a private party. It's a public lounge. We can sit wherever we want. I hope Anemone gets better, yeah? I mean, you can't really blame her for it. She's kind of being groomed. Cal stumps right into the midst of the Helios. You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift to Vertumna, he spits out. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party. You've rarely seen Cal so ready to fight. He doesn't seem to carry that body language of the Helio kids that changed from cocky to dangerous. You're just a bunch of fascists. You and Lum. The lounge erupts, chairs screeching across the floor as the Helios jump to their feet, yelling at Cal, calling the colony illegal and Cal a fugitive. They jostle him around, but Cal plants his feet and stands his ground. You hear a bottle breaking and see someone advancing on Cal. He's not backing down. Oh. Stop it! Your voice is drowned out by their argument. Then someone throws a punch and it's all chaos from there. Despite Cal's bravado and brawny physique, he's no fighter. One of the Helio kids socks him in the stomach and he goes down like a felled gnarl tree. Rex throws himself between Cal and his assailants, catching a few kicks on Cal's behalf before the Helios get tired and leave, with a few parting shots at Cal's alleged romantic interactions with the float cows. Face doesn't get involved, but he doesn't stop them either. He's the last to leave the lounge, staring hard at Rex before smirking and turning away. Rex helps Cal to his feet. First time, huh? He says, dusting off Cal's clothes. Don't worry, they probably got it out of their system. Good on you for sticking up for yourself. Anemone lingers at a distance, clearly angry at Cal, but feeling bad about the fight. Well, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands. That was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important part. Cake and presents. Under Mars's skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. You enjoy your presents and your cake. But the tension's boiling over like that is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Oof. Why do you have to fucking ruin my birthday, you bitch? Kill him, yeah? Else never have guessed at this point that Mars would have expert party hosting skills. I mean, yeah. Gonna see if we have any more dialogues, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream, I think. Because we have been going almost 7 hours. There we go, it's just garbage. Humans are garbage. Hey, let's get out of here. I was just thinking the same thing. Oh yeah, it's the same scene. Killing him would be too obvious. You just need to ditch him in the middle of the expedition, you know, for plausible deniability, yeah? I have such high stats. I need more persuasion still, though. For a first run, you're a fucking badass, yeah? I mean, I've had people helping me in chat, but mostly just vague hints and stuff. Like, people have been generally good about, like, avoiding spoilers other than, like, saying what they think about characters. And giving me advice on, like, what stats are better. There's no driving to worry about, too. True! Anyways, let's go ahead and find somebody to raid. Since Archivist showed up in our stream earlier, let's go ahead and raid him. All right. If any of you didn't know, I have a Discord. You should join it. Here's the link. Not only do I talk about future streams and stuff there, I talk about my own hard sci-fi setting that I'm writing. And tomorrow I will be trying out the new Tempest Rising. I will see you all then. Good night. How much be on Star Trek's hardness? Diamond hard. You should see the number of scientific papers that have been linked in the channel for discussing it. Anyways, good night.